A brave and valiant warrior defeated the king of the underworld in another world. The hero who had protected the peace of the continent in recent years was praised by all. He simply smiled, thinking, "Finally, I can return to my world." Suddenly, he was transported elsewhere, and an entity told him, "Very well, you chose to save the world once again." In that instant, the young hero was in the palm of a colossal entity's hand, a being with elven ears, pale skin, glowing blue eyes, and long white hair. Before such a presence, the hero seemed small. This wasn't their first meeting. He looked up and spoke directly to the being. "Every time I see you, it's about choices. Because of the reset, I always start from scratch, so what choice do I really have? Anyway, you're going to send me back to my world now, right?" The entity stared at him and replied briefly, "Yes, I will send you back." But then, the protagonist asked, "You kidnapped a talent from another dimension, made me work for 20 years, and you're not giving me any compensation?" The hero added without hesitation. "Like, for example, letting me keep my memories, or maybe a little magic?" The entity then revealed, "While you were here, time in your dimension stood still. Your time was preserved, so you lost nothing." That explanation made the young man grit his teeth in frustration. In the end, he sighed and gave in. Deep down, he knew he had no choice. "Fine, then just send me back already," the entity calmly said once more. "Don't worry, compensation for the time and effort spent here will be given. Of course, you won't remember it." And so it offered the hero a gift, a fragment of a higher power. The entity said, "Here, I'll give you a piece of my power as a gift. Depending on your choices, the flow of the dimension will change, and the world will be shaped according to your will." The hero remained silent for a moment before asking, "So can't you at least give me a hint?" The answer was no. Outraged, he shouted, "Why does everything always end in nothing? At least let me keep my memories of the continent." The entity found amusement in the young man's desperation but did not scold him. Then it brought its finger close to the man and touched the hero, who was terrified for a brief moment. At last it said, "It's time to go." The young hero, still confused, protested, "Wait a second, I'm not done talking." But it was already too late. With the divine touch, the hero's body was enveloped in a sphere of shining light. His return had begun. The gigantic being watched him, smiling, and declared, "Return to the place where your journey began, to the world that will determine your destiny. I will continue watching your journey." The hero fell into an abyss until he completely lost consciousness. In moments, he awoke, no longer wearing his armor, his eyes wide open. The once grown man was now a young boy. He lay in bed, awakened by a blinding light. Clumsily, the boy sat up and yawned deeply, thinking, "What is this? I feel strangely refreshed." Picking up his phone, he saw dozens of missed messages. It was his manager. The protagonist's shift started at 7 a.m. His manager had been frantically messaging him since early morning, but the boy had slept deeply, and now it was already past 9. Like a marathon runner, the boy jumped out of bed and sprinted to work as if his life depended on it. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he was harshly scolded. "Juyeon, if you keep showing up late like this, it'll be hard for us to keep working together." The protagonist bowed in apology. Deep down, he thought, "I just wanted one day of experience being poor. Why is my life always so messed up?" Behind the counter, he could only sigh. With rent overdue, not even 2 part-time jobs are enough. And this job won't last much longer either. A vague thought crossed his mind. If only I had awakened. Suddenly, something startled him. A notification appeared before his eyes. Exclusive skill activated, Skill Master, X. He was in shock. But now, a brief explanation about the awakened. Those who had come to be known as users. 5 years had passed since augmented reality, as if pulled from a fantasy novel, engulfed the world. Fields began appearing across the earth, and the world began to revolve around the new resources extracted from them. Users were granted powers to conquer and explore these monster-dominated fields. Even minor tasks in these fields could earn money. That's why everyone dreamed of becoming a user. Even if it meant stepping into a completely unknown world, there were just too many sweet rewards to ignore. Of course, not every user became rich. Some awakened with powerful, high-level unique abilities right from the start. Others didn't. At the top of them all was the #1 user in the world. The first to reach level 70, his name was Muhammad Al, the wielder of an SS rank unique ability, Dragon Speech. One day, Muhammad posted a video on his personal channel. Thousands of people clicked on it and couldn't take their eyes off the screen for even a second. The #1 warrior was bravely battling monstrous beasts. It was the dream magic of every mage, the kind of spell any fantasy fan had always wished to cast. At the height of the battle, he launched his final attack, Meteor Rain. The audience was in shock. Some students watching the video excitedly said, "Good thing I got to see that with my own eyes. That's insane. Is this an A rank field? Even at level 70, how can he do that alone? Massive meteors obliterated everything in their path. Not even city-destroying monsters could withstand the assault. By the end of the battle, only the warrior remained standing, surrounded by craters where the monsters had been reduced to ashes. How could a mere monster stand against the fury of nature? Then he spoke. The ability you just witnessed is Meteor Rain, SS rank. Exactly 1 week from the posting of this video, if you can show me a spell more splendid and powerful than this one, I'll give you this artifact as a gift, the Elemental Ring. The first and only SS rank artifact ever revealed to the public. The dream accessory of any user with magical abilities. After the video ended, a woman threw her phone on the table in frustration. What an idiot. A man beside her asked, "Why? Just offering that prize is huge." She replied, "He's basically saying he won't give that prize to anyone." Then she shouted angrily, "Where in the world is there something more powerful than an SS rank ability? And look at this. He even made himself the judge of the spell. The judgment is subjective. That guy has no intention of handing over the elemental ring." She got even more agitated. "So unfair. He's so annoying." Despite many being irritated by his arrogance, the video went viral. But to most people, it still felt like a distant reality, a story from another world. Until our protagonist, casually strolling through a monster field, stopped and turned on his camera. The wind was blowing gently. Several small round monsters began to flee in panic the moment they sensed what was coming. Juyan began rotating his index finger in the air, tracing invisible circles. Suddenly, the sky opened. Fireballs started to fall. Everything around was engulfed in flames. At the center, he stood still, coordinating a massive attack. A beautiful demonstration of power. Flames, blazing rocks, utter destruction. The green field vanished, reduced to ash. Standing atop a single floating rock, Juyan looked at the camera and said excitedly, "Mr. Muhammad Al, your skill was incredible, and this is my meteor rain." The video turned the internet upside down. Everyone watched the demonstration with wide eyes and gaping mouths. The power shown by that boy was enough to level a city in seconds, and the comments wouldn't stop pouring in. Among them, a few stood out. They said the impact was stunning, that the meteor rain looked like the first of its kind, and that even though the battlefield looked like an F-rank area, everything seemed more powerful than normal. Others noted that the ability looked identical to one already known, but visually far more powerful. In the end, one truth was undeniable. Muhammad Al had lost, but the most striking comment of all was this. Who was that young man in the video? Upon awakening, users generally receive a unique trait. This trait amplifies the effects of certain abilities and is often compared to classes in games. The most well-known traits are Dragon Speech, Miracle, Regeneration, and Lethal Blow. A user with Dragon Speech becomes a mage more powerful than a dragon. A user with Miracle becomes a healer capable of reviving even the dead. A user with Regeneration becomes a tank who can regrow limbs and keep fighting. A user with Lethal Blow becomes a warrior capable of defeating any enemy. But what about the Skill Master? Before his video went viral, Juyan, the protagonist, was alone searching for answers on his computer. When evaluating unique traits, I learned that the first thing to consider is the level. The higher the level, the better the effects. And the more sub-traits come with it, or so they say. He watched dozens of videos, read news and reports, until he realized something important. The known levels range from F to SS. While eating instant noodles, he decided to check his abilities. His status window displayed intriguing information. Unique trait, unknown, level X. The registered name was Cho Ju Hyun, currently level 1. His unique trait, titled Skill Master X, stood out due to its extraordinary potential. Though he had no active abilities yet and his skill points, SP, were at 0, he couldn't help but say, "This is definitely an insanely OP trait." But upon taking a closer look, his excitement faded. Cho Ju Hyun's stats were all at beginner level: Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 1, and Magic 1. He slumped over the desk, disheartened and thoughtful. A high-level trait should come with increased stats, right? Even an average person would have more than this. What's going on? Well, at least I have the trait. The information window revealed something even more impressive. The trait Skill Master, EX, allowed the user to use any ability. Additionally, there was a bonus effect called Passive Income, level 1, that granted 10 SP every 24 hours, always at midnight. Upon reading all of it, he muttered mentally, half-heartedly, "Is that it? Only 2 sub-skills, and besides, any user can learn abilities from books. I don't even know if this trait is good or bad." Then a new notification appeared. Tutorial mission. Try copying a skill. When attempting it, the ability Skill Copy, EX, would be activated. The reward? 20 SP and a video of the event. The skill's description was clear. Skill Copy, EX, allowed copying any skill, but with one limitation: copied abilities would be deleted every day at midnight. At level 1, the user could attempt one copy per day with an activation cost of 500 SP. The boy reflected, a tutorial mission at Awakening. That's new to me. But soon he was discouraged again. To copy someone's skill, I'd need to go to a battlefield. With all my stats at 1, that would be suicide. Still, I'll research more about abilities. Until he stumbled upon a video of Muhammad Al, the hero with the Meteor Rain ability. The system kept throwing up more information windows. One of them described the powerful skill Meteor Rain S, capable of summoning 20 meteors, with 1 extra for every 10 magic points, over a wide area. To use it, 120 magic points and a mana cost of 1500 were required. Its power would also increase by 50% if the user possessed a magical trait of grade S or higher. Right after that, another notification appeared. Tutorial event activated. The tutorial map would only open once, and all copied abilities could only be used within it. Moreover, all of the user's stats would be temporarily increased by plus 999 during the event. This took Juyan by surprise. I can copy that just by watching a video? Meanwhile, someone was watching the demonstration video of Huyan taking a sip of his drink. It was none other than Muhammad Al himself. A woman appeared with a remote and turned off the TV. She drew the hero's attention and revealed, "Giving away the elemental ring like that? Is that really a good idea?" Muhammad stared at the glass. "What are the chances it falls into someone else's hands? I only got that skill a week ago." The woman replied, "There are many similar skills out there." But he didn't believe it. "What if it's an SS grade skill, and with the exact same name?" She countered, "There's no confirmed information, it might have been staged. There's no trace of that field, at least not of SS grade." Muhammad said firmly, "It's at least a unique SS trait." With arms half crossed, sitting on the sofa, Muhammad stared at the ring. "For now, it's best if I don't get too close. Send a business card with the ring, say it's a gift, for someone I'd like to be friends with in the future." Meanwhile, Juyan was working at the convenience store, muttering while looking at his phone, "The views are insane. They even made a video for me." A little girl approached. "Mister, do you sell Taeyokping jelly?" But Juyan didn't notice and kept laughing to himself. "You can't even see my face. I'd be an idiot not to post it." The girl, still trying, attempted to climb up the counter. Even so, he thought, if I ever make it big, there won't be a more overpowered trait than this. Until a deep voice interrupted, "My daughter is asking if you have Taeyokping jelly." Startled, Juyan answered, "Ah, that's what she meant. Of course, we have it for sale." After the purchase, the customers left, and he slumped over the counter again. There's no way they'd actually give out an SS grade item, but then he smiled. "But if by any chance they do, I want to earn enough to live comfortably forever and become strong like Muhammad Al, admired by the whole world." He laughed out loud and declared, "Until recently, that was just an impossible dream. Now it feels like I can actually do something." His phone buzzed. A notification appeared. It was from Muhammad Al. "I'll give you the elemental ring with no strings attached." The internet exploded with comments once the news spread. "Al joined the chat," said one. "Is he really going to give it?" asked another. In the midst of the commotion, some doubted, has Muhammad gone crazy? But that was quickly silenced by a firm response from the community. "Don't you know? Muhammad is a man of his word." Juyan's eyes widened at the next comment. "Last time he promised to give anything to whoever brought him an S-grade staff. When someone did, he paid 200 billion in cash." Now in shock, without knowing how or why, Juyan suddenly found himself standing in front of a woman. She introduced herself. "I'm Lee Suyan, secretary to Muhammad Al. I'm here to talk about the delivery of the elemental ring." Soon after, they got into a car, and Juyan remained frozen, still in disbelief. She continued talking to him. "We'll escort you to your home. The master would like to meet you at least once." Later, lying in bed, the boy stared at the ring in his hand. "This isn't fake, right?" He quickly opened the status window of the newly acquired item. It was the elemental ring, S, a rare accessory offering impressive bonuses, plus 30 magic, plus 500 mana, plus 10% mana recovery, and a 20% increase in skill power. Additionally, it reduced mana cost by 10% and recovered 2% of total mana upon defeating a living creature. As if that weren't enough, it granted an extra plus 10 magic if the user had an S-grade or higher magical trait. Juyan was stunned. "These stats are absolutely insane." Jumping out of bed, he shouted, "This is no time to be lying around. My magic went up by 40 points. I need to go hunting right now." Then he realized, thinking to himself, "All my stats are at 1. This is too much. I need armor, but that requires money." Going to his computer, he thought, Maybe the views on that video I posted will be enough, but I still want to avoid revealing my identity through the channel verification. He sat in front of the screen and started thinking coldly about his next steps. Is there a good path forward? Suddenly his eyes widened as he read something that caught his attention. 3 days earlier, someone had posted on the free bulletin board, and everyone seemed to agree. Healers were annoying. They always complained about how hard the job was, but the real difficulty wasn't that. Healing skills were pure gold. Just providing emergency heals in front of a field could earn hundreds of thousands of won. Even those who always said the field pays more wouldn't go hunting without a healer at the entrance. They offered all kinds of services. C-rank healing, including bone fractures and status ailments of F rank or lower. Amputation healing cost 500,000 won, fracture healing 200,000, and if it was a status disease, 700,000. Juyan lit up with excitement at the thought. This is like winning the lottery. If even one person shows up a day. Without wasting time, he headed to the D-rank swamp field in Seoul Grand Park. But when he arrived, he found the place completely deserted. Looking at the empty scenery, he could only think. All the good spots have been taken, so this is all that's left. Next time I should at least bring something to pass the time. With that, he pulled out his phone to entertain himself. Meanwhile, someone appeared in the distance, running desperately while carrying a severely injured young woman. Her vital fluids were dripping along the way, leaving a trail behind them. Our protagonist, unaware of the scene, was smiling, enjoying his music and thinking, if I don't enter the field, there's no danger, right? Let's think positive. Nothing can happen outside a field. But that thought was interrupted when the man carrying the young woman stopped right in front of him. The man's gaze was piercing, direct. The girl in his arms was completely unconscious. Juyan froze, sweat dripping as he stared back at the armored man now towering over him. The man kept his eyes locked on Juyan, the wounded girl still in his arms. Juyan stared back from the ground in complete silence, until the warrior gave a direct order. Prepare your skill. Juyan's expression instantly hardened, surprised by how rude the approach had been. He thought, what the hell? No matter how urgent it is, showing up like that with no manners? Memories of rude customers at the convenience store came rushing back, people who showed up demanding things with unnecessary authority. He angrily recalled a specific customer who ordered condescendingly, "Give me red cigarettes." Thinking to himself, the protagonist grumbled, does this guy think I'm some convenience store clerk or something? Even if it's a copied skill, it's still a C-rank heal with great effects. His face hardened, full of displeasure. Juyan stood up and shouted with no patience, look here, that'll be 2 million up front. However, right after, he completely changed his tone, forcing a smile. Right this way, please. The man laid the girl on the ground. The smell of blood filled the air, almost making Juyan vomit. Kneeling, the warrior held the girl's severed arm. She had lost the limb in battle. The scene was brutal. It took guts to handle it. With determination, the warrior repositioned the arm and ordered the healer to act fast. Trembling, Juyan looked at the unconscious girl on the ground, thinking, I've only seen stuff like this in movies. This is the first time I'm seeing it for real. His fingers shook. He was terrified. Will the skill even work properly? But then he gathered his courage, reached out his hand, and cast away all hesitation. A powerful light burst from his hands as he declared, I need to make this work. The system responded. Light of recovery. Rank C, Juyan cast his power on the girl's body while the warrior held the arm, trying to reconnect it as the healing took effect. Later, lying in bed, Juyan let out a long sigh. Remembering the duo from earlier, a chill ran down his spine. That crazy guy asked for healing 3 times. 2 more and I would have been screwed. If it weren't for the elemental ring, I'd be screwed. A system notification popped up. Mana fully restored. Plus 20 upon equipping the ring. Juyan stared at the ring with a serious expression. Injuries like that, what the hell is going on inside that field? Soon he clenched his fist, determined. Anyway, one thing's for sure. Suddenly, thousands of cash bills began falling from the sky. Juyan's eyes widened, more excited than a kid at an amusement park. That's when he made up his mind. I can finally quit my part-time job at the convenience store. Money was no longer an issue. But now, a new question emerged. Now that I've got cash, what should I do? Opening a yogurt cup, he pondered. Stocks, investments, crypto? Eventually, he decided now wasn't the right time. Then he did something unforgivable. He threw away the foil lid of the yogurt without licking it. Even with loads of money, losing your manners was a disgrace to ancestral tradition. Juyan quickly came to a conclusion. I need to earn SP to level up. As he savored the yogurt, he felt a taste of luxury he had never known before. He began scanning through his status window and stumbled upon a new mission, tutorial mission. Try to increase the level of the sub-attribute passive income. The description was clear. Passive income was a key method for acquiring skill points and essential for the growth of the skill master. He couldn't forget. Raising that sub-attribute was a top priority for progression. The reward for completing it was 100 SP and the activation of sub-attribute #2. Ju Yan kept munching his yogurt deep in thought. So that's why attributes have levels. I can increase them using SP. It takes 100 SP to level up passive income. He continued analyzing the data on the screen. At level 1, the sub-attribute passive income granted 10 SP every 24 hours, at midnight sharp. Below it, another tutorial mission popped up. Try to increase the level of the sub-attribute, passive income. Reward: 100 SP and activation of a new sub-attribute. Ju Yan realized the mission basically paid for itself, and even unlocked a new skill. He was stunned. I need to complete this mission. How much SP do I have right now? SP window. He checked and saw he had 70 SP available. Since he gained 10 SP per day, that was already passive income. Doing the math quickly, he figured, I can complete the mission in just 3 days. With a determined look, he already knew how he'd spend his free time. Just then, someone knocked at the door. He quickly turned his head. From outside, a voice said, Your room service has arrived. With yogurt still on his face, Ju Yan replied excitedly that he'd be right there. It felt like a vacation at a luxury hotel. But no, this was actually a research operation to discover new skill combinations to copy. He watched skill videos non-stop, with a banquet laid out before him. Crab, marinated beef, chicken, pizza. Everything he felt he deserved. While devouring a juicy roast, he analyzed the skills on screen. S-rank or higher skills are practically extinct. Even if I copy them, they disappear at midnight. So I need them recorded on video to use them whenever I want. He remembered Muhammad Al and thought gratefully, Muhammad Al, the guy who casually revealed an SS rank skill. That guy's a donation angel. He kept pondering. If I level up, maybe I'll be able to use copied skills permanently? Still watching videos, he organized everything. I need to separate the skills into usable now and save for later. Better make playlists. He browsed through various abilities. Body enhancement, teleportation, and while doing so, he thought, this is the best thing ever. That's how he spent the entire afternoon. After hundreds of dishes, the boy looked like a giant piglet. He had eaten so much, he seemed to have devoured the whole world. He couldn't even swallow another pea. Whistling happily, he sang, Registered as a healer with the User Association. All done. He flopped onto the bed with a silly grin. Healing, buffs, magic. If I can use all this, how much will my value increase? He even had some naughty thoughts. Will a gorgeous beauty send me a love call? The next day, the young warrior girl, now fully recovered, came to visit our protagonist. As soon as she saw him, she said, I'm very grateful for that day. But our hero just stared at her, totally lost, with no clue who she was or why she was talking to him. She asked if he remembered her, and he replied suspiciously that he didn't. Ju Yan could only think, You're way too pretty to have anything to do with me. Awkwardly, she tried to jog his memory. A few days ago, my brother brought me to you for healing. Then it clicked. Ah, the one with the ripped-off arm. He couldn't help but think, I thought she was his girlfriend, considering how much he spent. But she's his sister? She thanked him again. I'm glad I could thank you. If not for you, I probably would have died. Then she asked quickly, Are you in any group? Her brother already looked annoyed. Without hesitation, Ju Yan replied that he wasn't. She continued, Any guild? Again, no. She looked thrilled. Ju Yan instantly sensed danger. If he wasn't careful, he'd get dragged into something. Once he confirmed he was solo, she made the offer. Our group needs a temporary healer. Ju Yan panicked internally. I'm not ready to head into the field yet. I have to say no. But the girl was a born warrior and turned on the charm. If you've got time, want to grab a coffee and chat? Give me your number and I'll text you. Ju Yan was already falling hard, nearly in love. But the flirty mood was shattered by a scream of pain that made them both look around. A man in armor was dragging a friend and yelling desperately, I got wrecked out there, help! I need a heal to remove negative effects. Ju Yan took the chance to escape and ran to help, casting his healing magic. The warrior thanked him and paid. Meanwhile, the girl didn't take her eyes off Ju Yan for a second. He felt like she was devouring him with her gaze. Turning slowly, he looked at her and said almost in tears, Sorry, but group battles are too much for my level. Trying to calm him, she replied, We have an S-rank tank and an S-rank mage. We'll carry you, no problem. But Ju Yan was quicker. He grabbed his money, rolled up his little mat, and bolted. As the boy ran away apologizing, she tried to stop him, but it was too late. Frustrated and teary-eyed, he thought, Even you, an S-rank, nearly died in a D-rank field not long ago. As he fled, wads of money flew through the air along with his tears. There was only one thought in his mind. When will I ever get to join a party with a babe like that? Night fell. and the city lights contrasted against the dark outside. From the balcony of his luxury suite, Ju-yeon lay back comfortably, enjoying the view while sipping a cold drink. A cheerful smile spread across his face. Finally, the long-awaited day has come. At exactly midnight, a notification popped up on his phone. You've received 10 SP thanks to passive income level 1. Would you like to upgrade passive income to level 2? Without hesitation, he began the process, spending 100 SP. Several notifications appeared in sequence. Unique trait, evolved subtrait, passive income level 2, generates 50 SP every day at midnight. Ju-yeon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoa! The generated SP increased fivefold. Now it's time to check the mission reward. The system displayed the following message. Tutorial mission complete. You received 100 SP. A unique trait has been activated. Random grant level 1. A random unique trait has been granted to the copied skill. Taking a sip of his soda, he reflected. A unique trait. It reflects the user's tendencies. Users could acquire the same skills through books, but the effectiveness varied greatly from person to person, mostly due to their unique traits. Without a related trait, the skill would perform worse than it did for the original user. He set his full glass of Coke down on the nearby table, thoughtful. Although the meteor in the tutorial map was an exception, are copied skills going to come with unique traits now too? That's cheating. But the word random began to bother him a little. In front of him, several windows popped up with new information. They analyzed one of the copied skills. Light of Recovery allowed Ju-yeon to perform near miraculous feats on the battlefield. It could regenerate severed limbs, heal fractures, restore 15% of HP, and remove status anomalies ranked E or lower. All of this cost 350 mana, although only 25 mana was required to activate it. However, the real game changer was its unique trait, which surprisingly increased critical attack power by 10%. It wasn't just a support skill, there was a hidden offensive edge to it. Within seconds, Ju-yeon looked at his phone, pondering. I'll have to test it myself to be sure. But what should I try first? He thought it was long past time to stop being just a hired healer. Then he glanced at another window. It was a tutorial mission requiring Ju-yeon to hunt monsters using a copied skill. This was the first step in mastering the system he had received. Completing this challenge would not only unlock part of the title Skill Master, but also increase his ability to copy a wider variety of skills as he leveled up. So far, he hadn't defeated any of the required 20 monsters, but the reward was tempting. 200 SP and the activation of a skill copier subtrait. Looking out at the cityscape, Ju-yeon muttered, Feels like someone's watching me in real time and sending these missions. Maybe it was that elf-like woman, the one who promised she'd keep watching him in his world. He then opened the saved skills playlist on his phone and declared, If it's time to hunt. He tapped on a specific video. It featured a little girl posted 10 months ago with 34.51 million views. He hesitated. Should I copy this skill just for practice? But soon he smiled with excitement. Whatever. Since it's random, I'm not expecting anything amazing. I'll just test it out. He activated the copy skill, successfully obtaining Fireball. Summons a fireball that can be launched within a 20-meter radius. Required mana, 10. Mana cost, 70. Flames surrounded Ju-yeon as he examined the new traits. Cognitive weakened enemies for 60 seconds, and rank F slow reduced mobility for the same duration. Surprised, he asked, Is there really someone behind these mission windows? The next day, Ju-yeon arrived at the entrance to the Daegwalyong sheep farm, wearing a modest brown coat to avoid drawing attention. Seeing a barrier, he thought, So this is the boundary between the field and reality? He took a deep breath to calm himself, still reflecting. It was frugal, but I spent everything I had on gear. It's going to be fine. His eyes widened with determination. All right then. Goodbye, hired healer. Hello, hunter. Later, online, comments about a video started popping up. Hey guys, have you heard of the fire psycho? That lunatic who massacred monsters with fireballs at the sheep farm? Yeah, that guy. A real psycho. He was smiling while burning them. I saw it too. First time in my life I felt bad for monsters. They tried to recruit him to a guild, but he declined. I guess he didn't like being called fire psycho. 3 guys showed up like vultures, offering bait disguised as perks. Join our guild and we'll give you VIP treatment. Ju-yeon read it all without a hint of excitement. That's not why I did it, after all. Surrounded by light, he said, I'm the one who turned down an offer from an S-rank beauty. But reality was much crueler. Ju-yeon was the one who walked away crying in disappointment. Remembering the hunting field, he thought, but was I actually smiling while hunting? He recalled attacking a medium-sized bull with 3 horns, launching fireballs, but the monsters seemed immune. No matter how much he hit them, they didn't fall. That's when Ju-yeon changed tactics and began laughing like a deranged psychopath. That's where all the comments came from. Now back in his luxurious apartment, he reflected, feeling a bit guilty. Well, I do remember getting really excited because the monsters were being wiped out so easily. Then a series of notifications appeared before him. Monsters defeated, 20 out of 20. Tutorial mission complete. You received 200 SP. Skill copier subtrait activated. Subtrait effect reduces the mana cost of copied skills by 10%. Total SP 800. Watching the video of his own hunt, he thought, I was about to stop because I was out of mana, but the mission reward reduced mana cost by 10%, so I kept going. Suddenly a post caught his attention. He exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, there's a boss raid post here too?" The post announced a raid against the Obsidian Bear, rank D, in Gangneung, emphasizing the need for high firepower and a good main DPS. Fortunately, they had a mage. The post also warned that getting too close to the bear triggered something important. The comments continued. The Fire Psycho joined the Obsidian Bear raid? Don't you have to be level 15 or lower to get the reward? Someone replied, he said it all depends on gear, and that he's level 5. In the end, no one judged the guy. The damage was insane, and everyone saw the bear go into berserk mode. Ju Yan looked at his hand, saying, It's true that it all depended on my gear. Thanks to it, I could spam fireballs non-stop. But then something hit him hard. He leaped from his chair, dropped to his knees, clenched fists, tears in his eyes, and cried out, I just remembered! The #1 player in the world, Milhamid God! I need to worship him again! A few days earlier, a crazy hunt was underway. A group of warriors struggled against a massive beast trying to coordinate. I'll hold aggro! Mages, stay in the back! Melee DPS, don't grab aggro! Amid the chaos, the protagonist received a notification. Tutorial quest, hunt a field boss monster. Field boss defeated. 0/1 reward, 500 SP. He stood at the rear, smiling with excitement. So you want me to hunt a boss? Before him, the beast raged, about to tear everyone apart, when a massive blast of fire struck its chest, knocking it back. Everyone turned to see who had done it. All eyes landed on Ju Yan, holding 2 blazing fireballs at his fingertips. And just like that, he began grilling Bear. The beast howled in pain, burning alive in the flames. Ju Yan seemed to enjoy watching the monster suffer. After a few more fireballs, the beast finally fell. The nearby warriors stared in shock. They couldn't believe it. The boss had gone down. But that was only the beginning. Suddenly the boss rose again, now twice its original size. It roared so loudly that several notification windows appeared. You are exposed to the Obsidian Bear's roar. All stats decrease by 3. Strength decreases by 2. The warriors froze. Their stats were dropping from fear. Agility down by 2. Evasion reduced by 2. Cries of despair rang out. It went berserk. It's a special phase. One warrior asked, But how much damage did we do? The others trembled, unable to reply. My strength dropped. I can't even lift my sword. Stay calm. The boss roared again, slashing its claws, but a swordsman barely blocked it. Even so, most of the warriors were paralyzed. A dense purple aura surrounded them, and in the middle of it all, Ju Yan stood still, staring at something. It was another notification. Additional tutorial quest. Copy a boss's special skill. 1 copy attempt available. Special skill copied. 1 reward, 200 SP. The copied skill was Obsidian Bear's Roar, unleashes a powerful roar if HP falls below 50% within 60 seconds. Ju Yan analyzed the boss, reading its stats carefully. All life forms within 30 meters with lower stats than the user suffer an additional -2 debuff. The user's stats are increased by +3 for each life form exposed to the roar. Amazed by the power, he whispered, Skill copy. And then the system began displaying several windows in rapid succession, copying Obsidian Bear's Roar, followed by applying Oblivion effect, then granting unique trait, and finally the most striking message. Unique trait, Oblivion randomly deletes 1 sub-option of the user's skill. As he watched the boss massacre the warriors around him, the boy thought, I can use this without any conditions? It doesn't even consume mana? That's just insane. His eyes glowed red and his tone changed as he declared, This skill disappears at midnight anyway. If I don't use it now, I'd be an idiot. Then he activated the skill. Obsidian Bear's Roar. Once again, the warriors were exposed to the bear's attack, but this time it was unleashed by the protagonist himself. Everyone was stunned. Nobody knew exactly what had happened. The warriors could only groan, He roared again, my stats are trash now. Meanwhile, the boy became much stronger, gaining +9 in strength, +9 in agility, and +9 in vitality. In front of him, the bear, just like the warriors, was also feeling the consequences of the attack. They were all completely frozen, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Seconds later, Ju Yan raised his hand and pointed his index finger upwards. Then he created a massive fireball and launched it at the boss without hesitation. The warriors watched the scene wide-eyed, in disbelief, as the protagonist received several notifications. Juyan leveled up after defeating the field boss. Victory was confirmed by the system, which showed that the special boss's skill had been copied and that the tutorial was now officially complete. As a reward, he received a total of 700 SP points, and he unlocked level 3 of the copy skill. Now in sub-training mode, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Filled with adrenaline, he thought to himself, "This is really thrilling." Finally, the enormous monster collapsed to the ground, now truly defeated. The warriors shouted in excitement, "That was insane!" Startled by the sudden reaction, Juyan pulled up his hood to hide his face, trying not to be recognized. As he was being cheered on, a strange sensation coursed through his body. It felt familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint where those jumbled memories were coming from. Soon after, the system announced to all players, "Absorbing the soul of the obsidian bear." All the bodies began to glow, including Juyan's, and each player received a permanent point in strength. While this happened, Juyan thought, "So this is the soul of a field boss? They say a boss's level is at least 10 higher than the field itself. If someone tries to make up for the gap by getting help from a more experienced player, the contribution system prevents anyone from looting. The boss's body just disappears. In the midst of all this danger, where you risk your life, there's only one reason why players face these bosses: rewards." Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, holding a pair of leather gloves. A boss item dropped! The great boss lay lifeless on the ground. All around it were various items and gold coins. Items worth hundreds of coins, along with the valuable materials the boss's body yields. A field boss is literally a body made of gold. Juyan was excited. "Wow, my strength finally hit 2. And besides that, everyone who joined the fight got a permanent stat boost from the boss's soul." At that moment, a group approached Juyan, calling him a mage. They thanked him for the hunt. "Excellent work. That attack was a huge success. This time the MVP was the raid leader, a mage, as expected of the fire psychopath." But one of the last remarks didn't sit well with Juyan. Soon after, the warrior who picked up the gloves approached him. "I was ready to get hurt when the boss went berserk, but your damage was so insane we got through unscathed. Everyone worked hard." He then opened the item's status window. The black dragon gloves were a piece of armor offering E-grade defense and a +3 bonus to strength. The real highlight, however, was the special skill. When HP drops below 30%, berserk mode is activated, increasing all stats by +2. This powerful ability, however, could only be used once every 24 hours. Thoughtful, the ally extended the gloves to Juyan, admitting, "This item is great overall, but the activation condition is a bit tricky." Juyan was disheartened. Being under 30% HP is like walking a tightrope over a cliff. The warrior then added, "The boss items and materials will be distributed by the player association. Any objections?" At that moment, a group approached the protagonist and the other players. A man in a white suit appeared in the background and declared, "I want to buy the boss item. I'll pay 90% of the appraised value in cash." He was flanked by several bodyguards in black suits. A young woman pointed, "Is it them?" Some of the warriors didn't seem to recognize them. So she explained, "You know, they say these guys show up like ghosts to buy boss items whenever one drops. They're being called boss item hunters. Apparently, they take everything, but if they pay in cash, it's a good deal for us." Juyan wasn't thrilled about it. What are these top-level guys plotting? There are all kinds of crazies out there. Then the man in the white suit snapped his fingers. Immediately, another man beside him opened a suitcase full of cash and announced, "Payment can be made right away." Juyan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money. He quickly changed his mind. "Well, no matter what they're scheming, cash in hand is always the best deal. Now I just have to hunt like crazy." And the deal was closed. Later, Juyan was back near the hunting grounds, offering his services as a healer. "Heals for sale," he announced half-heartedly, but something visibly weighed on him. He couldn't stop thinking, what's the point of earning nearly 10 million won? The image of a young saleswoman came to his mind. She had led him to a set of armor, and with an excited smile said, "The armor you're looking for is over here." But when Juyan saw the item's price, it felt like his soul was ripped from his body. Still full of excitement, the girl added, "Only 2 sets left in stock." But the boy was already trembling, desperate. With tears in his eyes and running away from the store, he shouted, "Just wait a little longer, please. I swear I'll be back." Alone and nearly catatonic, Juyan murmured, "If I had the obsidian bear's roar with oblivion applied, I could just focus on hunting." Then, he mentally summoned the tutorial quest reward window. Before him appeared the interface titled, Tutorial Quest Reward Window. Among the listed items, the skill copy subtrait was highlighted, now part of his abilities. The mission stated, Collect special skills from boss monsters whose souls you have absorbed. The collected skills can be copied at any time. He reflected, thanks to the mission reward, I can now copy boss skills. However, there was a catch. He kept reading. Obsidian Bear's roar unleashes a powerful roar if HP drops below half within 60 seconds. Juyan remarked that having to drop below half HP to activate the roar was a bit too much. Still, he had a lot of fun with the copied skill in another field before it vanished. He remembered himself laughing like a madman, shouting, "Burn, all of you!" Stretching, he muttered to himself, "All right, since there are no clients yet, let's spend some of those saved-up status points in SP." He considered his options. If I'm going with the fantasy theme, Swordsman would be the way to go. But this isn't a game with extra lives. I don't have a choice. Then something on the screen caught his eye. His magic stat rose from 41 to 48, and if he used 500 SP, he could evolve the skill, not just making one copy, but two. Juyan looked at the status window with gleaming eyes. 2 copies available, awesome. Right after, a notification popped up. Tutorial mission daily quest activated. By completing different types of tasks, he could earn SP, and the reward this time was 300 SP. The Master Sub-Trait skill was also activated. The first daily quest appeared. Reward of 80 SP. Curious, he wondered, what happens if I copy the same skill twice? The boy decided to test his theory by activating the copy skill while watching a video, trying to copy the healing light. A new trait appeared, a unique trait called Conservation, which reduced mana cost by 5%. He thought, if I copy it again, will only the trait change? Or will I get 2 different versions of the same skill? Without hesitation, he tried once more, and it worked. It was a jackpot. Proudly holding up his advertising signs, the boy got ready to sell. It's now or never, heals for sale, XP buff plus 5%, duration 5 hours, only 1,000,001. Several explorers were wandering nearby. Juyan took a deep breath and shouted for all to hear. 5% XP buff, lasts 5 hours, only 1,000,001. This kind of deal doesn't come around every day. Today's buff is limited time only. Of course, that drew attention. Murmurs began spreading among the crowd. Is this real? Does that EXP buff really exist? Another pointed out, never heard of it before. What if he just takes the money and runs? On the outside, Juyan looked confident, smiling brightly, holding his sign like a trophy. But inside, he was screaming, "Don't hesitate, you idiots. I don't have time, so come at me like a starving pack and let me earn those millions already." Then someone approached, catching his attention. It was the girl he had healed days ago. With a gentle smile, she removed her hood and greeted him. "Long time no see, huh?" And without losing her teasing tone, she launched a direct strike at the protagonist's heart. "Still not in the mood to hunt with us?" Juyan could barely withstand the girl's radiant aura. He was nearly blinded. Wasting no time, he declared, "As you can see, I'm only open for the services listed on the sign." The girl didn't seem very pleased with the response. She just looked at him and sighed. Then she smiled again and teased. "Healer, you haven't gotten your first customer yet, right? Appa and I will buy the buff." Her brother, standing right behind her, didn't seem thrilled about this decision. Although surprised, Juyan kept his composure, held up his sign, and replied modestly, "Welcome. Right this way, please." Seeing the boy's demeanor, the brother commented suspiciously, "I get the feeling this has happened before. Or is it just my imagination?" Juyan cast the healing light on the two of them, and the magic happened right before everyone's eyes. Once he finished, the girl handed him a card. "Call me later, please." The card read, Kim Hye-ji, and right below was her phone number. She hadn't given up yet and stated, "We really do need a skilled healer." As the siblings walked away from Juyan, the beautiful girl shouted for everyone to hear, "Hey everyone, this buff is real! It lasts 5 hours and gives 5% more experience, I guarantee it!" Within seconds, chaos erupted. Everyone wanted the boy's buff. Seeing the amount of money he could make, Juyan couldn't hold back. "She helped me so kindly, thank you so much, Hye-ji, you're amazing." Trying to control the crowd, the protagonist shouted, "All right, form a line. As soon as my mana recovers, I'll cast the spell." As Kim Hye-ji and her brother walked away, he watched her with a puzzled expression. Finally, the armored man spoke. "You called me a complete idiot before, and now, why do you keep approaching a newbie without any equipment?" She simply replied, "I already told you. Our party, with me dealing explosive damage and you tanking, has a good balance between offense and defense, but..." Thinking about Juyan, she added, "We need a healer." As she crossed the barrier into the monster zone, she concluded, "Besides, he has a new kind of XP buff. There's a good chance he has a really useful, unique trait." But her brother was still skeptical and said, "He's still just a newbie." Facing hundreds of lizard monsters, the young mage sighed. "That makes it even more meaningful. Before others realize his potential." And the battle began. The young mage shouted, "Firestorm!" A jet of flame swept through everything ahead, incinerating the monsters. In the background, her armored brother could only sigh. She winked at him, trying to calm him, and said, "Who knows? A player like him might become an incredible ranker in the future." After finishing the buffing job, Ju-Yan returned to the shop and bought his first armor. "Happy," he declared. "That's why I work hard and earn money." The system notified that the set effect was activated. Leather armor with 5 pieces equipped. All attributes increased by 2 points, and the armor received an extra enhancement level of +1. Reading the details, the boy reflected, wouldn't it be better to have passive income rather than depend on hard work? He then upgraded his passive income skill from level 2 to level 3. The cost was 200 skill points, but it also generated 200 per day, always at midnight. Ju-Yan's cheeks blushed. Even so, he wore a terrifying grin from ear to ear. Excited, he did some calculations. "Now I'll accumulate SP even while standing still. Let's see. Level 2 trait costs 2,000 SP. Soon the boy got discouraged. Level 3 daily quest cost 3,000 SP, and he went into shock as he continued analyzing the windows. Level 3 skill copy cost 4,000 SP. SP could also be earned through daily quests. He calculated a total of 9,800 SP. Since he earned 200 per day, it would take him a grueling 49 days to complete everything. He had to come up with a strategy to stop thinking about it. Still, he kept looking up at the sky, murmuring and glowing faintly. Passers-by thought Ju-Yan was pretty strange. One of them thought, "Wow, he talks to himself a lot," while another found his face familiar and muttered, "Have I seen this guy before?" Ju-Yan also realized something and shouted, "I need to raise my stats if I want to make good progress." Ignoring the men staring at him, he shouted even louder, "I better go face a field boss now." The protagonist had almost forgotten, but remembered to wear his old brown cloak, since his face was becoming somewhat known as a healer. And to complete the disguise, he put on glasses and declared, "Time to act as the hidden master again." Soon the boy was in a completely muddy hunting field. Trying to clean his boots, he muttered, "Damn, why does this field have to be in a swamp?" It was the Gararim Bay field, rank F. Analyzing the area's condition, the boy thought, with terrain like this, melee DPS and tanks are useless. Ju-Yan compared that place to the field he had been in before. The sheep ranch was clean and nice, probably because it was for beginners. Holding his cloak, he walked slowly through the swamp and murmured, "If only there weren't a level cap in this field. I wouldn't have such a hard time collecting boss souls." There was a curious fact. The level cap for rank F fields was level 19. Only 5 boss souls per rank could be absorbed. Ju-Yan remembered a lesson he had read. The most important one for any field boss raid, and that applied to all kinds of raids, was that these battles were extremely difficult and dangerous. That's why there was a rule number 1 that could never be ignored. Never join random groups recruited by the community. Ever. If someone told you not to join, it was because you really shouldn't. Completely ignoring this advice, Ju-Yan muttered, "They told me not to join community pugs, but it worked out against the Shadow Bear, so it should be fine now too." Arms crossed and with no motivation to continue, he soon announced, "I want to go home." He saw some warriors talking with beautiful female warriors. Biting his lip hard, his red vital fluid dripped from his mouth, and the young man thought with tears in his eyes, "Did I come to a raid or to watch a group date?" Soon someone approached him. When Ju-Yan turned around, the other warrior was shocked to realize he was a guy. The cloak and the fact that he had been facing away had fooled him. But there was something else. Ju-Yan felt frustrated and thought, "All I did was reverse my name in the nickname, was that the problem?" But then he realized what was happening. Wait, did I accidentally take one of the girls' spots in this 5v5 date raid? At that moment, the protagonist looked at that guy from earlier and realized why he had come after him. The boy couldn't even finish the thought. That raid was a complete mess. In the end, Ju-Yan just mentally stated coldly to the leader of that group, "You should have checked more carefully before recruiting players." The blonde guy in armor, apparently the leader, was holding a girl in his arms and soon announced, "All right, now that everyone's here, let's start the briefing." Each warrior was already paired up with someone. In the back, the protagonist observed the scene with his arms crossed and a sulky expression, thinking, "Looks like this won't end with just a group meetup." The blonde continued explaining, "Some of you may already be familiar with the strategy, but I'll explain it once more just to be sure. The boss of Gararim Bay, the mud crab, gets faster each time it's hit with a debuff, so don't apply any. Even self-inflicted debuffs like vital fluid loss affect it, so we need to defeat it without causing any injuries if possible. Applying debuffs increases the mud crab's stats, and if it accumulates enough, it uses a special ability." Excited, the blonde said, "I've captured the mud crab in Gararim Bay 8 times already, so relax." An excited girl replied, "I trust you, Appa." In the back, the protagonist pondered, what if its special ability is gaining stats from debuffs? Suddenly he got excited. If that's the case, then it's a buffing debuff. This could be more useful than I thought. Meanwhile, the warriors kept flirting, which only made the protagonist even more annoyed. That's when a monster appeared. It looked like a shell with a mouth full of sharp teeth. The blonde warrior charged forward and cut them in half. He was skilled, or at least he looked like it. In reality, the beasts were tiny. Juyan watched the monsters with a dazed expression. The other warriors kept attacking the small creatures like their lives depended on it. The scene was so absurd, the protagonist thought, acting almighty while hunting something that looks like a clam chowder ingredient. Thinking they were doing great, the blonde turned to the girls and declared, "As your senior, I'll protect you all, so don't worry." But then, a real monster appeared. Giant tentacles burst from the ground, spreading in all directions, and the first to flee was the blonde warrior. Juyan stared at him in disbelief. "You said you protect them. Where are you going?" Some archers sprang into action. One of them called out, "The mud crab only appears after enough monster corpses pile up, so make sure to eliminate all the trash mobs too." A rain of arrows fell upon the monsters. Everything seemed under control. The team appeared to be managing the creatures, even if they looked troublesome at first. Watching closely, the protagonist muttered, "Whew, they're really soaring out there." The beast lay on the ground covered in arrows. The protagonist thought, "I get that they have enough skill to act smug in an F-rank field, so when's the main course showing up?" That's when a massive worm emerged, devouring the fallen monsters. Its size was dozens of times greater than the ones taken down by the archers. The real challenge had begun. Everyone switched to defense mode. Shouts echoed, "We're starting the raid now, get into formation." More and more monsters emerged from the depths, one of them a giant crab. Panic broke out. Assessing the situation, someone shouted a warning. "The mud crab only moves sideways, so keep it in front of you and only move forward and back." At that moment, Juyan's eyes locked on the creatures. He stood wide-eyed. Many incredible monsters had shown up. He closely analyzed their stats. The skill alteration resistance allowed him to resist changes caused by buffs and debuffs. For each effect stacked, all of his stats increased by 1 point. And if 5 or more effects stacked, he'd get an extra 5-point bonus to all stats. A big grin spread across his face. This was a jackpot. Several monsters began chasing the players. There were squids, crabs, stingrays. Chaos erupted as everyone started running. One of the players yelled, "Damn it! The crab is moving sideways! Fall back!" Although it only moved sideways, the crab kept changing direction, which terrified the players even more. While the warriors were retreating, the archers tried to slow down the monster's advance with a rain of arrows. Further back, the protagonist carefully observed the attack patterns of both monsters and players. He soon thought, if the skill's description doesn't list conditions or duration, then that means it's always active, a passive that increases stats as more buffs or debuffs are applied. The boy looked genuinely excited by his analysis. Meanwhile, farther back, the blonde warrior tried to coordinate attacks. "Only use physical attacks, please!" The protagonist looked at him with disdain. "Why is the main tank all the way back here?" And then he recalled what the man had said earlier. The boss of Garoram Bay, the mud crab, gets faster with each debuff applied, so never apply any debuffs. Especially self-inflicted ones like vital fluid loss. They count too. We have to take it down while causing as little injury as possible. So, Juyan thought to himself, if the physical attacks keep going like this, it's going to cause vital fluid loss. That's a debuff too. The archers were still in position, launching arrows non-stop. A volley struck the crab's tough shell. The protagonist observed, the tank draws aggro while the others attack from a distance? But something felt off. So that's why the team leader assigned so many ranged attackers. But this is way too slow. How are we supposed to defeat that thing with its monstrous shell without hurting it? Soon the blonde stepped in. He strutted forward and started stretching his arms, announcing, "I guess it's my turn now." The protagonist just thought, "Shouldn't you already be out there?" The blonde then called to a girl, "Hyoju, give me a buff." The girl struck a cute pose and replied cheerfully, "A buff filled with Hyoju's love, coming right up." From a distance, the protagonist simply observed, "Their little performance is out of this world." He closed his eyes and reflected, "Better let them keep playing around over there. All right, the answer is to wipe everything out all at once." At that moment, a wave of lightning burst from the protagonist's right side. It was Hyoju applying her skill to the blonde swordsman. Juyan's face went pale with surprise. That was an SS rank skill called Radiant Power. It applied 4 random buffs to the target, one for every 50 mana points spent. The activation cost was 1,000 mana. If the user had a unique buff trait of rank S or higher, the effect's duration was doubled. Moreover, if the mana used was 150 or more, only A rank or higher buffs would be applied. When used on oneself, the skill doubled in duration, and its effects were increased by 50%. Now the blonde's body was glowing with golden energy. Ju Yan's eyes widened. An SS rank buff skill in a place like this? Earlier, at the shop, the store clerk had asked excitedly, "Excuse me, customer, do you happen to record broadcasts or something like that?" The boy got nervous, thinking she recognized him from the video. Without hesitation, he quickly replied that he didn't do that kind of thing. The clerk then explained, "I heard it's trendy now among those wandering the fields to record videos for UserTube." That's when he realized she just wanted to make a sale. The young vendor promptly announced, "We have a recommended item prepared especially for customers like you." The protagonist tried to stop her. "No, I really don't." But it was too late. She had already launched into her pitch. With the most advanced anti-shake OIS function, you can record vivid and realistic battle scenes. If a large-scale fight breaks out and you can't handle it, you can always upload an epic video of your final moments for your future loved ones to see. Of course, being a user-tuber, Ju Yan became interested. "What did you just say?" Back in the present, he adjusted his glasses while observing the girl's skill. The glasses were the item Ju Yan had bought specifically to record boss fights. The boy then declared, "I can't believe bringing this just to record the boss's skills ended up being this useful. Using change resistance, which increases stats as buffs are applied, along with radiant power, a buff skill. If I use them together, I'll be unbeatable." His eyes gleamed. "This is amazing." Then he wondered why a buffer like that would be in a place like this. The swordsman, very late, finally drew his sword and announced, "Now I'll draw its attention." The protagonist couldn't hold back and laughed at the scene. Before leaving, the blonde looked at him and said, "Yeonju, please hit the beast with a powerful attack." At that moment, the boy launched numerous fireballs at the giant crab. All the monsters were engulfed in flames. The protagonist mentally apologized to the swordsman. "Sorry for ruining your heroic moment, but I'm taking the main course. I saved my trump card just for this." In seconds, Ju Yan clenched his fist and a series of explosions erupted like fireworks. It was a D-rank skill called Explosion. It detonated embers in a 20-meter radius. To use it, he needed at least 25 mana points available, and it consumed 250 mana total. Its unique trait, Chain Explosion, F rank, made it so targets hit by 5 or more overlapping explosions took 10% extra damage. Suddenly, a wonderful and familiar smell filled the battlefield. Someone commented, "This monster smells like those dishes where you mix rice inside the crab shell, put the meat on top, and take a huge bite." The crab, now belly up with a giant hole in its center, looked fully cooked. If it weren't a monster, it'd be a perfect meal. Even so, the smell was tempting. In the background, the blonde warrior stood stunned, but he didn't give up. He advanced with his sword in attack position and shouted, "Everyone fall back! It might go berserk any moment!" The swordsman started slashing the creature's remains in a frenzy. It was a pitiful scene to witness. A glowing halo emerged from the crab's head, signaling its defeat. Several items appeared around it. The beast had been slain. A system alert appeared. Absorbing Soul of Field Boss, F rank Mangrove Crab. The reward was the addition of 1 mana point. In the background, Hyoju was shouting excitedly to the blonde, "You were amazing!" But everyone else, including the protagonist, thought his actions were pathetic. Suddenly, an unexpected notification popped up in front of the protagonist. Change resistance. A had been registered in the boss skill list. He couldn't contain his excitement. "Awesome, I got everything I wanted. Now I just need to go back and test how radiant power and change resistance synchronize. It's going to be perfect." But just as he was about to return home, a group of warriors approached him. They all seemed to have something to say to Ju Yan. One of them said, "Your unique trait is at least rank A or S, right? That was a crazy hard carry." Another added, "Thanks. I managed to grab the soul easily thanks to you." A girl even asked for the boy's number. Ju Yan was surprised by the sudden attention. Soon after, he got an invitation. "If you don't have any plans after this, how about we go out for a bit?" In the background, the blonde swordsman shouted, trying to control the situation. "Guys, you're getting too excited! We still need to split the loot, come back here!" The blonde began tearing up, touched that at least one person hadn't abandoned him. "Hyoju, at least you stayed by my side." But the girl responded cheerfully. "Yeonju was the one who carried the fight. He should get the biggest share, right?" The blonde was stunned. Then everyone began chiming in, "I think so too. I don't mind giving everything to Yeonju. Honestly, I didn't do anything." In the back, another player added, "If Yeonju's getting everything, he can have my share too." Meanwhile, a man in a black suit was observing everything from afar. In front of him, the boss crab lay defeated. A bit ahead, the blonde swordsman was on the ground, with the girl who had the S-rank skill behind him trying to comfort him. The rest of the warriors walked alongside Ju Yan, excited about his performance against the boss. The man in the suit then contacted someone through a device. No boss item dropped at the Garoram Bay incursion. All right, we're heading to the next incursion field. Without anyone noticing, he vanished from the scene, slipping away behind the defeated blonde. Hyoju, in turn, was gazing at the sky. Her expression suddenly changed. She had spotted something dangerous, though the scene didn't reveal what it was. On another day, Juyan was roasting some boars in a monster field using his fireballs. Suddenly, the system notified him. Daily mission complete. 300 SP received. Exhausted, he threw himself to the ground to catch his breath. Staring at the clouds in the sky, he thought, how long is it going to take to level sample to level 3? He remembered the buffs he had received. The effect of SS rank radiant power and A rank change resistance. He had been surprised at the time, and questioned whether those attributes were real. Then he reasoned, combining A rank change resistance with SS rank radiant power gives insane buffs, but the problem is, before finishing the thought, he opened his status window. The level 2 sample window appeared. This skill restored both copy counts at midnight and cost 4,000 SP. He quickly reflected, with sample at level 2, I don't have enough copies. My stats go up, but I don't have real skills to use. I guess the only way is to upgrade sample to level 3. Juyan began flailing on the ground. The boy needed more SP, so he threw a tantrum and shouted, earning SP through daily missions sucks, it's so slow. He pouted and looking at the sky begged whoever might be watching, come on, isn't there a decent admin out there who'll give me a good mission? Nothing happened. He stayed on the ground waiting for something. Eventually, he sighed, as if that's ever gonna happen. What am I doing with my life? But suddenly, several notification windows appeared before him. He sat up excitedly, staring at one of them. The notification said that the main mission tutorial, B, had been activated. The boy needed to complete it to receive a reward of 4,000 skill points SP, and to unlock 4 unique subtraits. But soon his expression changed. Juyan wondered in disbelief. 4,000? What kind of main mission is this? Suddenly a shadow covered him. He looked up, terrified. Even the city, previously bathed in sunlight, was enveloped in darkness. Countless monsters invaded the skies, throwing the population into panic. This was a special mission. Special Field Mission Rank F Canal Sky Island. Entry level 1 to 39. Juyan remained sitting in the middle of the hunting field's grass, surrounded by notification windows. One of them announced the main mission, whose objective was to clear the Special Field Rank F. Among the rewards, he would receive 10,000 SP, a selection ticket for subtrait enhancement, and a random Skill Master reward box. Special fields are territories exclusively dominated by monsters. As they expand, the Earth's conversion into a battlefield accelerates. In moments, countless huge black beasts filled the skies. The final notification made the mission clear. Clear the special field for the survival of Earth and humanity. Everything was in chaos. Breaking news covered events in real time. Urgent news! A large-scale Special Field Class F, Canal Sky Island, has appeared over Seoul and Gyeonggi Province. The pillars of light are presumed to be portals leading to Canal Sky Island. The user association is under emergency control due to the Sky Island. Flights in Incheon and Gimpo have been suspended indefinitely. Residents living in the field's area of influence complain about the lack of sunlight. Heroes began being interviewed. I'm Kim, a Class C user. Since the field's entry level is only from 1 to 39, I think the association should expedite authorization to enter the portal. The updates did not stop. Interrupting all channels, a bombshell news invaded the screens. Urgent. Reports indicate special fields have appeared simultaneously in several locations worldwide. International cooperation between affected countries is underway. One report informed that this was the 3rd day the fields were under the user association's control, and that restricted access users were showing increasing dissatisfaction. Regarding Japan, nightly broadcasts highlighted the sudden appearance of a landmass half the size of South Korea next to Tokyo. People following the broadcast commented, since Japan's special field isn't a sky island, it must be nice not to worry about sunlight. But another angrily responded, that's not the problem, you idiot. While 2 men argued, Juyan watched another alarming report about a Special Field Class B. Several level 70 monsters were crossing into Tokyo. Colossal ogres appeared on screen, destroying everything in their path. The news suggested this could be the end of humanity. Juyan put away his phone. Waiting for the signal to cross the street, the 2 men continued talking. Level 70 is almost Class S, right? The entry level is from 41 to 70. Madness seemed to be everywhere. As soon as the pedestrian signal turned green on the other side of the street, a man answered a press conference surrounded by reporters. The user association is receiving active government support, so we can evaluate the fields as quickly as possible. The situation in other countries shows the special fields are extremely unfavorable. Juyan kept walking. hearing the man's words in the background. Therefore, after gathering enough information, we intend to devise a strategy to clear Canel Sky Island, including offering rewards. Trying to follow his routine, he went to an equipment shop. Observing the chaos around him, he could only think, what a mess. Later, while waiting to be served, Juyan evaluated his options before the system windows. Can I get some SP in advance? He read about unearned income, level 3. Granted the user 200 SP daily at midnight. The activation cost was 5,000 SP. Trust Grant level 1 allowed a copied skill to randomly receive a unique category F skill. Cost 2,000 SP. And efficiency level 1 reduced mana consumption of copied skills by 10%. To activate it, an investment of 800 SP was needed. While reading the notifications, he thought, when I finish the main mission, I'll have 14,000 more SP. Combined with what I already have, that should be enough to raise all my detailed stats by 1 level. The protagonist was determined and clenched his fist, declaring, I absolutely have to complete this mission. I have no choice. Soon the saleswoman appeared holding a small box and thanked Juyan for his patience. Opening the box, a golden glow illuminated the protagonist's face. He couldn't help but think upon seeing the items. Wow, so this is what a 70 million won item looks like. Among the items was a skull-shaped ring, the Cursed Mana Ring, a dark accessory that increased mana by 100 points, but at the cost of reducing strength by 1 point. The other item was an equally sinister bracelet, the Cursed Mana Bracelet, also an accessory, granting a 100 mana bonus but decreasing agility by 1 point. The saleswoman, visibly excited, asked with a smile, so you're looking for the Cursed Mana Ring and Bracelet, 2 distinct accessories, right? Juyan nodded and, thoughtful, closed the small green box. The set will give me 200 extra mana, raising my total to 1510. Even if my attributes decrease a bit, focusing solely on magic seems safer. Suddenly an idea struck him. Now that I think about it, how much would armor cost? He asked the saleswoman directly. By any chance, what's the estimated price for a Class D to C armor set? Smiling as if about to hit her monthly target, she answered, 400 million won. While the young man processed the absurd amount, she still asked, would you like to buy the armor too? But Juyan discreetly stood up and declined. For now, he only needed the accessories. As he walked toward the exit, he couldn't help but think sarcastically, using the equivalent of a whole house's worth of money to fight is too much. At the back of the shop, the saleswoman politely said goodbye, thanking him for his preference. Wearing his cape, and now with a portable camera hanging from his neck, Juyan headed to the monster field barrier. Before the barrier, he stopped thoughtfully. Is this the entrance? Glasses are really uncomfortable, so I used the leftover money to buy a body camera, but maybe I shouldn't have waited so long to do that? At that moment, he remembered the saleswoman's smooth talk, always pushing products. With that thought, he sighed lightly, pushed the idea away, and took out his phone. Let me check the community reviews before entering. The comments were alarming. The attack power here is insane compared to the field's level. A high-level user I know was completely wiped out and had to retreat. Melee users, keep your distance. They don't call it Sky Island for nothing, half the monsters fly. Even ranged attackers are shaking since tanks can't attract flyers. Maybe because it's floating in the sky, the oxygen density is so low I get out of breath just running a bit. Juyan frowned, worried. Judging by these reactions, this seems more like an S-class field than an F. Even so, he advanced toward the barrier separating the human world from the monster world. Smiling, he said, well, those who failed and ran away probably exaggerated. It can't be that bad, right? Crossing the barrier, his body was filled with bright lights, and in the blink of an eye, he was kneeling in a vast green field, surrounded by small, harmless green creatures resembling slimes. Enchanted by the scenery, he observed the monsters and murmured, they didn't even attack me. Makes me want to sit here and eat my lunchbox. Maybe this place is better than I thought. At that moment, a desperate scream interrupted him. A warrior had been captured by a griffin-like creature, its neck and part of its body covered in stones. While being carried, the warrior cried and begged for help. The creature released him, and the fall was fatal. Juyan watched everything, paralyzed. He had no time or chance to help. Other creatures began to surround him, flying in the skies. In response, the protagonist conjured 2 fireballs, ready to defend himself if necessary. Thus, he said casually, I can only trust my fireballs. Challenging the flying monsters, the young man faced one of the beasts and warned, if you try to get close, I'll turn you into roasted chicken. In the background, Juyan heard the sound of an intense battle. Turning around, he saw a man with a giant blue shield protecting his ally from griffin attacks. Looking closer, he realized the monsters were all heading to the same point. It was the sibling duo. The tank was drawing the beast's attention, while Kim Hyeji hid behind him, waiting for the right moment to strike. At the exact moment, her staff burst into flames, and she unleashed the powerful firestorm attack, incinerating the griffins instantly. Juyan watched the scene, impressed. Wow, the damage was incredibly strong. The protagonist looked at Kim Hyeji, surprised. I already thought she was strong, but not this much. After wiping out the monsters, she continued walking behind her brother, stretching. That wasn't as hard as I thought. But her brother warned, "Okay, just please don't let your guard down and get hurt again." Meanwhile, Juyan reflected, "So far, I only copied Fireball. Should I copy that skill too?" Just then, a little green creature sneaked up behind him, and he didn't notice. Kim Hyeji, still talking to her brother, said, "Honestly, if there had been a healer back then, I wouldn't have been hurt so badly, right? The more I think about it, the more I regret. If I had recruited that healer I found earlier, hunting would be much easier now." Suddenly, a scream caught the young woman's attention. It was Juyan, with a green creature clinging to his leg. He couldn't hold back some desperate shouts. "Get off! Don't ride my leg!" The little creature already had half of his leg in its mouth. Desperate, he shook his leg wildly, trying to get free from the creature. Noticing the brothers' incredulous looks, a shiver ran down his spine. He looked at them, and they all exchanged awkward glances. Kim Hyeji recognized Juyan and raised her hands with an ironic smile. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise. You look a bit busy." Juyan bit his lips, frustrated. That unexpected reunion couldn't have been more embarrassing. Meanwhile, the little green creature happily clung to the poor protagonist's leg. Shortly after, the small creature cried as it was grabbed by Kim Hyeji's brother. On the other side, the protagonist also had tears in his eyes, silently thanking the armored warrior for his help. Without thinking twice, the warrior threw the little green monster over his shoulder, sending it flying to the moon. Sitting on the ground, clutching the boots he had just bought for an enormous fortune, the protagonist cried with emotion, "Damn, these shoes are expensive." Meanwhile, the tank, whose name had not yet been revealed, watched the scene with a mixture of surprise and discomfort, thinking to himself, "Is this the healer I met at the park? Is Hyeji really going to try to get him back in the group again?" The warrior looked at his sister, trying to understand what she was planning. But seeing her excited face, he was sure of one thing. She was really going to try to recruit him again. Hyeji approached the boy, leaving him speechless and completely cornered. "Healer? Wow, what luck to find you again like this." Grabbing the protagonist's arm with some enthusiasm, she smiled and said, "If we keep bumping into each other like this, it's going to seem like fate is trying to put us in the same group." In the background, her brother just sighed regretfully, while Juyan shuddered inside. He thought anxiously, "I just wanted to do some hunting today." Desperately, he tried to free himself. "Hyeji, please, let go of my arm." But Kim Hyeji wouldn't give up. In fact, at that moment, the young woman basically announced she was definitely going to drag him along today. As the beautiful girl shook the protagonist like a doll, the boy realized he had no choice this time. He thought, without any enthusiasm, "I guess I'll have to use my last copy of Healing Light." With a resigned sigh, he said to the excited girl, "Okay, today I'll be your healer, but I need to do something first." Actually, Juyan needed some time alone. He thought impatiently, "I need to step away a bit to copy a skill." Awkwardly, he announced to the siblings, "I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom." But inside, he was worried. If I want to copy a skill, I need to see the user. But I can't exactly say that. Realizing Kim Hyeji wouldn't let him go so easily, he tried again. "It's really an emergency, seriously." And inside, frustrated, Juyan could only lament, "Great, I'm starting to totally ruin my image." Later, the hunt began. The griffins, with their wild eyes and sharp instincts, started preparing to attack, wielding huge rocks as if they weighed nothing. Using their sharp claws, they held the stones with frightening ease, ready to throw them at any moment. Meanwhile, the group of siblings, accompanied by the protagonist, was completely surrounded, with the creatures flying around like predators waiting for the right moment to strike. The creatures hurled a huge rock at the tank, who held firm with his giant shield. Deep inside, Juyan thought, "If I get close, I'll be barbecue." Is this beast actually thinking now? Suddenly, a herd of rhinoceros monsters furiously charged toward the protagonist. Juyan was cornered, about to be hit head-on, but Kim Hyeji kept her promise. With a huge leap, she positioned herself in front of him and, before attacking, turned and winked at Juyan. Then she launched a powerful attack called Firewall against the furious rhinoceroses. Relentlessly, the young woman kept casting consecutive spells with her staff, shouting the incantations with determination. "Fire Spear! Fire Rain!" Each casting was more intense than the last, setting the surrounding field ablaze with uncontrollable fury. The beasts kept piling up, but in the end, everything was reduced to ashes. Her armored brother soon reprimanded her. "I told you not to advance alone." But Hyeji tried to justify herself. Why are you saying that again? We defeated them, so it's all good." Juyan just stood between the two, staring at the burnt remains of the rhinoceroses and griffins on the ground, murmuring to himself, "Well, there's no room left for me to shine here." Curious about Kim Hyeji's skills, Juyan asked her directly, "That was incredible. Do S-Class users usually have this many skills?" At that moment, the protagonist also thought, if S-Class is like this, how many skills would an X-Class user have? Excited, she gave a thumbs up. Most were learned by buying skill books. And at that moment, the protagonist realized, in the end, it all comes down to money anyway. After that, the group continued the hunt, now facing a huge two-headed crocodile in a lake. Deep down, Juyan was frustrated, with tears in his eyes. It was suffocating not being able to attack any monster while next to those two siblings. Unable to contain himself, he launched a huge fireball straight at the crocodile's head. The siblings were shocked by the magnitude of the attack and slowly turned to look at the boy they thought was just a healer. Juyan knew that normally his spells would be much smaller, at least 10 or even 20 times smaller than the one he had just launched. If it had been that way, it would have gone unnoticed, but that wasn't the case. Desperate, he watched the crocodile catch fire and thought, "What? Why did this fireball get so big?" Kim Hyeji approached, confronting him directly. "Juyan, be honest, your magical power is greater than mine, isn't it? Are you really a healer?" He tried to hide it. It's just normal." But then he realized what had happened. Tisk. Because of that unique random trait, the skill was activated way stronger than I imagined. That was an overload. It doubled the mana consumption of the skill, and consequently increased the skill's additional damage by 20%, although the damage boost wasn't worth the excessive mana cost. Juyan kept trying to justify himself to the siblings. Although healers are already considered a respected class, we need to train defensive skills since they're essential for leveling up. Hyeji, frowning, insisted, "Then at least tell me how much mana you have." The boy looked away nervously. "Haha, I have a reasonable amount. Just reasonable." In reality, he had a lot of mana. Currently, he had 1,408 out of a total of 1,510. The armored brother looked at him suspiciously. Juyan could only think, "There's nothing wrong with having a lot of mana. I can still use this skill 13 more times, but now I'm healer Yu Juyan, not a mage. So, I need to be careful." Noticing the piercing, judging look from the brother, Juyan pointed and tried to break the mood. "Wow, look at that gaze, it cuts right through the soul." He also noticed the presence of several other warriors nearby, and concluded cautiously, "There are other users around here. I need to use my skills a bit more carefully." Meanwhile, the other warriors mercilessly slaughtered the defenseless green slime-like monsters. In fact, it looked more like a massacre. One of the small slimes, feeling cornered, stared at a warrior with tears in its eyes, begging for mercy, but it was no use. Soon it was eliminated without any pity as well. Tired of that repetitive hunting, one of the players questioned his teammate. "How much longer do I have to keep doing this crap?" While holding a blade, a warrior reprimanded him. "Hey, don't let your guard down and keep an eye on the flying monsters." But the other seemed not to care. "I am watching, damn it. I came all the way to Celestial Island just to finish off these ridiculous little creatures. My pride as a player is dying." Further ahead, two skilled young warriors were locked in a fierce battle against a colossal rhinoceros. In the background, one of the friend of the guy with his pride hurt, wielding a spiked club, pointed and said, "Oh yeah? Then go fight one of those big guys and get yourself killed." Suddenly, a system notification appeared for all players on the field. The number of living creatures eliminated on Celestial Island has reached the conditions to summon the boss. But the warriors continued the massacre, paying little attention to it. "Let's finish him fast, and then you can pay me back. Now it's my turn." The ground of the island was covered with bodies, green slimes, stone griffins, rhinoceroses, all fallen, lifeless. It was a brutal confrontation. The warriors' excitement was visible. They advanced furiously, annihilating everything in their path, ignoring the system notifications. Until another notification appeared. "The Lord of Celestial Island has awakened." A colossal being with red eyes rose. It had a third, even larger and redder eye in the center of the golden helmet it wore. Its armor was also golden and gleaming. The players on the monster field didn't understand the situation. Enchanted and frightened, they stared at the creature, trying to figure out what it was. One of them looked to the sky and asked his friend, "Hey, is there something up there?" "Not several, just one, but what is that?" The creature floated above the skies, and its gigantic body was now fully visible. It had 4 wings on its back and 2 long, sharp swords strapped to its waist. Its body was extremely muscular, looking like it had been carved from stone. 3 warriors watched the apparition, wondering if it could be an angel. The mysterious being still hovered motionless. Suddenly, it raised its arms and countless golden chains detached from its body, spreading out in several directions. A giant notification appeared for all players. Celestial swords summoned. For each living being eliminated on Celestial Island, damage is amplified. The number of swords summoned increases as the field is dominated. Condemnation activated on Celestial swords. Juyan watched everything carefully. Reading the notifications, he panicked. He shouted, alerting everyone, "It's an area attack!" Soon after, countless super-sharp swords began falling from the sky toward all players. Acting quickly, Kim Hyeji's brother, whose name was still unknown, raised his blue shield to block the giant sword attacks. The pressure was intense, but he held, albeit with difficulty. The blades accumulated around his shield, trying to break through the tank's barrier. Elsewhere on the field, chaos reigned. Warriors fell screaming, pleading for their lives. Some lost legs, others lost arms. It was a scene of pure despair. The protagonist group managed to withstand the attack, but the tank used almost all his energy. He bent over, trying to recover his breath and strength. Kim Hyeji approached, concerned, and asked if her brother was okay. Feeling pain all over his body, he replied with difficulty, "Blocking the swords gave me a debuff. Life, attack, defense. All my stats dropped. Looks like it's going to last about 10 minutes. While the warrior bent over in pain, with his sister by his side, the protagonist approached to start the healing process. "Forget about that creature for now. Let's heal you first." From his hands, an intense golden light emanated, while he also turned his gaze to the mysterious creature that had just awakened. That creature was level 59, and its name was Hanel, Sword of the Skies. That boss had the ability Medium Speed Enhancement, and also an attack called Angelic Descent. Its attributes were impressive: strength at 22 points, agility 39, vigor 28, and magical power 75. When faced with that monster, the protagonist instinctively clenched his teeth. A cold sweat ran down his face as a clear sign of concern. While still healing the warrior who served as the tank, he looked to the skies cautiously and said, "Do you think we should run away?" The siblings, Kim Hyeji and the blue shield warrior, looked at the boy, not knowing what to answer. They couldn't even imagine an adequate reaction before that colossal entity. Then a last system notification appeared exclusively for the protagonist. Secondary mission: B. Celestial Island, Hanel. Objective: eliminate Hanel, Lord of Celestial Island, and the invader who threatens Earth by destroying the special field. Special rewards will be granted for defeating a field boss with unique power. Reward: 5,000 SP points plus 1 Hanel skill at level 1. Back in the comfort of his luxurious room, Juyan read attentively the news about the field he had fled days ago. The Celestial Island boss had appeared yesterday at noon, and its arrival was directly linked to the number of monsters defeated in the region, as was the case with other bosses. When it appeared, it unleashed an area attack of devastating proportions, resulting in an immediate massacre. The shocking scenes were recorded by a user who was live streaming at the moment of the attack. Since then, the whereabouts and current status of the streamer remain unknown. Below the news, several comments flooded the screen. Someone began calling Hanel a dog. That bastard had thrown countless blades in all directions before disappearing. Comments said the number of victims exceeded 1,000. That was no longer an island in the sky, it was now a floating cemetery. One curious person even asked if anyone was present when the sword rain fell. Moments later, another responded, with a voice marked by trauma, that it was better not to even consider facing him. Then, amid the frightened comments, new news emerged. They said Hanel had reappeared. Further down, a video of another massacre caused by Hanel made everyone frantic. He floated in the air, and as he raised his hands, one of his wings turned black. Chaos spread across the monster field. Screams filled the environment. The desperation was palpable, and the warriors shouted in panic, "What is that? Is he going to throw more swords? I can't dodge this!" A rain began to fall, something strange for that setting. The warriors were intrigued. "Rain, is that all? Wait, the sword got incredibly heavy. Damn, another debuff." The swords became impossible to wield. In the corners, green slimes trembled, but there was something different. A purple aura surrounded them. Suddenly, their bodies began to open. Those beasts that had once seemed adorable transformed into gigantic green monsters, like predatory grasshoppers, their red eyes fixed on the players who could barely react. The beasts advanced, covering the field with the vital liquid they had inside the bodies of the human warriors. Juyan watched in shock and disgust. This can't be possible. He even strengthens monsters. It was smart of me to run away. If this were a game, I would have extra lives, but this is reality. With this debuff, besides SP, I'm going to need to increase my physical attributes too. His phone suddenly rang. He jumped, and looking at the screen, he murmured confusedly, "Hyeji, when did I save this number?" Even surprised, he answered. On the other end, the young woman's cheerful voice greeted him. "Hello, Ju-yeon, this is Kim Hyeji. Have you returned to Sky Island since the last time we teamed up?" He replied no, and she added, "I was thinking of going again anyway." While they talked, Ju-yeon was still watching videos of monsters increasingly invading the hunting grounds. Hyeji continued, "I'm still having trouble understanding the patterns of the boss. They say now, just like in Japan, the monsters from Sky Island are descending all the way to Seoul. It's a race against time." He just listened, staring silently at the phone screen, the speakerphone on. The young woman went on, "Anyway, getting straight to the point, an attack squad against Hainel has been formed. Want to join?" The proposal left him speechless, but his answer remained a mystery. A few days later, at Seoul Grand Park, Swampfield Class D, several warriors were gathered. They all appeared extremely skilled. A lower-ranked warrior asked his comrade, "Hey, that guy is a Class A user. I saw him on UserTube." His friend promptly replied, "Everyone here seems to be Class B or higher." In the back, some rookies whispered, "What are these big shots doing in a Class D field? They say it's the attack squad against Hainel. This is just their warm-up." The atmosphere was tense and full of expectation. Among the warriors, with trembling eyes, was Ju-yeon. "Do I really belong here? I wore different clothes than I did as a mage, so it should be fine. I just took off the cloak." Then he heard someone calling him. It was Hyeji, waving next to her brother. Our protagonist exclaimed, "Finally, someone I know!" He approached and asked, pointing at himself. The condition to be here was to be at least Class B. Could a Class F like me really be in this group? The boy thought. I registered with the association as a Class F healer to hide my identity. But Hyeji completely ignored this and answered, "Here we go again. What Class F healer uses a Class C healing skill? Debuff removal is essential in this mission, so we're accepting anyone without many conditions. Don't worry. But isn't it about time for the attack leader to arrive?" At that moment, a man in armor appeared among the warriors. Everyone, even the most respected, fell silent before him. Hyeji excitedly commented that the brave warrior leader had finally arrived. Ju-yeon was stunned. The leader of the mission to conquer the territory of Hainel. That was a Class S warrior from the #1 guild, Daehan, Lee Hae-sung. Lee Hae-sung brandished his huge sword and announced, "I think it's important to check individual skills before the plan against Hainel. Let's start with a warm-up, shall we?" As he wielded his giant sword, the man began to walk. Hyeji, excited, exclaimed, "Now it's my turn to get revenge for that last battle." Ju-yeon still stared at Lee Hae-sung in shock. Wow, he's so rude to the commanders, but no one says anything. Soon after, with tears in his eyes and unable to help himself, the boy exclaimed, "He's so amazing!" And so, everyone entered the monster field. The welcome? Red-crested lizards hungry for chaos and destruction. The group of lizards charged straight at Lee Hae-sung. The man was completely surrounded but maintained an imposing posture as if in total control. Beside the other warriors, Ju-yeon watched the scene, completely mesmerized. "No matter how much I think about it, it's so amazing." A chill ran down his spine. He shook his head, trying to snap back to reason. "No, wake up! Holding a sword with those stats is just asking to be eliminated." He knew his condition well. "With my base stats so low, I'm surviving because of the elemental ring. Following the magic route is clearly the best path." Still, he couldn't take his eyes off the close combat. Why? I shouldn't have any experience with swords, but strangely, it feels so familiar. Shortly after, he healed the arm of an injured warrior with his dense golden light while suppressing his desires. But not now. I need to abandon this urge until I find a way to increase my physical stats. His eyes then turned to Kim Hyeji, who fought fiercely. Close combat is way too dangerous. As expected, ranged magic is ideal. But at that moment, something sharp cut through the air. Lee Hae-sung was tearing through the red-crested lizard monsters with extreme ease, as if they were insignificant creatures unworthy of his attention. Even advancing against a huge group, not a single monster's claws scratched his armor. Ju-yeon, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation from his past life, thought, with my skills, hiding them would be a waste, wouldn't it? The fight was chaotic. Then a status window appeared. Lee Hae-sung was using a skill called Carnage Frenzy. When covered by the remains of defeated monsters, the user temporarily absorbs the attributes of his enemies. The effect remains active for 5 minutes after combat ends. If the user has a unique combat trait ranked S or higher, additional attributes are also absorbed. If strength is 50 or higher, magic power increases by 10% of total strength. If endurance is 50 or higher, agility increases by 10% of accumulated endurance. Lee Hae-sung seemed insatiable. He buried his colossal sword in the head of one of the fallen lizards, still alert to his surroundings. Our protagonist, in a complete trance, whispered mentally, "Got it, an insane skill that instantly boosts physical attributes." Shortly after, with a dark air, the warrior pushed aside the monster corpses as if they were nothing, but the calm quickly ended. A new enemy appeared, a giant lizard, armored and wielding a long, sharp sword, evidently the leader of the others. The monster was the Swampfield boss of Solgrand Park. The beast roared deafeningly, announcing its presence. There was no doubt. It was the feared, poisonous Lizard King. One of the warriors shouted, "It's a boss!" Everyone took their combat positions. With hungry eyes and a destructive aura, Lee Hai-sung activated another skill called Broken Limit. For 60 seconds, the user's attack power is raised by an entire level. If the user has a unique combat trait of rank S or higher, all attributes are increased by 5 points. The magic energy cost was 580. The minimum magic power required was 20. His body shone with a red aura. Wielding his sword, he charged at the beast leader. The boss ran towards him coldly and fiercely, but before it could even attack with its arms still raised, Lee Hai-sung cut it in half with a quick and silent strike. Soon the system alerted, absorbing the soul of the poisonous Lizard King field boss. Health +1. Then a special message appeared for the protagonist. Boss skill Jade Beauty registered in the list. Kim Hyeji's brother, watching his armor clean and spotless, murmured, "So that's how they finished it," the girl replied, disappointed. "I almost took him down alone, you know?" The brother mocked. "You almost finished him alone? Yeah, sure." Furious, Kim Hyeji punched the warrior's arm. The protagonist then asked the mage, "Do you also get rewards even without hunting?" She explained, "Usually not, but if you contribute to the attack somehow, it counts." Ju Yan kept dispelling debuffs the whole time, so it was considered a contribution. Surprised, he thought, "I was wondering how healers level up, but seriously, that's the easiest job in the world." With the battle over, Lee Hai-sung sighed and sheathed his sword on his back, covered in monster fluids. He announced, "I'll hold one last meeting and organize everything before distributing rewards. Previously, the mages attacked together, but we still don't know if the defense of the strengthened monsters is more effective against magic or physical attacks. Let's split based on the type of ranged attack, physical or magical." The warrior's words echoed in the protagonist's mind, who was still analyzing his skills. Catalyst Class B. This skill amplifies effects on enemies that are poisoned. After 3 consecutive applications, the poison becomes lethal. Mana cost, 800. Magic power required, 40. His other skill, Broken Limit, when activated, increased attack power by 1 level for 60 seconds. For users with a unique combat trait of Class S or higher, all attributes were increased by 5 points. Mana cost, 580. Magic power required, 20. And finally, the last skill, Crimson Frenzy. Using the skill, the user enters a frenzy state when intoxicated by the fluids of defeated monsters, absorbing part of their attributes. The effect disappears 5 minutes after the end of combat. If the user has a unique combat trait of Class S or higher, additional attributes are absorbed every 10 monsters eliminated. If strength is 50 or higher, magic power is increased by 10% of the strength value. If endurance is 50 or higher, agility is increased by 10% of the endurance value. The protagonist, now excited, couldn't contain his excitement. Lee Hai-sung is doing better than I imagined, and he's even distributing rank S skills. Lee Hai-sung then called the healers, preparing to analyze their participation in the battle. When the warrior faced the group's healer, the protagonist stared at him with a passionate intensity in his eyes, but with such a disturbing face that he ended up scaring the warrior. Lee Hai-sung, surprised, thought to himself what was wrong with that kid. But internally, the protagonist was already thrilled. "I got everything I needed. Now I just want to go home." A few days after the Canal D raid, the protagonist had just finished bathing and was lying on the bed mumbling, "I'm so tired I could start my next life already." He opened the status window thinking, "When will I be able to gather all this?" Then he realized he had finally accumulated a total of 4,000 SP. Seeing the amount, he gave a slight smile. "Looks like I'll have enough before smashing Canal's head." That made him remember the hard times when he used to rush to do daily missions for a measly 500 SP. The boy sighed, with elephant-sized dark circles under his eyes. "Why do those rank E missions show up so often? I can't even rest." Still, he admitted, getting several E's in a row, that's really lucky, actually. With a jump, he got up excited. "All right, since the heavens are helping, how about leveling up the exemplary skill?" Without hesitation, he spent the 4,000 SP and upgraded the skill. Exemplary level 2 to level 3. Now his trait had changed. At midnight, the number of copies is recharged 3 times. The cost was 15,000 SP points. Thoughtful. the boy reflected. The original plan was to buff the attack with Shining Authority and Resistance to Change, then explode with burst damage. But since the Red Cape Santa gave me Carnage Frenzy, 3 copy slots aren't enough anymore. If Frenzy of Carnage, Shining Authority, and Resistance to Change still had offensive skills attached, the synergy would be insane. The young man sighed again. It would be great if I could copy 4 skills. But he quickly pushed that thought away and declared, anyway, now I can use 3. The skill known as Skill Copy EX allowed the user to temporarily reproduce others' techniques, but with a severe limitation. All copied skills are erased at midnight. At the moment, Juyan held under his control the powerful Shining Authority, ranked SS, and the classic Fireball, ranked C. There was still room for one more skill, and at that moment, he was in the process of copying Resistance to Change, a rank A skill. With everything ready, he headed to the monster field to test the new combo. Then he ran into a colossal beast. It looked like a brown werewolf wielding a giant axe. As always, Juyan wore his brown cloak, showing no sign of fear. His maniacal smile remained on his face as he summoned a fireball. Time to test this attack buff. Later, the internet went crazy. Does anyone remember Psychopath? That guy who went wrecking everything with a fireball in the rank F field? Yeah, they say he showed up in Gapyong this time. My friend was there. It was total chaos. A video posted just 10 minutes ago had already accumulated over 4 million views. The title caught immediate attention. Gapyong Field, Mountain Cobra completely destroyed by small attacks? Warriors in the field screamed, desperate. Is that a field boss? I'm not prepared for this. Looks like the boss is focused on someone else. A giant purple serpent chased a brown-cloaked warrior through the dense forest. When the creature was about to strike, the boy launched a colossal fireball straight at it. Within seconds, the serpent's body began to burst into flames. In the background, screams echoed, "What kind of fireball is that?" Seeing the protagonist running, everyone began to suspect, wait, could it be him? Juyan advanced with red eyes full of a thirst for chaos. The group panicked, noticing he was heading straight at them, but the boy simply ran by, ignoring the cameras and stunned stares. All they could think was, damn, what's his agility stat to run like that? Is he really a mage? None of them noticed the serpent was still alive, and now they were the new target. But before the monster could attack, boom! Another fireball exploded. Everyone looked back. The fire psycho had just saved them. Seconds later, the great purple serpent resumed chasing the protagonist, who ran desperately, screaming for his life. During the escape, he launched countless flaming fireballs at the creature, which writhed in agony. Amid the battle, the so-called fire psychopath shouted, "That should be enough already, so just lose already, damn it!" The warriors around watched, stunned at the boy's fight. One of them, still not believing what he saw, commented, "There's a crazy guy defeating the field boss with only drip damage. Is this for real?" Elsewhere, a car stopped and a woman opened the door announcing, "The field inspection is complete. You have 1 hour and 24 minutes of free time until the next appointment." The person who had just arrived was Muhammad Al, the #1 warrior in the rankings. He was watching a video of the fire psychopath, while in the background excited voices shouted, "The psychopath defeated the mountain serpent!" A smile formed on Muhammad Al's face as he watched the footage. His secretary then asked him, "Are you worried about the fire psychopath?" And he replied casually, "Of course. He's the one who got my precious ring." The woman watched him closely and said, "You seem pretty sure this person is Yu Juyan." Putting his phone aside, the warrior commented, "Interesting, huh? It hasn't been that long since I gave him that elemental ring." While recalling the fight, he pointed out, "This item should affect agility and resistance attributes, yet he dodges all attacks with small movements, like someone who already has a lot of combat experience." Then he changed the subject and asked the secretary, "What about the movements of the Raider Guild?" She promptly replied, "As expected, they've been spotted near the special fields." Finally, he gave an order. "Keep an eye on both the psychopath and the raiders. With so much attention on him, it's likely the pests will start to gather." Saying this, Muhammad Al headed toward his huge mansion, leaving the secretary behind. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I hope they don't cause trouble for my friend." In a distant office, a man in a white suit watched the same video of the battle against the purple serpent, completely euphoric. A sinister, tight smile appeared on his face as he murmured the name, Fire Psychopath. Currently, Juyan was attracting a lot of attention. Later at night in the hunting fields, Juyan was also watching the video of his own fight. Frustrated, he vented, "These guys must be crazy. I did all the work, so why are they the ones making money? My image rights have become a joke? My face didn't even show up." But soon he had an idea. Wait a minute. If that's the case, why not post the video myself? I'll check my channel this time and upload the body cam footage too. Ambitious thoughts began to invade his mind. The title will be Level 10, Beginner Mage Defeating Rank E Field Boss Mountain Serpent Alone. If I also post the video of the attack on Kanal, the views will explode. To keep them from finding out I'm the psychopath, I'll create a separate account. And what if I end up gaining 1 million subscribers and get the gold plaque? He imagined himself lying on a mountain of money, laughing nonstop. Should I post a verification video? But before that, how am I going to collect materials in this darkness? He then opened the daily mission panel. This time, the mission required 3 main objectives in the special field. Collect 100 essences, defeat 20 monsters, and survive for more than 60 minutes. Upon completing all requirements, the participant would receive a mission bonus ranked B, plus a random item box as a reward. With a sigh of defeat, he lamented, "I thought there would only be daily missions of rank E or F. If I had seen this mission earlier, I wouldn't have come at night. I slept all day just because I defeated a ridiculous snake. If possible, I want to finish everything before the skills reset at midnight." Suddenly, he spotted a blue orb shining on the ground. Upon picking it up, a message appeared. Special Field Essence collected 1 of 10. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Ah, so this doesn't drop from monsters. That means I'll have to search every corner of this huge field running in circles like an idiot." Frustrated, the young man complained about the mission. "Seriously, if it weren't rank B, I would have given up already." At that moment, Juyan didn't notice a flying beast sneaking up behind him. He was attacked by a huge stone griffin. With a surprised face, he noticed the monster approaching and dodged with extreme ease, moving his body just a few centimeters. The beast charged at him with full force but missed and crashed into the ground, falling. The boy stood still, staring at the creature without reacting. Only then did he realize what he had done. What a scare! What was that? How did I manage to dodge like that? It seems my body moves on its own even before I think. Could this be the effect of brilliant authority combined with resistance to change? Well, I'll think about that later. Seeing the griffin trying to get up, the boy raised only his index finger and decided to end it quickly by launching his classic attack. Fireball! The explosion of flames was spotted by a group of warriors hunting nearby. One of them commented, "There are quite a few people hunting even at this hour." He then asked his companions, who wore black masks with red details, while sheathing his sword on Kanal. One of the men replied, "The reconnaissance team found him to the northwest." Walking over a pile of bodies, the man said, "Just thinking about catching Kanal first and seeing that bastard Lee Haisung come back empty-handed already gets me excited." One of the men asked him, "What if other users get involved in the attack?" Behind him, an entire battalion of masked warriors followed. With a psychopathic smile on his face, he put on his own mask and coldly replied, "What else can we do? Just finish them all off." Meanwhile, our protagonist celebrated completing one of his missions. The number of special field monsters eliminated was 20 out of 20. He cheered excitedly, "Ah, finally finished eliminating these monsters." Then he picked up a shining blue orb while announcing, "Good thing these essences are easier to find than I thought. Looks like I'll manage to find them all before midnight." Up to that moment, he had collected 9 out of 10 special field essences. The boy smiled excitedly. "It's been a while since I completed the challenge of surviving in the field for an hour." He thought to himself, "Now I just have to get one more and it's done." At that instant, something flew past behind him. He turned around, startled to understand what was happening, and saw Hanel raising his hands, about to unleash an attack, while being bombarded by numerous simultaneous hits. Scratching his head, Juyan murmured, "But wasn't our guild's attack supposed to be only tomorrow at dawn? Damn, we're screwed." On the ground, several archers were pointing their arrows at Hanel. It was a frantic hunt, and an attack leader shouted, "Focus on the wings, now!" Worried, the boy thought, "What do I do now? Like this, the boss will be defeated by another group. Looking at the situation, I think it's already too late to try contacting the others." Then he remembered a pending side mission, ranked B. The task was linked to the Sky Island. The objective was clear: defeat Kainal, the island master, an invader who had crossed the boundaries of Earth, and destroy the special field. With those memories, his face lit up with surprise. Come to think of it, the main and side missions only say I need to conquer the place. They don't say who or how much I need to contribute. Juyan thought, do I really have to defeat him alone? Then excited, he made a decision. That's it, I'll just watch. The fight between the warriors and Hanel was intense until the great boss began to fall, free-falling toward the ground. The warriors shouted excitedly, "Kanel has fallen, now's our chance!" They ran toward the boss, surrounding him on all sides. Kanel's eyes were red with fury, but he seemed too weak to react. Meanwhile, hidden behind a bush at a considerable distance, the protagonist watched the night crusade, cheering as if it were a show. At that moment, the system issued a new announcement. Kanel's life had dropped below 50%. Unable to keep flying, one of his wings was completely corrupted. From then on, all of Kanel's attacks would apply the condemnation effect. The boss rose imposingly, His body was wrapped in a golden magic circle glowing all over. That was the third phase. With 2 swords in hand, the boss prepared himself. Compared to him, the humans looked tiny. The melee battle began, and with just one swing of the blades, several warriors were brutally thrown aside. Juyan continued sitting in the back, watching the fight from the best seats. Wow! Look at all that dust! Suddenly, he saw a blue orb right in front of him. He stood up excited to grab it. This mission is earning me easy money. Meanwhile, Kanal's 3 eyes began to emit an intense red light. He plunged the swords into the ground, causing an earthquake that tore the field in front of the human warriors. Everyone was thrown kilometers away, and some ended up falling very close to where Juyan was hiding. One of the men who fell was wearing a brown cloak identical to the protagonist's and was heading straight toward him. Holding the blue orb, the protagonist wondered, "Hey, why are you coming here?" Everyone fell to the ground brutally. 2 of the 3 men began to get up with difficulty, complaining, "Damn, what the hell was that? That hurt like hell, are you okay?" Then the other argued, "First, let's see if there are more people lying around and regroup quickly." Meanwhile, oblivious to the others, a boy wearing a brown cloak identical to Juyan's lay on the ground, dazed. Next to him, a mask had fallen off, which caught the attention of one of the warriors, who began questioning who the protagonist was. Watching the boy get up, the man grumbled, "That idiot lost his mind. Doesn't he know he can't lose the mask?" Juyan scratched his head, confused. Then a mask fell at his feet. The other man shouted, irritated, "What are you doing? Hurry up!" With little choice, the protagonist muttered, "Since it's come to this, for now, as long as we're not discovered, it's fine, right?" He looked back and said, "I don't know who you are, but thanks." He ran toward the warriors, who were already moving away. In the background, the true member of the group, also wearing a brown cloak, lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth. And then the system announced, "Random item, not collected, was sent to the temporary inventory. Rank B mission buff applied." Meanwhile, the battle against Hanel intensified. A warrior, leader of the masked group, advanced towards him, and they began exchanging fierce sword strikes. Suddenly, countless blue fireballs were launched from afar at Hanel. The flames hit the boss squarely, causing the other warriors to retreat, confused. They began to question in shock. Where are these fireballs coming from? They weren't there before. In the background, the protagonist held a giant blue fireball on the tip of his index finger. He watched the fight with regret, thinking, "Someone's going through chaos at the front line. Just staying back, dealing damage, and leeching XP makes me feel like trash." Shortly after, a status window appeared before him, revealing the active buff effects. For 24 hours, all his attributes would increase by 5 points. Additionally, experience gained would increase by 10%. His mana pool would gain an extra 300 points, and mana regeneration would improve by 10%. The boy realized the impact of the buff and thought, "My firepower got way stronger because of this buff." Still, Juyan followed the men's orders and acted as expected. However, the boy reflected, "If I don't use abilities, they'll get suspicious. But if I do, I'll stand out. If we weren't in the middle of a battle, they'd definitely have found me out by now." Meanwhile, Hanel was bombarded by a flood of blue fireballs. In the background, the protagonist barely controlled his excitement, which caught the attention of some masked warriors. But the protagonist didn't care. Now the boy could only think, "Honestly, keep blasting this punching bag with these stats is fun. Since I've made it this far, I'll just blend in and reap all the rewards." A new warning window appeared. If Hanel didn't lose at least 10% of his life during the battle, the Sky Island summoning order would be activated. When the summoning took place, the subordination bonus would apply to the monsters of Sky Island. Seconds later, an intense golden aura spread around Hanel. Some warriors resisted the pressure, but soon the monsters present started to get distracted. The stone griffins began staring at a group of warriors who had just entered the battlefield. Some rhinoceroses did the same. On top of a hill, the new group of warriors was confused. "What is all this? Is this a raid?" But the announced time wasn't now. The masked ones didn't like the intrusion. One of them pointed at the leader and warned, "Looks like people around are starting to notice." One of the newcomers tried to confront the group. "What are you doing here?" but was brutally cut in half by one of the masked. The leader, furious, declared, "If Lee Hai-sung finds out, it'll be a headache. Eliminate the intruders too." With that, all the masked warriors charged to eliminate the other players. The newcomers couldn't understand what was happening, or why they were being attacked by players. In the background, the protagonist watched it all incredulous. Besides stealing, they're killing players too? Damn lunatics. And to think they were such a crazy bunch. I need to get out of here fast. One warrior was about to be brutally killed by one of the masked. Fallen on the ground, the man saw a sword coming down hard toward him. At the last second, he was saved by Lee Hai-sung, who had just entered the battlefield, accompanied by several other warriors, including the brothers who had grouped with the protagonist. From afar, the protagonist stared at Lee Hae-sung, visibly shaken, and thought when seeing his face, "I'm completely screwed." The masked group leader confronted Lee Hae-sung firmly while mocking, "This disorganized bunch can't be the main raid group." Lee Hae-sung, the sword hero, wore a stern and thoughtful expression. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he advanced toward the masked leader, indignant as he said, "What kind of vermin are you, invading a raid and behaving like this?" Raising his sword with pure hatred, he shouted, "Not only stealing the boss, but also killing innocent players." With clenched teeth and burning eyes, he shouted again, "You won't have a word to say even when you die here." Without hesitation, Lee Hae-sung began his attack against the masked group that had taken control of the raid and was eliminating innocents. During the chaos, one of the masked bumped into the protagonist and shouted, "Get out of the way, you bastard worm!" The fight grew intense, both sides wanting to eliminate each other completely. In the heat of battle, some warriors shouted to finish off all the traitors. Our protagonist panicked, "What do I do? Where do I hide?" But who seemed not to care about the chaos among humans was the real problem, the boss of the field, Hanel. He began his merciless attack, commanding his monstrous creatures against the players. The stone griffins and rhinoceros monsters charged to attack the humans, following their leader's orders. Noticing the monsters advance, the protagonist shouted mentally, "Damn, Hanel is attacking again." The heroes, desperate, began fighting frantically, murmuring among themselves, "If we miss the final blow on the boss, it'll be like cooking porridge and feeding it to a dog." Others shouted, "Eliminate the healers of the raid first." The creatures attacked indiscriminately, hitting both heroes and masked warriors. The protagonist, observing the chaos around him, said, "This turned into a complete disaster. I'm not even part of the raid group." Trying to find a way out of that mess, he thought, "Damn, we need to bring down Hanel fast to restore order. Our attack power is all scattered in this mess. Total damage is ridiculously low. There must be a better way to deal with this." That's when the boy stared fixedly at Lee Hae-sung. The sword hero's eyes were completely red with fury. He charged with everything for a new attack, and that movement made Ju-yeon realize something important. Meanwhile, in the background, the pair of brothers continued fighting the monsters. Kim Hyeji launched flaming attacks with her staff, while her brother defended her from the beasts with his shield. A masked warrior sneaked up, blade ready to strike at the young woman's back. She would have been killed if not for Ju-yeon, who launched an immense blue fireball at the enemy, saving her at the last moment. Confused, Hyeji looked in the direction where the blue fireball had come from. She saw a young man with a brown cloak, back turned. The boy had gigantic blue flames dancing on his fingers. The armored brother, unaware of what had happened, asked if she was okay, but Kim Hyeji kept staring at the mysterious hooded mage, perplexed. She then explained to her brother, whispering still in disbelief, "That hooded mage attacked his own team to save me." The tank's face twisted in shock. He understood what had just happened but found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept dodging attacks from the heroes. Midnight was approaching. While dodging, he thought urgently, "Just a little more. I need to hold on until midnight." A warrior tried to hit him, but he barely escaped and grabbed his phone amid the chaos. Finally, it was midnight sharp. The time for the counterattack had come. With a firm gaze, he looked at Lee Hae-sung and without hesitation, activated his copying skill. The boy successfully copied the Blood Frenzy skill, SS class, causing all his attributes to increase by 20%. Wasting no time, the protagonist pointed his index finger at a row of monsters and launched a gigantic blue fireball. The explosion streaked like lightning in front of Lee Hae-sung, burning the monster he was fighting to ashes. Shortly after, a system window appeared before him, clearly notifying, "You have reached 20 eliminations. The effect of Blood Frenzy has been increased by 2%. Lee Hae-sung looked confused at the cloaked masked man, not understanding his intentions. But the boy ignored the furious glance and kept attacking the creatures relentlessly. Amid all this, he couldn't help but think, if the monsters keep spawning like this Blood Frenzy skill, which increases attributes by 2% with each elimination, is way more broken than Change Resistance, which gives a fixed increase. Countless windows kept popping up as Ju-yeon advanced, increasing the Blood Frenzy effect by 2% every 20 monsters defeated. Ju-yeon then faced the center of the field and shouted the boss's name. No monster remained standing. All had been reduced to ashes by the blue flames. The heroes now faced Hanel kneeling, full of doubts. Could the fight finally be over? But the protagonist knew the truth. Something was wrong. Suddenly, Hanel raised his face. His red eyes were threatening. He stood up and a spear appeared above his hand. The protagonist swallowed nervously and thought, the final phase is about to start. With the spear in hand, Kano launched a devastating attack against all the players present. Instinctively, Kim Hyeji took cover behind her tank brother, who raised his shield to defend everyone from that terrifying attack. The pressure of the strike was unbearable. One of the blows came directly at Ju Yan. Desperate, the boy thought, if we don't resist, we're screwed. At the last moment, Kim Hyeji's brother jumped in front of Ju Yan, blocking the attack with his own body. The impact was so intense that the brown hood flew off the protagonist's head, and the mask on his face nearly shattered from the pressure. Shocked, the protagonist looked at the tank who had appeared before him. He hadn't expected that. Why would he protect him? The warrior only stared firmly and said with a determined look, "You owe me one. I'll collect later." The ground around Kano was completely destroyed after his devastating attack. The boss, intrigued, turned his gaze toward something. The tank brother had managed to withstand the blow, but it was evident the pressure was too much for his body. Staggering, the man fell to his knees. Behind him, Ju Yan was already preparing. He was concentrating a massive attack, a fireball made of blue flames, the size of a football field. The tension in the air was so thick that the boy's mask shattered into fragments. Above him, a colossal flaming sphere hovered like a meteor about to fall. Kanel was right in front. It would be impossible to miss. There was no way the boss could dodge or contain the power about to be unleashed. Ju Yan then pointed his arm at him and shouted, "Now it's your turn." The fireball was launched violently, passing by the kneeling tank and advancing directly at Kano. The impact was immediate and brutal. Kano was hit dead center, with no time to react. The entire area trembled. The heroes group went on guard while excited voices rose asking what had happened to the field boss Kainel. The boss, now kneeling, tried to stay standing by, leaning on his spear, but soon collapsed completely. Around him, numerous items began to drop. The group rushed toward the defeated body. Lee Hae-sung was the first to react upon seeing Kainel, realizing the field boss had been completely eliminated. The masked leader of the group also approached. Lee Hae-sung immediately looked at him suspiciously. The warrior raised his sword at the masked man and shouted angrily, "If you don't want to be eliminated, get out of the way!" With a furious expression, the masked leader thought, frustrated, "This is getting annoying." Unable to contain himself, he pointed out, "No one here can deny that our mage is the MVP, right?" He continued in thought, "I need to deal with this brat soon and reclaim the final boss rewards." Ju Yan, now unmasked, scratched his head while looking at everyone. His face was fully exposed, but the hood of the cloak still hid his identity. Soon, the protagonist's system announced that the main mission had been completed, and that in 10 seconds, he would be transported to the tutorial field where he could choose his rewards. Ju Yan froze in place, unsure how to react. The masked leader looked at Ju Yan thoughtfully. "Wait a minute, I didn't know one of our mages had this level of damage. I've never seen him before, but there's something strangely familiar." Suddenly, the protagonist ran toward the masked group and Lee Hae-sung. He passed through the warriors with extreme ease until he reached Kanel's body. Lee Hae-sung shouted, furious, that this young man was a damn bastard. But the boy picked up an item from the ground resembling a necklace and announced, "Everyone saw it clearly, right? I captured Kanel." At that moment, the masked leader recognized who the mage was and cursed mentally. "That brat? Damn, this must be a joke. He's the fire psychopath?" Showing the necklace to everyone present, Ju Yan declared out loud, "Then this is mine! Thanks for the raid!" Then both the masked leader and Lee Hae-sung attacked the boy with their swords at the same time, furious. But their swords cut only through the air. Ju Yan had disappeared. Confused, the men exclaimed, "Damn! I didn't even feel the sword hit anything!" Lee Hae-sung screamed, veins bulging in his face. "That bastard is trying to trick me!" The masked leader only thought, indignant, "I was made a fool!" Soon he shouted, exploding with rage, "What do you think? Now both I and everyone here have been made fools by this guy." Lee Hae-sung could only grit his teeth and think, furious. Being tricked because of a boss item. This is unbelievable. Seconds later, the protagonist appeared in an empty space, resembling the cosmos. Looking around, he could only think, did I just get tricked? Soon, several system windows appeared before him. The most important said the main mission had been completed. Other notifications listed gained SP, skill increases, and stat improvements. The last one informed that the soul of the special field boss, Kanel, from the Kingdom of Heaven, had been absorbed, granting 1 extra point in all attributes and the enemy's special skill, called Descendant. Surprised, Ju Yan exclaimed, "Is that all? Just a reward notification?" Then a small being, resembling an elven fairy, appeared waving her hand and greeted him. "Hello, brave warrior." The little fairy had colorful wings and looked at Ju Yan with a hungry gaze. Then she revealed, "I am Ego, your tutorial assistant." She floated before the boy, tiny in stature but full of presence. Confused, Ju-Yan asked, "What do you mean, tutorial assistant?" Ego explained. "Since your main mission was completed, I was summoned to guide you during the tutorial." This surprised the boy. "What? I've never heard of a tutorial assistant before. I didn't see anything like this on the internet. Could this be an exclusive event for those with unique high-level traits?" Interrupting his thoughts, Ego asked, "Shall I begin collecting your rewards?" The boy thanked her and nodded. She moved her hand and a new window appeared. Reading the message about detailed trait enhancement choice number 1, Ju-Yan reflected on the explanation. Trait enhancements worked like a second-class evolution. Confused, he murmured quietly to himself, "A second class?" Ego answered, clarifying what that meant. "Yes, that's right, a second class. You can see it as detailed traits added to the skills you already have." He still didn't fully understand what was happening, but Ego continued. "You can choose one of your skills and enhance its detailed traits." 2 windows opened before him, showing a sequence of already acquired skills and traits. In the first were Skill Mastery, ranked Special Grade, Income Level 3, Daily Mission Level 2, and an unlocked trait, Blessing Level 2. The second window showed Skill Copy, also ranked Special Grade, Sample Level 3, Efficiency Level 1, and finally, the trait called Boss Collector. Ego then asked, "Which would you like to choose?" The young man began to reflect. "If I enhance income, I'll increase the SP gained from attacks, which would be good in the long run, but right now I'm too weak. If this raid had happened before midnight and the skills hadn't reset, I would never have captured Kanal." Thus he concluded, "For now, increasing the number of available skills is the best move." With that, he revealed his choice. "I will choose Sample," from the Skill Copy ability. The system confirmed the update. The sample skill had been upgraded to level 3. Immediately after, a new window appeared, explaining the modification in detail. From that moment on, both at midnight and at noon, he would receive 2 skill copies at a time. Furthermore, whenever he used the skill copy ability, there was a chance to recharge one of the copies and also to raise the level of the copied skill by 1. Reading the notification, the boy murmured, "Only 2 copies at a time is a bit disappointing, but 4 per day." His eyes widened. "Wait, if I'm lucky, maybe I can get up to 8 copies?" Ego then asked, "Would you like to check the other unclaimed rewards as well?" Ju-Yan immediately looked at her and replied, "Yes." So Ego continued revealing the details. "This is the daily mission reward item, the level C random item box. The reward received was a rank C sword, known as the Fire Explosion Sword. Classified as a sword-type weapon, it had attack power appropriate for its category, and granted the user a 7-point increase in strength and 3 points in magic. The sword also increased the fire attribute mana infusion by 7% with the power of its skills. The protagonist became thoughtful upon receiving this item. For some reason, even getting this sword, I can't seem to get rid of the fire attribute. While opening a small brown box, he reflected to himself that this was the Skill Master's reward box, rank C, obtained by completing the main mission. The bonus mission of the same level required defeating the main boss twice, eliminating 100 monsters and using 5,000 SP points. As a reward, he would receive 10,000 SP points and 3 units of rank D intelligence potion. The young man became extremely excited and exclaimed in disbelief, "But this isn't an item, it's a mission? The amount of SP is absurd. What an amazing deal!" The next reward was the addition of a new sub-attribute to his unique attribute. It was the 4th sub-attribute, Blue is Best, ranked D. With it, every copied skill would gain an additional random option of F rank. Ju-Yan analyzed the options while Ego floated beside him. Soon he exclaimed, "An extra line of options added to the skill? Not bad." Then he lifted the necklace dropped by the boss and stated, "But what I'm really waiting for now is this." Thus the boy examined the item's stats. It was the Cursed Necklace of Kanal, a rank SS rarity item. Just equipping it increased all attributes by 5 points. Additionally, it provided a boost of 33 points to magic, 333 more mana, 13% mana regeneration, and reduced mana cost when using skills by 13%. As if that wasn't enough, the skill power also gained a 13% boost. The most impressive effect, however, was triggered in critical moments. If health points dropped below 20%, mana recovery would surge, increasing by an incredible 200%. A powerful and dangerous accessory. Upon reading the item's stats, the boy began to cry with joy. These stats are insane. Super excited, he turned to a notification that appeared behind him and wondered, if the boss's item is this strong, then how strong must the boss's own skill be? The newly acquired special skill was called Descendant, ranked A. Its effect triggered automatically when health points fell below 10%. At that critical moment, the fallen angel Kanal descended onto the battlefield, granting a temporary 50% increase to all stats based on the user's total magic. Moreover, all attacks would carry the corruption effect, ranked C. As soon as the descent occurred, both HP and MP were fully restored. The transformation lasted 10 minutes, but because it was so powerful, required a 30-day cooldown. Juyeon recalled the boss and said, "Kanal, you were just light. Is this the final phase skill I saw back then?" He then sighed, "Phew, what a relief. I managed to defeat him with explosive damage during the chaotic battle," but he was shocked when reading the continuation. "How am I supposed to defeat the ultra-strong fallen angel Kanal after he descends?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he concluded, "Anyway, this is an emergency skill with a 30-day cooldown, so I have to be careful." After that, the boy turned his attention to another analysis, determined to make some changes. "All right, now that my SP is over 20,000 points," without hesitation, he decided to invest 15,000 SP points to enhance one of his most valuable skills, Copy, rank X, along with a sub-attribute. The result was the evolution of the sample effect to level 4. Now he received 3 automatic copies every day, exactly at midnight and noon. Additionally, whenever he used the skill copy ability, there was a chance to recharge an extra copy, and the copied skill would also be strengthened, instantly rising 1 level. After that, he was happy with the upgrades and stated, "As expected, I'll start with sample just to be safe. The rest can come later." Then he continued spending large amounts of SP, upgrading his skills without hesitation. He used 800 SP points, then 2,000, and then another 3,000, focusing on improving both the skill copy ability, rank X, and the sub-attributes of his unique attribute. With that, the second and third sub-attributes were strengthened, and a new effect appeared. Efficiency level 2 reduces the mana cost of copied skills by 20%. Next, he confidently stated, "Investing in efficiency brings better results," and the little fairy Ego celebrated beside him, excited about the boy's progress. Soon after, he upgraded another skill, Blessed, to level 2. This skill added a random, unique attribute of level E to the copied skill. With a confident smile and an exaggerated pose, Juyeon declared, "Evolve attributes for more robustness." Soon, a window appeared before his eyes, informing him that the daily mission had evolved to level 2. From then on, every day at midnight, he would receive a mission of at least level E. Feeling victorious, he spoke aloud as if in front of an invisible audience. Steady growth begins with the daily missions. Nearby, Ego boosted the boy's morale by shaking pom-poms like a cheerleader and soon said, "You're amazing." Exhausted, the young man collapsed to the floor, murmuring, "Finally, it's over. So there's nothing else to do here, right?" But Ego corrected him, "No. Until now, you were only receiving rewards. From now on, the real tutorial begins." This made Juyeon worried. Ego asked seriously, "Do you remember the last phrase of the main mission, Brave Warrior?" The boy tried to recall, "Wait, what was the last phrase of the main mission again?" Then he remembered, "Try to conquer the special field for the survival of Earth and humanity." He repeated aloud, confused, "Wait, what does that mean? The survival of Earth and humans?" It was then that the little fairy, in a somber tone, revealed the truth. "Yes, your world is about to be destroyed by invaders from another dimension." Back in the city, a reporter was covering an interview while analyzing the area where Kanal's Sky Island used to be. She informed everyone, the Sky Island, Kanal, naturally disappeared after the boss was defeated. The citizens of that region regained the clear sky. The portal connecting to the Sky Island vanished, but now there is a spatial distortion phenomenon occurring, and we cannot rule out the possibility of the field mutating again. The army was guarding the area. No one could enter without permission. Lee Hae-sung, the leader of the group that defeated Kanal, gave an interview to reporters. He declared, "Although this may have already leaked via video, we suffered setbacks because of a group that maliciously stole the boss. Despite that, the Kanal raid was successfully completed. Immediately after the raid, those unidentified individuals fled." A curious reporter asked, "What was the reward for the special field boss?" Lee Hae-sung replied firmly, "First, I confirmed that all stats increased." Another reporter insisted, "Did any boss items drop?" This clearly irritated Hae-sung, who turned, and while leaving announced, "That's all." At that moment, someone watching the interview turned off the TV. Kim Hye-ji was at home, sitting on the sofa, having watched the entire interview. She sighed. Something was bothering her. Meanwhile, during weight training, the young woman's brother said seriously, "That guy, if Lee Hae-sung gets his hands on him, he could very well end up eliminated." The girl was persistently trying to call the protagonist, but all she heard was the automated message saying the call couldn't be completed and would soon go to voicemail. Clearly, it wasn't the first time Hyeji tried to reach Juyeon. Concerned, her brother commented, "You're still calling him? What if your predictions are wrong?" She replied without much care. Who knows? Let's suppose that cloak is a standard mage's gear, and if his main attack is a fireball, then it's a different story. Suddenly, Kim Hyeji received a call from Ju Yeon. She got extremely excited and answered, putting the call on speaker. Without beating around the bush, she asked, "Hi, Ju Yeon. I'll get straight to the point. Are you the mage who helped in the raid against Kainal?" Ju Yeon tried to dodge. "You suddenly ask that as soon as I pick up? Actually, I didn't even participate in the raid." But Hyeji insisted. "I noticed the magic equipment you use is similar to the mages in that raid, so I tried to contact you, but you disappeared before I could talk to you." Ju Yeon kept denying. "I didn't even go to the raid location." Still, Kim Hyeji was sure it was Ju Yeon that day. He couldn't convince her otherwise. Trying to get out of the situation, Ju Yeon said firmly, "Anyway, it wasn't me. I feel bad for being invited and not participating. Sorry about that." Then he ended the call. "I can't talk now because I'm taking a bath, so I'm hanging up here." The two siblings stared at the phone with the same thought. Seriously? That's how he's going to act? In the bathtub, Ju Yeon hung up angrily and muttered, "I guess she won't call again now." Kim Hyeji was very persistent and called every minute, which was driving Ju Yeon crazy. Eventually, he called back just to make her stop bothering him. As he remembered what happened, the young man thought, "I'm already getting irritated by these weird conversations popping up everywhere." The protagonist recalled what Ego the fairy had said. "Remember, your world is about to be destroyed by invaders from another dimension. But don't worry, you have a special power, the Skill Master. This power is an authority subordinate to reality-altering skills, granted only to celestial beings. It's a divine gift made for you." Confused, Ju Yeon questioned, "Why do I have this kind of power? Am I some kind of deity? But I followed the military life properly. This doesn't make sense." Ego replied lightly, "It's confusing, but don't think too much about it." She recalled how Ju Yeon had fought bravely in another world and explained, "You've done many things so far and received rewards for them. Now there's only one last choice left." Ju Yeon was sweating cold. What choice could that be? Ego continued, "The power you possess is not yet the true strength of the divine fragments. A hero is someone who carries the burden of saving the world, and this power can remain dormant or bloom, depending on your choice. Will you settle for surviving and carrying this power's weight, or will you choose to save the world and bear the burden granted to you?" She tried to calm him. "Don't worry. Salvation is not necessarily the hero's duty. It's just one of many options you can choose, as always." Back in the present, still in the bathtub, he sighed. "Honestly, for someone like me who was just a lazy guy until recently talking about salvation, whatever. After the bath, I'll eat chicken and drink beer." At Kim Hyeji's house, something on her tablet caught her attention. She was analyzing and listing Ju Yeon's skills while calling him the fire psychopath. "Perfect. According to my sharp intuition and brilliant analysis, yes, Ju Yeon Yu definitely has psychopathic tendencies, but I still haven't found solid proof, so..." While Kim Hyeji was thinking intensely, her brother approached. Ignoring his presence, she kept murmuring, "No matter how much I think about it, I need to meet him face to face." Soon her brother asked, "Why this obsession with that guy?" The girl revealed, "Even those ranked S are in field zones where death can come at any moment. If I'm going to be eliminated anyway, I want to be the best in this field. For that, I need someone exceptional like a psychopath on my team." Her brother gave up trying to understand his sister's thoughts and sighed. He touched her shoulder and said, "If you want to be the best, don't act impulsively all the time." She replied, convinced, "With all the information gathered, I can make some assumptions about Ju Yeon. Anyway." She then started reviewing her detailed analysis out loud, explaining step by step. "He disappeared after causing chaos without leaving a trace, so he's probably extremely cautious. His level is probably not above 40, so he would choose a less populated and lower-ranked zone. Since he avoids our patrols, he probably wouldn't choose known areas in Seoul. He seemed desperate for money, and judging by his appearance, he probably doesn't own a car, so he likely walks or uses public transport. If that's the case, adjusting the search range," she concluded, "Mr. Ju Yeon will soon appear to hunt in a Class D spider cave near the metropolitan area." Her brother just sighed. "Are you stupid? Things can't happen so perfectly like that." Following the girl's sure intuition, the siblings headed out to a hunt. What the tank brother witnessed next was simply illogical and scary. His sister Kim Hyeji was face to face with the protagonist. She had hit the nail on the head about where the boy would make his next hunt. Ju Yeon tried to explain, stammering in front of the determined girl, "This isn't what you think. I'm not really hunting, I just came to sell healing items." Deep down, the tank brother just thought, "Seriously? You actually came?" Kim Hyeji smiled, trying to put him at ease, but her expression betrayed that she wasn't buying the story. "Come on, I already know everything, so stop pretending, just tell the truth." Still, Juyeon couldn't reveal his true identity. He insisted on the lie, even though the girl clearly didn't believe him. "What are you talking about? I'm just a common healer, that's all." Kim Hyeji didn't believe a word and confronted him. "Ah, you're really going to keep this up?" The protagonist then got irritated. "Why are you acting like this with me? This is pathetic." For the brother, the situation was complete chaos. He just thought, a hunter being manipulated by a brat. Soon the discussion was interrupted by the tank, who decided to announce his offer loudly. 500. Juyeon turned confused. The tank completed. "I'll give you 500 per hour, let's go." Then he tried to console the seemingly defeated protagonist. "You'll just waste time trying to convince Kim Hyeji to change her mind. It's not worth it." While dragging Juyeon away, he reminded him, "We agreed you were going to pay off my debt, right?" The young man tried to argue but couldn't. What the tank said was a fact. In the end, Juyeon just accepted he had lost. "All right, fine. Let's go. I don't even know what this debt means, but I'll go because you're offering me 500 per hour." Excited, Kim Hyeji exclaimed, "Okay, then let's go straight to the field now." But Juyeon hesitated and asked, "Wait, before that," the girl interrupted. "What now?" Embarrassed, he finally revealed, "I just need to go to the bathroom." The siblings froze, speechless. Then the tank recalled notes made by his sister, one in particular. Juyeon suffered from irritable bowel syndrome. In disbelief, he thought, "You really confirmed that too? Damn, this girl is scary." Meanwhile, the protagonist cried inside. This time they definitely labeled me the poop crazy guy. So the group set off to hunt in a cave. Kim Hyeji didn't leave the protagonist alone for a second. She bombarded him with questions. "Seriously, just tell me already. The mage who disappeared after helping the raid on Kainal. And that psychopath? Aren't you Juyeon?" Even with the girl clinging to his arm, Juyeon gave a weak excuse, pretending he couldn't hear well. But Hyeji was persistent, very persistent, which started to worry the boy. The area they were in was known as Class D Hunting Field Spider's Hole. Hyeji kept trying to convince him to tell the truth. "If you really are Juyeon, I want to repay you for helping. Since I work in the same field, I promise I'll keep it a secret, I swear." Meanwhile, the tank brother led ahead, alert to the path. Juyeon, sweating, wiped his face while thinking, the way she said it, it's almost certain that Mage Cheater is the same fire psychopath. The boy recalled the moment when her brother demanded his favor. "A deal is a deal. I said you were going to pay me back, remember?" Juyeon could no longer deny it. Everything was now more than obvious. He simply had no escape. Meanwhile, a huge red spider moved above the warriors' heads, but no one noticed, and the conversation continued. Finally, Juyeon gave in. "Don't tell this to anyone else." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, seriously? No wonder you seem to have more mana than me." Even after the revelation, she still wanted to understand more, but the protagonist stayed skeptical and explained, "It's all because of the equipment bonuses. The equipment is the key." Excited, Hyeji still questioned, "Sure, but if you're a mage, what skill books did you use for buffs or healing?" While the conversation went on, the brother, who was leading the group, began to sense something strange in the cave. Tired of the chatter, he turned to the two. "This is a high-level Class D field, full of monsters. Aren't you tired of playing around yet?" Behind him, there was a vast expanse of spider webs. Hyeji finally fell silent, and Juyeon inwardly cheered. Eager to test his new weapon, Juyeon drew his new fiery red sword and announced, "All right, since you're paying me 500 per hour, I'll get to work and clear the way." The sword exuded a dense red aura. That was the flaming fire sword with magic power +3. Hyeji, surprised, exclaimed, "Huh? So he's also a magic sword user? I didn't know that." The young man quickly replied, "Actually, I couldn't buy a staff, so I took this. Because of the magic power. It's better than nothing." With a serious look, Juyeon raised his sword. "Since it's come to this, let's test the skills to see what this is capable of." Hyeji watched excitedly but confused as the red sword turned bluish. "Huh? Instead of fire, it's ice?" Meanwhile, Juyeon thought, one of the advantages of being a skill master is being able to use all kinds of skills. Then he extended his hand and cast his ice spear skill. This skill summons a sharp spear made entirely of ice, capable of hitting enemies within a radius of up to 20 meters. It requires 10 mana points to activate and consumes 70 mana points per use. Then the boy thought excitedly as he saw his new attack. "Now I can also combine multiple skills." He then added a new trait to his technique, the poison trait. This technique poisons the target but requires a conductive medium to be applied. Its effect lasts 180 seconds, requires 30 mana points to activate, and consumes 80 per use. The poisoned ice spear was launched directly into the giant web in front of him, hitting dozens of spiders, but there were still hundreds in the background. The hail of poisonous ice continued non-stop. Juyeon's eyes glowed with an intense green as he clenched his fist and declared, "Catalyst." This skill amplifies the poison effects on enemies. If the target is under the effect of more than 3 layers of poison, the effect turns into critical poison, causing even more damage. To activate it requires 40 mana points and consumes 800 per use. Sheathing his sword, he reflected that it was a good idea to improve the attack using the Catalyst boss skill. The impact of the attack left the brothers stunned. Before them, countless poisonous spiders lay lifeless, scattered on the ground. Analyzing the attack power, Juyan thought, ice magic isn't bad either. But if I get caught off guard, I'm done for. Better avoid using fireball for a while. Kim Hyeji was stunned. Amid her shock, she shouted, "You're not a fire mage?" The boy admitted, "Yes, but the damage from fireball seems kind of weak compared to other spells." The girl, not understanding his explanation, looked at him with a mixture of doubt and excitement, questioning what or who Juyan really was. After the big hunt, everyone went to celebrate with a barbecue. The place was packed, and the smell of good food filled the entire area. Kim Hyeji was super excited, holding a big cup of happiness with a smile from ear to ear, when she exclaimed, 27? Oh wait, he's a friend, let's talk. Everyone toasted enthusiastically. While eating and drinking with his companions, the protagonist seemed dazed, muttering, "I was about to run away when the hunt ended." Juyan recalled the attack in the cave, when he struck the queen spider with a huge poisoned ice stake. At that moment, the system alerted him about absorbing the soul of the rank D queen spider field boss. Satisfied, he thought, "Good! I defeated the boss with a single strike," and then mentally added, "The skill test was a success." He was about to head home when something caught his attention. In the background, the brothers were reading a red notification, clearly confused. Due to insufficient contribution, it was not possible to obtain the soul of the rank D queen spider field boss. They stared at the protagonist in disbelief. The soul didn't drop for anyone else, only for Juyan. That's when Kim Hyeji commented in a frighteningly judgmental tone, "Even though you earned 500 per hour, you were the only one who really contributed, and ended up keeping the entire boss soul just for yourself. Wow, don't you think you should apologize? Maybe you could buy us a wine, how about that?" The boy panicked, avoiding her gaze, and tried to change the subject. "That's it, let's eat meat, lots of meat." But inside, the protagonist thought, "Ah, right, I was in a group hunt." At present, Kim Hyeji stared fixedly at Juyan, and he could only think, better relax and have another drink. Putting her empty cup on the table, Kim Hyeji called Juyan's name frantically. She pointed at him and announced, "I have a proposal that will turn your bones back into flesh." Her face completely red, clearly drunk, Kim Hyeji staggered while speaking loudly. The protagonist observed the scene and thought, "We were friends. Then I became her older brother. Now it's all a mess." Juyan recalled the raid he did with the masked players, while the girl babbled, "In the field, monsters aren't the only danger. Often there's PvP with other players, just like what happened in Kanal." Kim Hyeji continued, "Sure, some say that when you get strong enough, everything works out. But when we hunt field bosses, we don't hunt alone." She poured more drink into the protagonist's cup as she went on. "Even if we see them as humans rather than monsters, the situation would be similar." Trembling a lot, she spilled the drink on the table, making the protagonist visibly nervous. After spilling the entire bottle, she exclaimed, "You can't be messing around. Hunting alone is way too dangerous. How would you handle a high-level field without a tank or schedule? Besides, you'd still have to manage taxes from selling items. Do you have any idea what a headache that causes?" The group's tank, impassive, kept eating. Meanwhile, Hyeji rummaged through her bag, pulled out a stack of papers, and excitedly handed them to the protagonist, revealing, "I'll take care of this for you. You just need to focus on hunting in peace." Shocked, the protagonist asked, "Are you really trying to sign a contract with me?" She confirmed, "There aren't many reliable users in this field." She recalled the last raid against Heinel and added, "But you're strong, and we share a secret." Excited, Kim Hyeji announced, "Monsters drop items when killed. People leave their names. If you can't reach the top alone, then do it with help. I hate being an extra more than dying out there." Almost shoving the contract in the boy's face, she revealed, "If you sign, you'll get an exclusive apartment for hunters, with the most beautiful woman in the world living next door." Her brother realized Kim Hyeji was trying to recruit him with all her might. Suspicious, the protagonist asked, "I think I know the answer, but who would be the most beautiful woman in the world?" Convinced, Hyeji replied that of course it was her. The group fell silent, waiting for Juyan's answer. Finally, he said, "The conditions are too good. I can't refuse." Before he could change his mind, Hyeji shouted, "Then let's sign it already." The girl was radiant. Her brother, embarrassed, scolded her. "Sit down and eat, you're embarrassing yourself." In the end, Juyan signed the contract. Hyeji then explained, The field schedule will prioritize requests from Group A. I'll handle everything outside the hunt, including your routine." She held up a card and revealed, "Buy whatever you need with this card. I'll manage all the money from your hunts. If you have any questions, just call me." The boy took the card, still confused, looking around as if he were in an absurd dream. The protagonist was already in his new apartment with a view of the entire city and looked around enchanted. Soon he exclaimed, "The explanation is perfectly clear." And then he burst with happiness, imagining his prosperous future. "This is amazing. The contract is wonderful. Hunting alone was chaos. And best of all, even though I was avoiding her because of the previous situation, honestly, Hyeji is beautiful, and she offered to be my manager." Soon after, he thought internally, "I don't envy you anymore, Muhammad Al. Ever since I got this skill, everything's been going well." Right after, he saw some notifications appear before him. It was midnight, and he had been rewarded. He was informed that the Chaos Combat skill, originally rank SS, was successfully copied, and shortly after evolved to rank EX, further increasing its power. Excited by the result, he shouted enthusiastically, "Successful high-level gotcha! Now I don't even need to look at Lee Haisung's face anymore. Finally, it's time to test the ice spear." At that moment, he remembered what Hyeji said when she handed him the contract. "You're strong, after all." And he thought to himself, "If I use Fireball along with Blood Combat X, my attack power will be insane." That's when the boy shouted for Kim Hyeji. She turned around surprised. She was about to leave him alone. And then Ju Yan exclaimed determinedly, "Get ready to enter the field. Today, I'm the one carrying you." On the phone screen, the video of the little girl with fireballs was still open. Excited about what was to come next, Ju Yan mentally concluded, "Maybe I've been too relaxed and careless." While Hyeji was getting ready, her brother was watching her. Worried, he asked, "Are we really going to a C-rank field, just the three of us?" Hyeji, who had reached level 36, was excited to go there, as she wanted to see at least once how they would perform. Ju Yan, who arrived while the conversation was happening, quickly reassured them. "Anyway, the recommended level is between 31 and 40. There won't be any problem, bro." In truth, he was the one the protagonist was most worried about. Hyeji's brother frowned, since that level range was only what the system recommended. Depending on the group and how it was organized, the ideal level could vary significantly. Despite his concerns, the protagonist wasn't worried. "I have a plan, and I'll sweep all the experience points for you." With the latest skills he had obtained, Ju Yan knew there was nothing they couldn't do. Sometime later, the group arrived at the C-rank field, the Unak Natural Recreation Forest. This was an infamous field due to its plant-type monsters. Since they were adapted to the forest, there were many mutants. For this reason, it was ideal for a group to proceed with 2 area of effect damage dealers. However, Ju Yeon wanted to try something different. As soon as he arrived at the recreation field, he launched a massive fireball that crashed down on a wooden monster. Hyeji was impressed by the attack, and Chuyeon was pleased. This was the perfect attribute to face such monsters. With his unique fireball trait receiving a 10% enhancement effect, Chuyeon was practically dancing with satisfaction. Juyeon's plan was to copy only the energy combat enhancement to deal with the growing number of monsters, and as a precaution, he also kept a backup skill copied. Lastly, he wanted to test whether he could copy his combat technique through the body camera. When 2 magic circles appeared beside Juyeon, flames burst out like a wave, drowning the monsters in fire. This was the flashy ability he had prepared to serve as his finishing move. While Juyeon was immersed in thoughts about how many skills he could copy, he was being watched by his teammates, who noticed his maniacal smile. Hyeji felt a bit uneasy, and upon seeing Juyeon laughing as he wiped out the monsters, she quickly ran to her brother's side. Now they understood why people called Juyeon a psychopath. The hunt continued normally. Juyeon created fireballs as hot as the sun to deal with the monsters. While the group hunted, a man in a suit was observing them from a distance, speaking through an earpiece. The image he saw was transmitted to a computer, and his voice was heard by someone watching the footage. Target location confirmed. Skills and appearance match. A knife spun through the air, striking the computer screen in an instant. Enraged, the owner of the knife vented his fury. Barely any time has passed and he dares to show up. He's completely lost his sense of fear. Since he offered himself up, shouldn't I grant his wish? Unaware that someone was planning to hunt him down, Juyeon continued his advance through the forest, starting large fires whenever he encountered a wooden monster. After some time hunting, the mutant trees had turned into charcoal, while various gems and items were scattered across the ground. Excitedly collecting the gems, Juyeon checked and saw his level had gone up from 15 to 17. Something caught his attention among the ashes. It looked solid. He pulled it out, thinking it was an item, but when he realized he was holding a skeleton, The smile on his face turned to shock. Hyeji and her brother heard the scream echo in the distance and quickly turned around. Approaching Juyeon, they asked what had happened. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist was trembling and stuttering. "It's a body! I let my guard down thinking no one was here. Did I accidentally hit someone?" Hyeji reassured him. There was no way someone could turn into a skeleton just because of a fire skill. Observing the remains on the ground, she came to a conclusion. There's no way someone would come to a battlefield without armor or equipment. Looks like he was attacked by other people and had his items taken. Finishing her analysis, Hyeji sighed and commented that it would be better to report the finding to the cleanup squad. Hyeji's calm demeanor surprised the protagonist, but there was a reason for it. She had seen this happen many times. It was actually common in hunting fields. Since they couldn't determine whether this was the work of a cult, it would be difficult to track down the culprit. Hearing the entire explanation, the protagonist swallowed hard. This was all new to him. Seeing how experienced the girl seemed, he asked if she had ever been attacked before. Hyeji confirmed that she had and remembered the incident. A bald man with an axe had charged at her unexpectedly as he was part of her own team. Juyeon grew increasingly surprised by her words. "We were hunting, and they tried to attack me from behind. It's easy to know who your enemies are when you're facing monsters because all of them are enemies. But humans are different. You never know when they'll turn on you to steal your items or your body." Hyeji smiled and blushed slightly as she looked into Juyeon's eyes, finishing, "And honestly, I'm quite pretty, aren't I?" Juyeon couldn't believe she could be so vain even while discussing something like that. Returning to a serious tone, she explained that it had been the first time she'd had to defend herself and eliminate another person. Hyeji's brother, who had supported her at the time, fell silent as he listened to the story. Quickly, Hyeji recovered and smiled again. "Those bastards basically ran straight at me begging for it, so the outcome was nothing unexpected." Having told the whole story, she asked Juyeon to be careful, since there were always a bunch of lunatics in the hunting fields. "When things get dangerous, you can hide behind my big brother, got it?" Though he couldn't reveal just how high his strength stat was, the protagonist scoffed arrogantly. "Honestly, even if Kainal showed up right now, I don't think I'd have any trouble." Hyeji couldn't help but laugh at his confidence. As the three interacted, a small sphere rolled to Juyeon's feet. The protagonist was surprised to see it, and upon identifying it through the system as a pheromone bomb, it exploded. In an instant, a fog with a charm effect spread through the area, bewitching the group. At the same time, wooden monsters began walking toward them. The wave of monsters shook the ground as it surged forward like a horde. The tank quickly moved, positioning himself in front of Juyeon and Hyeji. However, before he could raise his shield to block the monsters, Juyeon passed by him, charging at the horde. "I can handle this many!" But it wasn't just monsters. Hidden in a corner, a bandit holding a crossbow took aim at Juyeon. Without warning, an arrow struck Juyeon. However, to the shooter's dismay, the arrow that hit Juyeon's neck simply bounced off, causing no serious injury. When the arrow fell to the ground, Juyeon smiled. He had already realized it was an ambush. With his stats, he didn't care about being hit by a mere arrow. But just as he showed confidence, a poison began to spread through his body. The paralysis effect was triggered, along with slowing and pain effects that would last for 3 minutes. In an instant, Juyeon dropped to his knees, trembling. From a dark corner of the monster forest, the one leading the attack smiled. "It's hunting time." Seeing Juyeon get hit and writhe in pain, Hyeji ran toward him. While trying to wake him up, she was so desperate that she didn't notice the approach of a massive mutant tree. At the very last moment, just before being struck, she noticed the monster's presence. Hyeji unleashed her fury with a spear of fire. The scalding magic tore through the trunk and wood, quickly reducing it to nothing more than a twisted husk. However, only one of the monsters had been taken down. Behind it, the horde was still standing. Hyeji clenched her teeth. There was an unusual number of monsters for that area. In this situation, they wouldn't be able to hold them off while protecting Juyeon, so a decision had to be made immediately. Hyeji's brother hoisted Juyeon over his shoulder, and with his other hand, raised his large shield to clear a path. With the large tanker leading the way, the group advanced through the mutant trees. Hyeji supported him however she could, casting her fire spells without worrying about how much energy she was using. But as they moved forward a bit more, another sphere rolled toward them. Hyeji's brother reacted quickly and raised his shield, but she was even faster. With a storm of fire, she destroyed the grenade before it could explode. The man who had thrown it glared at them in irritation. "Where do you think you're going? Trying to run away without fighting?" Behind him, several mercenaries stood ready to act at his command. Hyeji's brother frowned and asked the man's identity, but he didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to Juyeon, who was being carried on the man's shoulder. "I'm someone who has business with your cargo. Leave him and I might let you go." In response to those words, Hyeji immediately hurled a fire spear without even replying, but the man she targeted swiftly swung his sword and shattered the spell. Hyeji instantly recognized the technique he used to neutralize her attack and questioned him. "You were in the raid against Kanal, weren't you?" The man smiled upon being recognized. "You're pretty, but pretty clueless. Looks like I'll have to eliminate you too." With a dark glare, a murderous aura surged around him, making his intentions clear. At his signal, one of his henchmen pulled out another pheromone bomb. As soon as the sphere hit the ground, it exploded, releasing the attraction toxin. This gas was exactly what drew the mutant trees, and soon a new horde formed. Hyeji and her brother clenched their teeth as they saw the danger approaching once again. In an instant, the ferocious monsters were right in front of them, charging at full speed. Holding Juyeon with one arm, the tanker shoved one of the monsters away with his shield. Hyeji also gave it her all, using her fire magic to deal with those that got too close. Meanwhile, Juyeon groaned in pain. Even though the others were doing their best, his body wouldn't move as he wished. His skin felt like it was burning. He didn't understand how things had escalated to that point, or if this would be his end. As he tried to grasp what was happening, he was jolted awake when a drop of red liquid landed on his face. The tanker carrying him had fallen to his knees, and Hyeji, exhausted, was wounded in the shoulder. Yet in front of them, the horde of monsters had been defeated. Juyeon didn't understand how that had happened, or why. Then he remembered Hyeji's words when she told him he could hide behind her brother if things got dangerous. She wasn't lying. When she saw him trembling, Hyeji realized Juyeon had regained consciousness. Surprised to see him trying to get up, she tried to stop him. "Juyeon, are you back to your senses? Can you really walk?" Hyeji was confused when Juyeon pulled out a cell phone. The protagonist ignored her question and instead made a request. He wanted them to keep what was about to happen an absolute secret. Watching how the group had handled the monsters, the bandit sneered. "You're holding up pretty well, even carrying that dead weight, huh? As a reward, I'll make sure it doesn't hurt." Hyeji clenched her teeth and cursed at the bandit. Seeing Juyeon rise, the man was also surprised. He had been wondering how much longer the mage would stay knocked out. With a mocking grin, he continued, "Judging by how you look, you're all beat up, aren't you?" The protagonist, drenched in sweat from the pain, silently acknowledged everything he had endured. Seeing Juyeon's expression, the bandit laughed even harder. "You can't wait for what's coming next, can you?" Ignoring the threat, Juyeon raised his hand silently toward the sky. The bandit, on guard, expected a fireball. He quickly conjured a shield around himself and his subordinates. In a deep voice, Juyeon asked only one question. "Are you sure you're ready?" Immediately, countless magic circles appeared in the sky, one after another. Everyone looked up, stunned in disbelief. Like a dark lord of the stars, Juyeon had conjured magic circles that shone like suns. In that moment, everyone realized this was the attack of the mage who had received Muhammad Al's ring, but realizing that didn't give them any chance to escape. With a blank stare, the protagonist unleashed his ability, Meteor Rain. At his command, massive fire-wreathed boulders rained down from the magic circles. Before he was struck, the bandit dispelled his shield and charged toward Juyeon. He didn't believe the mage would be willing to sacrifice himself and his allies with his own attack. In a desperate move, he launched a crazed strike at Juyeon, but before he could get close, Juyeon muttered something. Inner fury. The moment the spell activated, chaos erupted within the bandit's body, freezing him in place. Unable to take even one more step, the meteor shower fell, a sight no one present in that hunting ground had ever witnessed before. In an instant, it felt as if the very sun had descended upon the earth. As soon as the meteors fell, they dissipated, leaving behind only craters of destruction. In one of those craters, a person and his swords were also reduced to nothing, the bandit who had dared to attack Juyeon. Seeing what had happened, the sibling duo was shocked. They hadn't even been affected by the attack. Having unleashed such a devastating power, Juyeon felt weakness wash over him. He let himself fall backward onto the ground and lying there celebrated. "We survived!" He knew that if it hadn't been for the teleportation ability, he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Before that expedition, he had spent a long time debating how to allocate his skills. At the time, he had 4 available slots. Since he had already copied Fireball and Explosion as part of his combat technique, 1 slot was left open. That's when he came across a video online about teleport arrow combinations. Although he wasn't confident he could pull off the same trick, he decided to copy the ability just in case. Teleportation was a unique trait. You needed to designate a target, and when activated, both the user and the marked target would be transported to another location. The description sounded confusing, but Juyeon soon realized it was essentially mass teleportation, so he decided to place the ability in his last available slot. Seeing how well prepared he had been, he couldn't hold back his joy and even jumped on his bed like a child. Now, lying on the ground, he simply asked the siblings not to question him any further. Hyeji, however, wasn't particularly curious. Her intention was far more shameless. Let's grab the items those idiots dropped. After collecting the loot, the trio headed up a hill. Once they were far away, a different group arrived at the site where the battle had taken place and was stunned by the aftermath. Faced with so many craters, they were shocked and asked, "What the hell happened here? This is insane. Look at the size of these holes. Did Muhammad Al pass through here?" Even though he had saved his own life, Juyan was still on the verge of tears. After displaying such a powerful ability, he felt it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Thanks to the intense battle, he had reached level 20. A new unique trait had been unlocked, the sub-trait of skill storage. When they returned home, Juyeon shared a few truths with the siblings. Hyeji was the most surprised when she heard about the skill master. Juyeon told them the truth. He had a class that allowed him to copy any skill. Hyeji was shocked, and a realization dawned on her. So that's why you can use healing, damage, and buffs all at the same time? Her understanding went deeper, and she pointed to herself. You can even copy my skills? Unfortunately for her, Juyeon confirmed that he could. Hyeji then pointed to her brother and asked if Juyeon could copy his skills too. The protagonist also confirmed this, though he mentioned they'd be difficult to use without the proper equipment. As if she had found a priceless treasure, Hyeji approached Juyeon with shining eyes. Does this even make sense? How many skills can you copy? The protagonist stopped her from continuing, saying that detail was still a secret. Hyeji's brother wasn't too concerned about Juyeon's class. He wanted to get to the main issue. Do you know anything about the people who attacked us? Thinking for a moment, the protagonist suggested they might be the same people who were in the Kainel raid. Hyeji also told her brother she had a lead on who they were. With a sharp look, she said, "They must be from the Raider Guild." To explain further, Hyeji asked Juyeon if he had heard of a group that collected items from boss monsters. The protagonist had, in fact, come across such a group before. Hyeji revealed that some time ago, this group, the Raider Guild, had tried to recruit them, offering the rights to use boss monster items in return. The protagonist didn't fully understand how that guild was linked to the people attacking others. Hyeji quickly got to the point. Among the items we got from those who attacked us, there were several boss-tier items. Those have extremely low drop rates, so it would be hard for more than one group to gather that many. This is an organization with roots all over the planet. We still don't know who their leader is, but now that you've made enemies of this group, you need to be careful. Hearing the warning, the protagonist was so frightened his gaze darkened. Later, after they had split up, he lay down on his bed, trying to relax. Thinking over what had happened in recent days, he realized he had been through countless accidents. His identity had almost been exposed several times. Afraid of being found out, he knew he had to become stronger before that happened. He needed to secure high-rank abilities. Opening the stats window, Juyeon saw he had accumulated 30,000 points. This amount had been steadily built up through daily missions. He had always tried to be prepared in case something happened. Using a portion of his resources, he spent 5,000 points and upgraded his sub-trait. His passive income reached level 4, and now he earned 1,000 points every 24 hours, counted from the day's reset. He hoped the points would accumulate while he rested in bed, but he knew that wasn't very efficient. As a reward, Juyeon decided to spend all remaining points on the ability that had helped solve the crisis. Using 25,000 points, he raised the main trait to level 3. Now, the ability granted 2 random rank D unique traits for a copied skill. One of those traits could be selected and manually applied. Since even E-rank traits brought massive efficiency boosts, the potential of D-rank traits thrilled him. Opening the sub-trait window, the protagonist wanted to check the best options available. He now had the skill storage sub-trait. He could use a copy counter to store a skill. Stored skills would retain their main traits and their effects would remain until replaced. When a new skill was stored, a copy counter would be consumed, and its recharge cooldown wouldn't apply. Sighing, Juyeon held back tears, imagining how he could have kept the combat skill had this trait emerged earlier. Copying skills via video wasn't all that efficient. After thinking for a while, Juyeon decided which skill to store. Extending his hand, energy flowed through his arm as he chose Change Resistance. Once the decision was made, a copy counter was used, and the skill was stored, preserving the applied effects as well. Since he could use that skill endlessly while it remained in storage, it was easy to decide which ones to keep. After Change Resistance, Juyeon figured he should store Radiant Power from Hyeji and the powerful combat skill. Since he didn't yet have them at a high rank, Juyeon planned to keep trying to obtain them randomly while resting for a few days. Juyeon intended to rest, but the next thing he knew, he was sitting with Hyeji and her brother, in front of Muhammad Al. Seeing Muhammad greet him personally for the first time, Juyan nearly cried. Just as he had decided to take a temporary break, a guest had shown up. And not just anyone, him. Accompanied by his secretary, Muhammad crossed his arms and commented, "You stirred up quite a commotion. The rumors that the mage from the canal battle and the psychopath are you have been contained, to keep them from spreading." The protagonist was about to thank Muhammad for the favor when Hyeji beat him to it. "Thank you, but why are you here?" Seeing how the girl took the lead, Muhammad replied kindly, "No need to be so cautious. I just wanted to hear what my friends thought." With arms still crossed, Muhammad confirmed what the group had already suspected. Those who attacked them were part of a global-scale guild called Raider. Hyeji was a little surprised that Muhammad already knew that. Soon, the high-ranking hunter continued. "Coincidentally, I'm already at war with that guild. Because of that, I managed to gather some intel. They're currently gathering in secret at the ski resort in Gonjiam, looking for a lost treasure left behind by the Raiders' leader." Upon hearing about something involving a massive amount of money, the group of hunters was stunned. Hyeji once again spoke first. "Why are you telling us something so important? Shouldn't you be acting on your own?" Muhammad ended up frustrating her with his answer. "I'm sorry I can't help directly, but any of my movements would draw too much attention." As the conversation continued, his secretary informed him that his next scheduled appointment was approaching. Pressed by her, he sighed, annoyed to see such an important moment end so quickly. Before leaving, he gave Juyan a final message. "What you choose to do with this information is up to you, whether it's defeating the enemy at my side or just protecting yourselves. I simply want to know what your answer will be." In a vast ruin with crimson floors, an army was gathered before a dark portal that slowly opened. From that portal emerged a woman. In her hands, she dragged a monster, showing no concern for its size. As the monster's entire body left the ethereal realm, those awaiting her could see that it was dozens of times larger than the woman who had successfully hunted it. A masked man immediately bowed before her. "Welcome, Miss Lin Xiaoling." With a pleasant smile, the woman with black hair streaked with white, tied in a ponytail, made a simple gesture upon seeing the man. Without expecting an attack, his body was launched into the wall on the other side of the hall. She took the opportunity to correct those who still addressed her merely as Miss. "The former guild leader has left this world, so now I'm officially the leader of the Raider Guild, right?" With the support of the special field, the Tower of Destruction, the new leader of the Raider Guild, Lin Xiaoling, made sure everyone started calling her boss. Leaving the monster aside, Xiaoling issued a command to her now subordinates. "The monster's whereabouts have been identified up to the 20th floor. Analyze the materials from all of them." Shifting the topic, Xiaoling asked how the suppression of the faction loyal to the old man opposing her was going. Her subordinate promptly reported that 98% of the old generation's followers had already been eliminated, and the remaining ones were scheduled for removal. Xiaoling was extremely pleased with the report and thought further. The old man's treasure hidden in Korea should still be untouched. Retrieve it as planned. The Dark Xiaoling had only one thing in mind: to end the era where anyone could make money without skills, and usher in the era of the superpowered. Those who conquer the special fields and obtain the boss monster's items will grasp the world's true power. And in that new realm, I will sit on the throne. Unaware of Xiaoling's thoughts, Juyan was enjoying the snow with a bright smile. "This is my first time at a ski resort. This is amazing!" The scenery of the Gonium ski resort field was breathtaking. There, the snow never melted, and movement was restricted by snowstorms. Due to roadblocks, the popularity of the hunting field, which could have been a fun spot, was extremely low. Excited about the location, Hyeji quickly made a plan. "Let's finish the hunt fast so we can come back and enjoy this place." In contrast to her excitement, her brother had a grim look. "I don't know if it was a wise decision for just the three of us to come here." Before the trip, Sangwook had been shocked to hear his sister wanted to go after the Raider Guild first. She had in fact sold items taken from bandits who attacked them, under her real name. He was appalled to realize how carelessly his sister might have made herself a target, but she couldn't stop smiling, even in this situation, because now she and Juyan shared the same fate. He slapped his own face, upset for having let his guard down instead of taking care of things himself. Now that they were already in the hunting field, Hyeji reassured her brother, "Come on, what's there to worry about? The three of us are veterans who've already been through tough times." Not only Sangwook, but Juyan himself was surprised to hear her include him as a veteran. Since he had already faced a boss raid and battled a group that hunted players, Hyeji could no longer call him a rookie. As they were leaving the resort, Hyeji explained the situation. When they were stopped by someone holding a katana, two men with threatening appearances were there to drive them away. "This hunting field is under the control of the Enjoy Guild, so leave if you don't want trouble," Confused, Hyeji asked if they were association users or something like that. Before she could step closer to keep questioning them, one of the men drew his katana. Instantly, Hyeji sensed their intent. With a mocking look, the man holding the sword threatened, "Screw the association. This place belongs to our guild." At that moment, Juyan's heart began to race, and his expression darkened. He might not be a hero, but the thought of protecting what mattered to him filled his mind. The man blocking their path continued to mock Hyeji. "If you're that upset, why don't you give me a hug? Maybe I'll make an exception." Sangwook clenched his teeth at the provocation. He was about to act when Juyan pulled his hood up over his face. In the protagonist's hand, a small flame appeared, like the fury burning in his heart. "That bastard dared to point a sword at one of mine." The small flame turned into a massive fireball controlled by Juyan's finger. Seeing it, many members of the guild nearby were shocked and quickly recognized him. "It's that psycho!" Juyeon had no reason to stay still, not when he had the power to crush those who threatened him. With a grim look, he questioned the man with the sword. "Shouldn't control come with power? Then how about I show you what it feels like to be controlled?" The man tried to retreat when he saw the fireball, arguing that their guild had arrived first. But before he could keep barking, the fireball exploded into flames and rage launched by Jian. Having barely dodged it, the man grew furious. "That lunatic really threw a fireball, damn bastard!" But before he could complain another second, Jian glared at him darkly. "If you show up in front of me again, you'll face the consequences." Seeing how Juyan acted, Hyeji felt he was a little different than usual. Following behind, she tried to tease him. "Wow, you, Juyan, that dominance was amazing." Hearing the praise, the protagonist turned back with a shy smile. "Really? I guess I might have been a bit, yeah." Surprised and confused, Hyeji watched his personality change again in mere seconds. Even Juyeon was a bit puzzled. It was his first time intimidating someone, but he had done so well, he started wondering if that was his true talent. In the inner areas of the snowy fields, a group from the Enjoy Guild was locked in a tough battle against wolves and werewolves. After winning the fight, one man laughed in celebration. "Ha ha ha! There's no one else here to share the damage. This is so refreshing. We should have taken control of this hunting field sooner." However, in the middle of his celebration, a massive fireball, like a blazing sun, fell from the sky. Leaping back, he barely avoided the attack, completely baffled. "Who the hell launched that?" In response to his question, a person wearing a white hood appeared. "Who do you think? Just someone who came here to hunt." The man got angry and shouted at the hooded figure. "Didn't you see the warning outside? This field is under our guild's control." But only a grim smile appeared on the man's lips in response. Scratching his head, the Enjoy Guild leader ordered his men to back off. "Don't waste your time. There are several level 40 guys here. Just go to another hunting field." The man walked toward the Enjoy Guild group and removed his hood, revealing gray hair and a middle-aged face. With a somber glare, he challenged them. "Let's see who ends up leaving." Unexpectedly, a group of people emerged from the snow, attacking with sharp blades. The Enjoy Guild tried to flee, but the attackers didn't let them get far. The gray-haired man scoffed as his team eliminated the group. "So many useless fools." A man beside him wearing a green hood apologized. "Sorry I didn't find out sooner. Apparently a guild called Enjoy started controlling this field." Unbothered by the issue, the man gave an order to the scout. Divide the team into 2 groups to hunt down anyone in their way. That way they wouldn't be disturbed. Looking ahead, he stared at the tall mountain rising in the distance. To the deepest, highest part of the hunting field, that was their destination, where they would find the imitation bracelet. Unaware of what had happened inside the hunting field, Juyeon and Hyeji laughed joyfully as they enjoyed the snow. However, the girl's brother wore a somber expression. "We managed to get in now, but we need to start thinking about the next step. The Raiders Guild isn't as small as ours. A preemptive strike is necessary. First of all, how are we going to distinguish them from the Enjoy Guild?" His question made the group pause in thought, stopping in their tracks to find a solution. The protagonist came up with a possibility. The Raiders Guild was known for focusing on treasure, which meant they weren't interested in the experience provided by monsters. Knowing that made Juyeon smile mischievously as he devised a clever plan. The Raiders Guild, which had taken control of the snowy field, remained as discreet as possible, even hiding their faces with masks. As the group walked toward the mountains, they heard a noise. Unexpectedly, a group of wolves and werewolves appeared. The number of monsters, increasing by the second, quickly formed a horde. At the top of a snow-covered hill, Juyeon and the others took in the magnificent view. He was simply returning the favor, using the same kind of pheromone the raiders had used against them last time. Sangwook was a bit confused by the method, as they weren't sure whether the people below actually belonged to the raiders. However, The protagonist disagreed and explained why. If they see a horde of monsters and don't run, it can only mean two things. Either the group is prepared to farm experience points, or they have business important enough to risk it. Hyeji analyzed the group's abilities down below, confirming that all of them seemed to be at a level higher than recommended for that hunting ground. Such people were there despite being unable to gain any experience. That simple observation led them to conclude the group was there for something important, and it wasn't the monsters. After the raiders group defeated all the monsters, the protagonist decided they had to follow them. But before taking the first step, he wanted to leave them a little present, and threw another pheromone grenade. Following Juyan closely, observing his actions and emotions, Hyeji wondered if he had always been like that. To her surprise, he felt like a completely different person. The man in the green cloak climbed a hill with a woman by his side, following a marked location on the map. Moments later, the two led the rest of the group to a hidden cave among the snow. Following from afar, Juyan considered himself lucky to see them reach their final destination. Confused, Hyeji asked what they would do next. However, Juyan had only planned up to that point. Faced with the situation, Juyan felt uneasy, not because of her, but because of himself. Even though he was about to ambush someone who had previously attacked him, he felt completely calm. After being lost in thought for so long, Juyan was startled when Hyeji called him. He excused himself, saying he was just reflecting, and refocused. Knowing there was no time to waste, he pulled out a crossbow, a weapon they had obtained in the previous battle against the raiders. At the cave entrance, two people were talking, surprised by the appearance of monsters. Afraid of the fight, they were still relieved to have volunteered to go to a place where they could hide. While they continued talking, Juyan carefully lined up his aim. The sound of the crossbow firing alerted one of the raiders, the exact one Juyan had targeted. The first arrow hit its mark, but the second missed, as the warrior was now on alert. When his companion fell, the remaining raider looked around nervously. "Who's there?" It was at that moment that he started trembling. He couldn't understand what was happening. He remembered dodging the second shot. However, the bow of weakness had a few characteristics. If the target's HP, agility, or strength were below 30, it would respectively cause stun, slow, and pain. Seeing that only the slow debuff had been applied, the protagonist concluded that at least the man's HP and strength were above 30. A shame. He had wanted the guy to get a taste of all the debuffs. The Kim siblings let Juyan handle the situation while they watched from behind. The bandit fell into despair as Juyan approached, speaking in a sinister voice. "Looks like I'll have to bring your HP down to 0 manually." Moments later, a scream echoed from outside the cave. Inside, the trio led by the man in the hood had found a chest, and inside it, a bracelet. The tanker of that group picked up a communicator, trying to contact the scouting team, but all that came through was static. Immediately, the man reported to his leader, "We lost contact with the ones at the cave entrance." Realizing the rear team had been attacked, the group cast their spells, preparing for battle. "We must protect the treasure at all costs." With the tanker at the front, the trio quickly reached the cave entrance, where they found both teammates lying on the ground. Before they could even check on the pair, Hyeji appeared with her staff, casting a firestorm. Several attacks, like flaming hail, crashed against the tanker's shield, which had a magic nullifying barrier. Hyeji raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that. At that moment, a lightning bolt streaked across the snowy field, hitting her brother. The man in the green hood reacted quickly, ordering his partner, "The tanker's being neutralized. Take down the mages before the paralysis wears off." The woman swiftly moved out from behind her own tanker. Seeing that action left Juyan disappointed. "Just because the tanker can't move, you think we're helpless?" Without wasting another second, Juyan activated radiant power. Then, the energy of the limit breaker surged through his body like crackling lightning. Several buffs were instantly applied to Juyan. His magic was boosted, along with his HP, attack, critical damage, and defense penetration. As his attack rank increased by 1 level, he conjured numerous fireballs, a wide smile on his face. Seeing the young man summon fireballs, the man in the green cloak mocked him. "Still using fireballs? What an idiot. Against this shield, E-rank spells won't work." However, contrary to his words, Juyan's fireballs scorched the air and exploded upon the enemy, sending her flying back to where she came from. Amidst the blasts, both she and the tanker were defeated. Only the man in the green cloak remained. With ashes covering his face and clothes, his jaw dropped in disbelief. "What? There's no way fireballs can bypass that much damage reduction." Reaching out his hand, Juyan declared proudly, "I'll put your treasures to good use." As soon as his hand closed, a series of explosions erupted, destroying everything in front of him. Elsewhere, the man with silver hair was still dealing with a monster horde. He had previously informed his team that once the situation was resolved, they would regroup with the other squad on the mountain. That was when a massive explosion rose into the sky with such magnitude that it caught his attention. Upon seeing the blast, he shouted in desperation, "Quick, move to the mountain, now!" As soon as they defeated the 3 remaining members of the raiders group, Juyeon and the others began looting. With his arms full of items, Juyeon's eyes sparkled like a child in a toy store. How can all of them carry around so many boss monster items? Although all the items were incredible, Yeji showed concern. "I'm worried about the growing number of items I have to get rid of. I'd like to avoid revealing my location to those guys." While thinking about how she could dispose of the items, Hyeji saw her brother pick up the shield the other tanker had dropped. He then looked at her with the eyes of a pleading puppy. With a suspicious glance, she met her brother's gaze and eventually nodded at his silent request. "You don't have to sell that, you can use it, big bro." As Juyeon stored various items, Hyeji walked up to him and handed him something. In the girl's hand was a bracelet adorned with a gold-painted snake. It was the mimicry bracelet, an S-rank dual-grade item. It didn't count toward the accessory limit and mimicked the effect of another accessory the user owned, applying 50% of its effect. Surprised to see Hyeji giving him the item, the protagonist asked if he could really keep it. With a wink, Hyeji explained why she didn't mind. "It's not like we have that many items worth mimicking anyway. It's better to give something like this to someone who already has S-rank accessories. You're the ace of our team." Receiving both the item and the compliment, Jian was stunned. He bowed repeatedly, thanking the young woman who kept a proud smile on her face. While Hyeji was being praised, her brother asked if they could leave already since the second team could arrive at any moment. The sibling duo began to move away, but before leaving, Juyeon looked back. He noticed something attached to one of the bodies, a small body camera. For safety, he decided to destroy it. In a dark room, a vase of flowers flew over the shoulder of a masked man, exploding against the wall. In front of him, Lin Xiaoling wore a smile, but her fury was unmistakable. "What did you say? I think I misheard." The man quickly dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. Even while grinding his teeth in fear, he was forced to repeat it. The mimicry bracelet had been taken by someone else. Xiaoling's furious aura radiated as she stared at him with a dark expression. "We sent combat units capable of clearing out an entire boss field, and you lost the item?" The man tried to explain. The group guarding the monsters had survived, but the advance team sent to retrieve the bracelet had been wiped out by the enemies. He revealed that when they reviewed the body cameras from the team that fought the monsters, they found evidence of pheromone bombs being used. Curious, Xiaoling asked about the body cameras of the Annihilation team. However, she was told that all of them had been destroyed. That much she could understand. It meant the remaining team had failed to retrieve the boss monster's item. Internally, she was impressed by the group that had confronted them. They had used skills and items to divide them, and had even removed the body cams from her subordinates to prevent battle analysis. Since the man had mentioned an explosion, Xiaoling concluded that the culprit was the infamous psychopath. She pushed him to the ground with her foot and gave him one final warning. "Don't let this mistake happen again. Analyze that bastard properly, or next time, instead of handing over the bracelet, you'll be handing over your head." Meanwhile, Juyeon and the others had returned to the apartment. During a meeting, Hyeji rested her hand on her chin, sharing her thoughts. "I want to hold on to the boss monster items for now, instead of selling them." The protagonist was surprised by her decision, since they could upgrade several pieces of equipment with the money they'd make. However, Hyeji tried to convince him, saying they needed to avoid being tracked. She revealed that the last time, she had let her identity be exposed just to protect Juyeon, but continuing like that would be problematic. While her brother grumbled about her decisions, Hyeji kept explaining to Juyeon, reassuring him that this didn't mean they'd stop hunting. As she wrote a few things down, she asked Juyeon to confirm that he was really at level 20. She explained that the appropriate hunting fields were divided into 10-level brackets, so she asked, "What's the level limit for F-rank fields, where you can still get rewards?" Raising his hand like a good student, Juyeon answered that it would be level 20. Moving on to the next question, she wanted to know how many field bosses he had already defeated. Using his fingers, Juyeon began to count carefully. He had fought D-rank bosses like the Spider Queen and the Lizard King, the Mountain Python, which was E-rank, and some F-rank ones like the Black Bear, the Flattened Crab, the One-Eyed Crow, the Digging Mole, and Canal, though that one didn't count since he was a special field boss. In the end, Juyeon realized he had defeated only a few F-rank monsters. Having made her notes, Hyeji reminded him that once he surpassed the recommended level, he wouldn't be able to collect boss souls anymore, so they needed to hurry. Displaying several locations on a holographic map, Hyeji laid out the plan to attack boss monsters in less popular fields to avoid drawing attention. Coming up with a solid plan left her excited. And since we're following this plan, we might as well collect all the E-rank monsters too. As planned, the group headed to the first field where they faced their first boss monster. The monster of the sand dune in the Great Sonori field seemed to collapse and reassemble with every hit it took. Surrounded by small fireballs, the protagonist faced off against the boss. Not long after, the fragment of the sand giant was absorbed, and Ju Yeon gained another health point. Feeling how much he had grown, Ju Yeon raised his arms in celebration. Impressed by how quickly he defeated the monster, Hyeji asked how many minutes had passed. Taking out his phone, the protagonist smiled when he saw he had beaten the boss in just 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Excited, Hyeji jumped up and hugged Ju Yeon around the neck. "Congratulations, you reached your goal. We should throw a party to celebrate collecting all the E-rank fragments." Blushing from embarrassment, the protagonist smiled shyly, saying there was no need for a party. He had advanced quite a bit thanks to the mimicry bracelet. He thought Hyeji assumed he had copied the elemental ring with the bracelet, but in truth, he had copied the cursed necklace, which increased his magic power, mana, skill power, and general stats. With a total 15% boost to all attributes, Ju Yeon felt more powerful than ever. Tears in his eyes, he kissed the bracelet, blessing the 15-point boost to all his stats. Feeling on top of the world, Ju Yeon declared, "If I keep improving like this, I might become stronger than Muhammad Al." While the siblings watched him, the protagonist hummed to himself, running toward more monsters in the distance. As the protagonist enjoyed himself, Ego, the tutorial assistant, watched him. She extended her hand, touching the pool of water through which she observed him. The protagonist had been waiting for a mission that could earn him a lot of points, and as expected, a mission appeared. It required him to attempt to conquer a special E-rank field, defeat the invaders who had discovered a new camp, and eliminate the plague ravaging that land. The land of plague devoured and corrupted everything around it, just by existing. As a reward, Ju Yeon would receive a large number of points, along with the chance to choose one trait and one skill to enhance. As always, he had gotten exactly what he wanted at the perfect moment. Seeing Ju Yeon staring off into space, Hyeji asked curiously if he had unlocked a new ability or something like that. Keeping his secret, the protagonist answered quickly, "Something like that. I just got a mission that will make me stronger if I complete it." Hyeji was surprised, and a little jealous. Looking at the number of points he'd received, Ju Yeon grinned from ear to ear. As expected of a main quest. To gather more information, he grabbed his phone and started researching the specific field mentioned in the mission. He found out that the location was 3 hours away by plane. When he looked up the region's climate, the protagonist was stunned. His jaw nearly dropped. At that very moment, the temperature there was an astonishing -40 degrees Celsius. Upon hearing that they would need to clear a special field for Ju Yeon's mission, the mage Hyeji was left speechless. She tried to remind him that he had barely managed to conquer regular boss fields. The protagonist understood her concern, but there was nothing he could do if the mission was completely ridiculous. She still tried to remind him that, even though he was stronger, he had no experience leading a raid. There was also another problem. If the special field was in another country, getting access wouldn't be easy without recognized status. Hyeji knew that only a select few individuals could enter such fields. Large groups, like guilds, weren't allowed. Ju Yeon sensed a strange atmosphere between the siblings, who seemed eager to drop the topic. Instead of insisting, Hyeji preferred to move on to the second phase of Ju Yeon's strengthening plan. As if she knew him completely, she confidently stated, "Instead of combining multiple skills, you usually apply a buff to enhance your attack, and then defeat enemies with a fireball." The protagonist realized she was right, and was quickly questioned as to why he didn't increase the number of high-rank skills he could replicate. Sighing, the protagonist said there wasn't much he could do since high-rank users kept their best skills secret. Hyeji acknowledged he had a point. Unless it's someone attention-seeking like Muhammad Al, most people prefer to keep them hidden. Thinking of something, Hyeji asked the protagonist, "Don't tell me you've never heard of buff sellers? They do something similar to what you did selling healing. They make money by selling buffs." The only problem Hyeji saw with this plan was that she had never seen anyone sell buffs ranked S or higher. The protagonist began to reflect on the topic and soon remembered someone who had given him a phone number. Seeing Ju Yeon deep in thought, the siblings watched him closely. The protagonist pulled out his phone and showed it to both of them. "I know someone who can help." In the celestial realm, Ego looked into space with a smile. "My lord, the hero has accepted the second mission." A transcendent voice responded, brimming with magic. "His memories should start returning soon. That will bring Earth one step closer to salvation." The transcendent being noticed that Ego had a distant look and asked what was troubling her. Ego had a wish. to see once more the hero who had saved the world she came from. The transcendent voice tried to explain that she was already seeing that person at that very moment, but ego didn't fully agree. A person is made of their memories, and the hero has none of his past. So how could he be the same man I knew? The transcendent being, who had sent Juyan back to his world, stayed silent for a moment before answering, "My true self is focused on preserving the balance between dimensions. Even though this version is speaking with you, it's just a projection. So is this really me or not?" Ego responded immediately, "To me, you're still the same." Her answer served as the being's argument, "Then that person is still your hero." Looking downcast, Ego wondered if the hero would still make the same choices as before. But the transcendent being knew that couldn't be predicted. Everything must unfold according to his will and choices. That's the vow I made to the world I created. If he is the hero you miss, then go to him. Whether you want to help him or not, that's your choice, so you must decide for yourself. Hearing the being's words, Ego maintained a melancholic gaze until she made a decision. Her clothes began to transform. Shoes and long socks clothed her legs, and she soon transformed into the cheerful Hyoju who answered the phone. "Juyan, it's been a while." After traveling, Juyan and his group waited patiently for their guest's arrival. Arms crossed, Hyeji was a little annoyed. Coming all the way to Seoul Grand Park without even asking for travel compensation? Charging would be standard. This seems suspicious to me. Confident and proud, the protagonist rubbed his nose. That just shows how much people love me. Not only Hyeji, but her brother also began to find the whole situation suspicious. Suddenly, Hyoju appeared, cheerfully hugging Juyeon's arm. "Oppa! It's been so long since you last greeted me." Hyeji frowned upon seeing how the girl, who had appeared out of nowhere, was treating Juyeon. The protagonist blushed deeply, flustered at being hugged by a pretty girl, and scratched the back of his neck. "I ended up getting really busy, okay?" Pulling Juyeon closer, Hyoju acted shyly. "I was starting to forget your face, you know?" Trying to separate the two, Hyeji introduced herself. "Hello! I've heard a lot about you from Juyeon. You're a double S-rank buffer, right?" Hyoju smiled cheerfully, hiding her tiger-like temperament. "Ah, so you're a friend of Juyeon Oppa." Like an angry lioness, Hyeji hid her jealousy and retorted, "Maybe I'm someone a little more special than that?" Trying to avoid Hyeji's rudeness, the protagonist attempted to introduce her to Hyoju. "Let's just say she manages me." Upon hearing that, Hyeji got so irritated that she slapped him hard on the back. Sangwook caught the protagonist before he could fall and joined the conversation. "As we were saying, I need an enchantment-type buff." Turning to him, Hyoju asked what kind of buff he needed and how much he could pay. Helping Juyeon to stand, Sangwook asked Hyoju to deal directly with him, the sponsor. Seeing that Juyeon would leave the conversation to Hyoju, Hyeji realized she should have thought more carefully about what to do. The protagonist pondered for a moment and began to stammer. "It has to be double S rank with a solid and immediate boost. Something you cast once and it grants a series of combined effects like a set of market discounts. You know, something amazing maybe?" The atmosphere became a bit awkward due to Juyeon's confusing explanation. However, Hyoju acted as if she fully understood. Soon, a golden power appeared around her body, and large white wings spread out from her back. With a blessed golden glow, the ability Celestial Harmony was cast. A blessing sung by angels to uphold the heavens, it granted a powerful divine effect. All stats, except magical power, increased by 10%. A defense bonus and an additional magical power bonus, both 5%, were also granted. If magical power reached 100 points, one level of defense was raised. If magical power reached 150 points, one level of attack was also increased. Possessing a buff trait of double S rank or higher increased the effect duration by 200%. All effects were amplified by 50% if magical power exceeded 150 points. Such an ability required 90 points of magical power and cost 1,500 mana points. The protagonist felt the enchanted bonus strengthen his body. This blessing also increased his skill's efficiency by 20%, doubled the duration of his buffs, and reduced the cost of his skills. Having granted such a powerful skill to her beloved hero, Hyoju smiled, satisfied. A long time ago, when she first gave this buff to Juyeon, Ego had been worried because there were many better defensive buffs. She wanted to know if he truly wanted that one, but her hero had given her the best possible answer. The best defense is relentless offense. In this life, Juyeon returned the same smile from that day. "Thank you, this buff is perfect." Without Juyeon knowing, some rumors were spreading about him on the internet. In one video, someone claimed they would never support him again. A commotion was brewing, reminding people of what had happened with the Enjoy Guild, along with gossip about the events in the popular fields. In one video, someone complained, "He's knocking down and domesticating boars. Look, Here's footage of him destroying a guild in Bengmasan the other day. The video's spread only fueled the criticism. The Plague Land was a special grade E field. Its average temperature hovered around minus 30 degrees Celsius. The harsh climate made prolonged stays impossible, and the vast expanse made locating the field boss even more difficult, causing countless users to sacrifice themselves. Over time, the nation devised a special measure. The protagonist, sitting on a rock in a place that reminded him of spring, completely different from the location he intended to go, was confused to discover he would have to wait until the field boss appeared. Approaching, Hyeji explained the reason. In special fields after a certain time, even the common monsters try to leave their borders. Do you think the field boss would just sit around waiting for humans? Sangwook continued the explanation. If the attempts to conquer the field keep failing, that ends up being not ideal. Placing his new huge shield on the ground, he frowned. Anyway, I'm against entering a special field without proper preparation. No matter how important the mission is, don't forget you only have one life. Frustrated, the protagonist asked when he should complete the mission. All he seemed able to do was copy and allocate skills. Hyeji, supporting Juyeon, contradicted her brother. If you only care about safety, you'll never be a complete user. Noticing Juyeon's strange movements, she asked what he was doing. Realizing Hyeji was talking to him, the protagonist revealed, I'm trying some skill gacha since my copy skill cooldown is available, but no good ranked skills are appearing. Watching some videos on his cell phone, the protagonist copied the battle skill once again. This was a skill that intoxicated the user with the monsters defeated, temporarily making their body absorb the monster's stats. The effect always disappeared 5 minutes after the battle ended. If the user possessed S-rank traits, absorbing 10 monsters guaranteed additional stats. If strength exceeded 50 points, during the skill activation, magical power would also increase by 10% of the strength amount. If stamina was above 50 points, agility would increase by 10% of its value. Having exhausted all his copying attempts, the protagonist felt frustrated. However, when he least expected it, the battle skill, which was double S rank, evolved. It became an X rank copy. Sangwook was talking with Hyeji, explaining that if they were about to enter such a dangerous place, the main damage dealer needed to be as strong as possible. At that moment, the protagonist jumped for joy. I finally got an X rank skill. Now I won't have to see Hye-sung's face anymore. The two siblings felt like they had seen something similar before, but quickly returned to the main topic. As foreigners, they still weren't allowed to enter fields in other countries. That's when Hyeji received a call. With a smile on her face, she answered upon seeing the contact, catching the two boys' attention. They grew even more curious as she started acting affectionately. Wow, really? Of course. Yes, I'll definitely deliver it to Huyeon. As soon as she hung up, a dark aura surrounded Hyeji when she revealed she had received an urgent call from Haesung of the Korean Guild. Her expression quickly turned into a proud smile as she shared the news. The special field Plague Land has been opened to foreigners. The raid team is recruiting and mages are being sought. Seeing she would probably be left out, Sangwook started arguing with her. While letting the two argue, the protagonist was confused about some things. Hyeji had mentioned mages, but Chuyeon had been especially called as a priest. Putting aside the X-rank skill he had just obtained, the protagonist dropped the subject and focused on his preparation. In a large theater, numerous users began to gather, each sitting in their assigned seat. Sitting next to the pair of siblings, Juyeon revealed how impressed he was to see they had even rented the entire building. Hyeji couldn't help but smile at the comment. This time, everyone is an elite member who doesn't need testing, so there's no reason to rent a field for the meeting like last time. Recalling what had happened before, the protagonist teased, "But you didn't do anything last time, right? So why did they call you?" Just as the siblings were about to start fighting, a man climbed the stairs to the theater stage. "Do you think S-rank users are common? Nice to meet you. I'm Haesung, leader of the raid for the Plague Land expedition." The users prepared for the briefing. Haesung explained the raid's agenda would last 10 days, starting that day. They would depart as soon as the survival supplies arrived. All of you are high-level members selected carefully from Sky Island. Trust my judgment and bring your best skills. I will conquer Plague Land with all of you. Listening to Haesung's speech, the protagonist started clapping enthusiastically. This caught the man's attention, who frowned and looked at him. Before we share the details about the field, let's have a brief introduction session. The protagonist was surprised by this start but kept watching. Haesung began. "I am a melee damage dealer, I'm level 39, and my unique trait is critical hit." A man in the audience raised his hand next. "I'm Miryang-soo Kim, an A-rank buffer." The protagonist was startled by people introducing themselves and thought to himself, "What is this, a school reunion?" What worried Juyeon the most was the feeling that Haesung was looking directly at him. A muscular man stood up with a friendly smile. I've admired Haesung's leadership since the Kaibil War. I really wanted to join the best raid leader again. The man in front of the stage was basically confessing his admiration, but the protagonist didn't understand why Haesung ignored him. Soon, Sangwook also introduced himself. After the tank's introduction, it was his sister Hyeji's turn, who presented herself as a fire mage, revealing her unique trait, the flame of the apocalypse. During the introductions, and with Haesung's gaze sweeping over everyone present, the protagonist felt that this presentation was especially aimed at him. The protagonist made a decision and stood up, creating a large fireball. Hello, I'm Yu Juyan. Some may know me as a psychopath. I'm a double S-rank mage. Nice to meet you all. Seeing the flashy introduction, Haesung smiled while grinding his teeth. After the introductions, the lights came on, and some people began leaving the theater. Whistling, Hyeji stood and asked Juyeon if he wanted to eat something. The protagonist was surprised since she had just eaten. As the trio prepared to leave the theater, Haesung approached. Juyeon was actually expecting him to come. Approaching the protagonist, Haesung went straight to the point. You were the one who took the item from the field boss and were with the masked group on Sky Island, weren't you? The protagonist didn't expect such directness, and Hyeji was surprised, unsure how to intervene to help Juyeon. The protagonist crossed his arms, defending himself with valid arguments. I was the mage who contributed the most to the raid that day, but I wasn't with those guys and I didn't take anything. I just found some suspicious individuals searching for Kanal. Since I couldn't stop them, I only approached to get a share, but they confused me and thought I was part of their group. The protagonist put Haesung on the spot, stating that usually the one who contributed the most deserved the best prize. Crossing his arms, Juyeon issued an ultimatum. If that bothers you, I won't join the raid. Juyeon knew that if they were going to work together, things needed to be clear, and if things didn't work out, he was ready to find another way to complete his mission. Haesung revealed the reason for his suspicion. In the battle against Kainel, 2 of our guild members perished. I needed to confirm whether you were with them or not. In that case, I have no objections to you joining. Despite Haesung's words, the protagonist knew he didn't fully trust Juyeon. They both felt the same. After Haesung left, the protagonist sighed as Hyeji approached. Wow, that was really cool, Juyeon. Sangwook sighed, seeing that things ended up smoother than he expected. Hyeji confronted her brother, who didn't want her to contact Haesung. You didn't want us involved, right? Aren't you disappointed Haesung didn't oppose it? In response, the brother shocked even the protagonist with his comment. Honestly, I thought Haesung was going to attack Juyeon, but things ended better than I expected. Having resolved everything in the theater, the protagonist headed for the stairs, leading the group to the exit. Seeing his look, Hyeji asked if something was wrong. With a downcast look, the protagonist revealed what worried him. I was just wondering whether I should reveal my identity openly or not. At first, he thought everyone would be shocked by his identity, but surprisingly, everyone reacted calmly. However, someone was quickly typing on their phone while making a report. Guys, I almost lost it. The psychopath showed up at the Cursed Earth raid. He almost attacked Haesung without hesitation. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest and I almost had to change my pants. People who saw the post didn't believe it was true, but quickly others who were there agreed with the poster. While Juyeon thought he acted like an attention seeker, the people around him were typing flaming messages, burning with fear. Another thing burning was Xiaoling's fireplace. Sitting in her armchair, she received some agents who brought her reports. Throwing the papers with data about Juyeon and his companions onto the table, she was curious. Smiling sarcastically, she commented, "They're acting so openly now? Good for them. The raiders will also join this expedition." Looking at the kneeling subordinates, she gave an order. "Let's turn him into the ghost of this snowy field. Investigate any changes in the other raid teams as well." Focusing on a blonde girl who would participate in the expedition, she gave an ultimatum. "We need to eliminate any obstacles, no matter how many." After countless hours on a plane, and many more on a bus, Juyeon arrived at a city painted white by snow. His first impression of the outdoors could only be that it was extremely cold. He couldn't help but ask, wouldn't a few fireballs warm us up? The idea of him using offensive magic in the middle of the city made Hyeji burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you're joking, right?" He wasn't joking. Seeing the newcomers, a senior approached. Originally, this place wasn't cold, but now this area is under the influence of a special field, which caused this abnormal climate to develop. Moreover, as this climate contamination gradually spreads, more and more ghost towns are appearing. The man unexpectedly bowed before Juyeon's group. "You are our only hope. Please put an end to this plague." Juyeon didn't know how to respond to the sudden appeal, but quickly a girl spoke on his behalf. "Don't worry, we came here by the call of the divine for your salvation. Please believe in us." A blonde-haired girl tried not to attract attention, wearing a hood. However, surrounded by believers and with a blessed aura, that seemed impossible. The Jin Li cult. This was a guild formed by users with sacred attributes. Initially, it was a small sect gathering followers with cheap and low-quality skills, but it gained power thanks to a particular user. That user was none other than the miracle priestess, presumed to be at least rank S. She had appeared suddenly. She was the young woman in front of Juyeon, Im Suha. Recognizing the girl, Hyeji was impressed. Next to her, Juyeon tried to remember who the blonde was until he had an epiphany. Ah, I remember now. She's from that cult. Hearing how her guild was spoken of, Im Suha smiled, though annoyed. Hyeji then pressed Juyeon's mouth shut, silencing him. At that moment, a rough-looking man introduced himself from behind Im Suha. Haha, a little lamb who still needs to experience a miracle. Even you are loved. The Jin Li guild group began discussing some things, suddenly with Im Suha's participation, and the same man said goodbye as the girl walked ahead first. We need to rest until the field is purified, so we'll go ahead. With the atmosphere growing stranger, Juyeon and his friends were left behind. Quickly, Hyeji started scolding him. Watch your mouth, watch your mouth! While Hyeji was hitting Juyeon, a young man approached to defend him. Well, he's not entirely wrong. The Jin Li cult gathered followers and deceived them. That's a pretty famous story, although it's still a mystery why Im Suha is in a place like this. The young man, well bundled up, had short grayish hair. Upon seeing him, Haesung quickly stepped in front of the group. And who are you? The young man extended his hand, introducing himself. We haven't met yet. I'm the raid leader of the Raider Guild, joining with a small group. Haesung ignored the handshake, but introduced himself with a furrowed brow. Surrounded by his subordinates, the Raiders' leader smiled. I heard an incident happened in the recent battle against Kanel. We want to avoid unnecessary confrontations until the fight with the boss. It would be better if each of us follows their own strategies. He then glanced sideways toward Juyeon, as if to give him a warning, as long as we don't cause damage to each other. After the subtle threat, the Raiders' leader bowed his head in greeting and took another path with his subordinates. As soon as they left, the protagonist huffed. He had already imagined the Raiders would join the expedition, but seeing them in person was even more irritating. Hyeji knew there was nothing they could do. This is a public place, so we just have to be careful. We can't split up. Haesung had an obvious strategy. Since there were 3 groups targeting the hunting ground, it was up to them to find the boss first and defeat it quickly. For that, they should start unpacking their luggage and prepare for a brief meeting. On the D-Day of the expedition, the group led by Haesung stood before a portal. They did one last equipment check just to be sure, and under his leadership, began to step through. As soon as they entered, they faced a place even more dreadful than the one they had left behind. The land of the plague mixed heavy snowfall with a sky that shifted between crimson and pitch black. Despite the poor visibility, someone in the group noticed movement further ahead. What's that? Did other users arrive before us? The man beside her knew that wasn't possible. Unless a group entered together, they would be sent to random locations. While debating what could be ahead, they were startled to find themselves facing numerous undead knights. The ranged attackers acted quickly, shooting arrows at the monsters. Many skeletons fell, but the warriors mounted on horses persisted. Sangwook shouted as he charged forward with his shield. These bastards have armor as thin as paper, but all their stats are focused on attack. Raising his shield bravely, Sangwook withstood the heavy blow of the knight's sword. Chaos broke out when the skeletons didn't die easily, but someone soon brought the solution. The head! That's the weak spot. The battle lasted for hours on end, until all the monsters were defeated. At the end of the day, the group gathered in a cave, lit a fire, and finally rested. They had taken a great risk, fighting the hardest battle of their lives. Hyeji was completely exhausted, but relieved to have prepared several mana potions. But something caught her attention. Lee Haesung, who thanks to his skills could handle many enemies alone. As she looked around, Haesung stood up. Everyone do a head count. Looking at Juyeon, Hyeji noticed he had a bright smile. The protagonist was immensely happy to reap the sweet rewards of battle. His copied skill had reached X rank. During combat, he absorbed many stats from the monsters he defeated. The effect persisted while the skill was active, increasing by 2% for every 20 monsters absorbed, on top of the 20% the skill already granted. Juyeon had experienced an X skill before, but back then he couldn't fully enjoy it because of those damn Raiders bastards. With passive skills like Change Resistance and Radiant Power, obtained from the support mage Hyuju, in addition to the newest acquisition, Celestial Performance, and other enhancements, he would surpass 150 magic power points, gaining additional attack ranks. Juyeon was glad he hadn't stopped there. Ah, I forgot something. Back then I didn't think about it, but Radiant Power has an incredible option. When magic power reaches 150 points, only enhancements of rank A or higher are applied. Seeing how excited Juyan was, Sangwook, Hyeji's brother, advised him not to become arrogant enough to get into trouble like before. Smiling, the protagonist reassured him, "Don't worry. Also, to avoid anything strange, I copied the teleportation magic too." While the trio talked, Hyesung looked at them sternly. "May I have your attention, please?" The expedition leader continued explaining after gaining everyone's attention. "As you've seen, this field has extremely dangerous zones. And since the monsters move in groups, even the outcome of a single battle consumes a lot of weapons and items." As Hyesung explained the goal, to find and defeat the boss monster, Juyeon yawned. It was then that the leader said something interesting. "Therefore, we will operate a scout team to locate the boss. Any volunteers?" Juyeon brightened upon hearing the proposal. Beside him, Yeji didn't even notice she wasn't at all uninterested either. Knowing Juyeon and his own sister, Sangwook already imagined both of them would volunteer. 2 days ago, upon arriving at a room, Yu Juyeon complained about how he felt like he had almost frozen. Hyeji gestured for him to sit in an armchair so they could rest. "We need to have a meeting about our ability configurations." When Juyeon joined her, Hyeji revealed she wanted to know about his strength. Normally, users consider the concept of the hunting ground important. At lower levels, they go to places that give them a good amount of experience. And when their levels increase, they go to better fields. However, the higher the field level, the more abilities become the key to survival. Hyeji reminded Juyeon about the Sky Island, where the monsters were experts in flying. Juyeon recalled that battle, agreeing that people who fought hand-to-hand couldn't do much. Hyeji agreed with him, treating it as a disadvantage for some, but an advantage for others. Therefore, being specialized in more than one type meant that, even with a low level, someone could be super effective against certain enemies. Kim Sangwook joined the conversation, completing his sister's words. Yu Juyeon's unique ability, which allows him to switch abilities, means we will always be able to enter any hunting ground with incredible optimization. The sibling duo praised and were envious of Yu Juyeon. Hyeji explained that the Plague Land was a place where zombie-type monsters appeared. Fire-type abilities worked against them, but they weren't super effective. While Juyeon took out his phone to check something, he found an ability that would be perfect for the situation and showed it to the pair in front of him. Judgment Lance, a rank D ability, created a holy spear imbued with a divine attribute. It applied extra damage to targets under specific conditions. It also caused an execution effect if the divine power was above 100 points, destroying such monsters if they were below 10% health, and providing mana regeneration if the divine points were above 150. Now, facing the zombies amidst the snow, holy lances were created, flying toward them. Yu Juyeon raised his staff, creating numerous magic circles through which the holy lances were fired. The attacks fell like a meteor shower. The monsters had nowhere to run. Accompanying Juyeon, Hyeji and Sangwook were surprised by what they saw. Curious, Hyeji asked about Juyeon's mana level. The protagonist smiled, commenting that he wouldn't tell that information even to his own parents. Seeing how stingy he was being, Hyeji poked him several times. Juyeon tried to ignore her. When he discovered the ability required divine power, Juyeon had been worried, but thanks to his unique trait, the self-correction of abilities caused it to require mana instead. Sangwook observed the two playing for a while and then commented, "We've been escorting for 2 hours. It will be difficult to turn back if we advance any further." Since they couldn't see any monsters in the icy mountains, the group decided it would be better to retreat. However, at that moment, Juyeon managed to see numerous people. Given the size of the group, he guessed that an attack squad had gathered. Curious, he asked if by chance they might be led by the Jinrikyo cult. Hyeji knew Juyeon would try to check them out to see if any useful ability could be copied. The protagonist pouted at her question. "Judgment Lance is not a bad ability, but I prefer something cooler and flashier." Observing through the blizzard, they discovered it was the Raider Guild. To Hyeji, although they were annoying, their fighting method wasn't that clumsy. The Raider Guild used a shield-based front line to try and block the attack of skeletons and gain the advantage in battle. A skeleton threw a punch at a frontline shield, making the warrior step back. Seeing how the group was struggling in the battle, Juyeon commented that Raider should face some casualties. Sangwook crossed his arms, commenting that, in the end, Raider would still win that battle. Even though the battle was difficult, this was the kind of thing that happened in hunting grounds. They had faced the same monsters. But for Sangwook, the reason they managed to win so smoothly was basically because of Juyeon. For Sangwook, a method that relied entirely on a single person was high risk, so he couldn't help but worry. While Sangwook was worrying, Hyeji drew Juyeon's attention. Seeing how much the distant team was suffering, she commented, "This is what our attack squad looks like when you are not with us." Since there wasn't much more to see, Hyeji called Juyeon to retreat. Juyan, however, interrupted her when he saw something strange happening on the battlefield. Plague Slave, an S-rank ability, resurrected the fallen as plague slaves and turned them into a race of undead. If not exterminated in the Plague Land, they would recover 100% of their health in 10 minutes, become immune to pain, and although they would lose 90% of their health, several of the humans who had been taken down by the monsters rose as zombies, attacking their former comrades. Juyan and the others were shocked to see the turn of events on the battlefield. They quickly returned to the worm, likely a base communication point. What happened? And reported the situation to Hisung. Juyan confirmed what they had seen. Even monsters that were defeated came back to life after a certain amount of time. Hisung asked what happened to the Raider Guild, and Sangwook took the floor, revealing that the damage had been severe. But after dealing with the bodies to prevent them from turning into resurrected monsters, Raider left the area. Hisung thought for a moment, understanding that they needed to destroy the monsters' bodies with fire or crush them to ensure they didn't come back to life. While they were talking, another team arrived at the cave where they were gathering. A pair was talking to each other. They hadn't found anything. There was a lava zone, but they couldn't pass through it due to a lack of appropriate equipment. Hearing the report, Hisung asked them to continue exploring for a few more days. Thus, 3 days passed. Hisung now felt that the search area was expanding too much. It would be problematic if things were delayed any further. It was then that a man ran toward Hisung. "We found something." The man showed a remotely recorded footage. The image was not detailed, but it showed an unusual monster, something that looked like a bull wearing armor. The protagonist managed to see the image and was surprised, accepting that this must be the field boss of the cursed area. Hisung possessed one of the rarest double S rank unique traits, one that unleashed the highest attack power, blood combat. However, this trait came with a heavy disadvantage. Using the Holy Lances, Juyeon provided support while Hyesung advanced. The support was given so that Hyesung could deliver the final blow to the monsters, which was the requirement for his trait to function. 5 hours before the duo went to the battlefield, Hyesung had finished analyzing the suspicious monster recorded in the footage. Many other monsters seemed to obey his command, and judging by the armor he wore, the boss was presumed to have high defense. Hyeji asked for the floor. How about having all the ranged damage dealers focus on reducing the boss's HP and defense? Her own brother opposed the proposal because there weren't enough tanks to hold back the other monsters while the firepower was focused on the boss. While some wanted speed and others focused on safety, Hisung pondered. He made a decision. "I will handle the boss. I will increase my strength by hunting the other monsters for 5 hours. Then we will take rotation breaks while the hunt continues, so we can immediately move to attack the boss." Now, 5 hours later, Hisung continued to advance, defeating zombies and skeletons. He had always been someone who took care of the front line alone, as that was the only survival strategy his unique trait provided him. However, this was the first time Hyesung was trusting his back to someone. Juyan was there to use the Holy Lances while giving a thumbs up, supporting Hisung. For Hisung, this change in battle style was not unwelcome. Accompanying Hisung, the protagonist saw this as a great opportunity. Judgment Lance possessed the unique trait of ignoring armor and dealing great damage, so he believed he would certainly be the one with the most contribution. Juyan acted as he wished because no one could see the descriptions of his ability. Still, he didn't want to make it too obvious that he was also using blood combat. Copied from Hisung. Standing behind the warrior, Juyan shouted, "Squad leader, 3 living monsters on the right. Deliver the final blow," while secretly securing some kills. Juyan also guided Hyesung, leaving him satisfied. However, Hyesung's continuous praise was already surprising him. Hisung looked at Juyan as if he wanted him on his team, but that look gave Juyeon the chills. The further the group advanced through the snowy fields, the more crimson the sky became. At one point, they walked through a gorge that passed over a canyon so deep its end couldn't be seen. While walking, the leader revealed that based on the data, the boss should be located inside the canyon. What worried Hyesung solely was the mission time limit. Leading the way, Hyesung warned everyone, "We will proceed according to the previous strategy. Please draw the monsters during this time." He then pointed his sword at the gorge bridge and warned, "The boss will be stopped here and defeated." Soon, zombies began to be drawn in and eliminated by the group. With so many monsters defeated, Juyeon believed the boss monster would appear shortly. Just as he thought, everyone felt the ground shake. A curtain of smoke appeared in the canyon. 3 people who had drawn the boss monster ran out. Among them, Hisung shouted, "He's coming, get ready!" The group got excited by the news, until they saw the giant bull. The monster, hundreds of times larger than a person, emerged, chasing Hyesung. The size of the monster instilled fear in everyone. Warning that they needed to leave the narrow zone, Hisung ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone began to fall back to escape. While running, Hee-sung also had to deal with zombies pursuing him. However, suddenly the bull stopped. It seemed to refuse to cross the bridge spanning the gorge. Nevertheless, the bull's red eyes intensified. It raised its head, roaring so loud the air trembled. The sound waves created by the bull hit everyone's ears, and they writhed in pain from the attack. As soon as the attack ceased, Hye-sung wondered what was happening. It was then that someone pointed into the distance. Amidst the snow, a group of people had emerged. However, these were not normal people. They were zombies summoned by the giant bull's roar. Hee-sung gritted his teeth, realizing they would be cornered at the precipice. The group didn't know what to do. Face the wave of monsters or the boss behind them. While everyone was unsure what to think, Ju-yeon analyzed the situation, forming a plan in his mind. Ju-yeon realized there were only two choices. The first would be to face the giant boss monster, while the other would be to engage the endless wave of monsters. The current field was shaped like a long cliff between a plain and a rocky area. Taking this into account, he made a decision. Hee-sung suddenly heard a noise. Ju-yeon had sprinted across the stone bridge while casting spells. The squad leader shouted in a hurry, "What is he doing?" Hye-sung realized that Ju-yeon was attacking the boss alone. Countless judgment lances rained down on the bull, which despite its armor bellowed in pain. Immediately after launching the attacks and seeing they were effective, Ju-yeon shouted to Hye-sung, "If this is armor we can break, it's better to defeat him first." Hye-sung made a decision and hastily ordered everyone to move towards the boss's area. Immediately, everyone crossed the bridge while the zombies began to approach. One of the people further back saw the zombies approaching them, but an explosion fell from the sky, destroying the monsters. Part of the bridge was destroyed, and the zombies fell through it. Ju-yeon had saved the man, but became worried about what he saw ahead. The large bull was extremely intimidating. Hee-sung took the lead in the battle, telling everyone that the strategy remained the same. Even if his size is large, he is still a monster. The patterns will be the same. Hee-sung ordered the tanks to stay behind to block the zombies' path. He then ordered the melee fighters with high agility to draw the boss's attention. The large bull was quickly provoked by these people, and on its first charge, they dodged, causing it to hit a stone wall. As soon as the bull entered an open area, the mages prepared their spells. A rain of spells, mostly judgment lances, was launched. The boss, due to its size, had become an easy target for the damage dealt by the mages. Hye-sung became excited seeing that the attacks were working. He hoped they would at least maintain the pace. As soon as the first round of attacks ended, the bull stood up. It charged toward the squad, but some warriors blocked its path by creating a magical shield barrier. Sang-wook on the front line felt something strange and quickly reported to the team. Unexpectedly, the bull had managed to corner them and force them with their backs to the precipice. Another tank was shocked to discover that the monster was intelligent enough to make them move to a dangerous spot. Amidst the group's discussion, the bull managed to push one of the tanks, throwing him over the precipice. As soon as the bull started moving again, the rest began to run. Hye-sung didn't want to lose team members, so he hastily advanced, holding his heavy sword. Hye-sung's sword clashed with the bull, which tried to headbutt him with the force of its horned armor. Reminding everyone that monsters moved, Hye-sung announced that he would start using his abilities now. At the same time, Ju-yeon raised his hand to create a judgment lance. A rain of holy lances suddenly began to fall on the fighting bull. With the continuous barrage of attacks hitting it, the bull became extremely enraged. Since the most exposed part of the bull was its face and neck, areas that seemed to have vital points, fighters might believe those were its weaknesses. However, Ju-yeon had already noticed the real weak point, the bull's legs. Conjuring more and more judgment lances, Ju-yeon targeted the bull's paws, even though they were protected by armor guards. As soon as the bull seemed to stumble, Hye-sung advanced once more. The squad leader raised his large, heavy sword, using his ability Limit Breaker. Seeing Ju-yeon attacking the boss's legs, an area nobody was focusing on, and successfully shifting the bull's defense focus, Hee-sung realized he couldn't stand still. He had no intention of losing. Hye-sung put everything he had into activating the S-rank ability he obtained after reaching level 35. Hye-sung's eyes glowed red. He moved past the giant bull, focusing on its leg with a single attack. Divide everything in a single strike. Consuming 50 points of blood combat, the attack dealt 100% of the user's strength, further increasing the damage dealt based on combat abilities. As soon as he used the ability that made the bull stagger, Hye-sung internally asserted, confidently, that he would be the primary damage dealer. Warning everyone that the bull's legs might regenerate again, Hee-sung told them not to let their guard down. However, everyone was already staring at the boss, which had unexpectedly changed states. Hye-sung, like the others, looked up. The bull seemed to have grown larger. Even without one of its hind legs, it stood up, remaining on its feet. The bull's body displayed its powerful muscles even more. Now, it had activated an area of effect attack ability, as well as an ability that ignored weaknesses. The protagonist smiled in despair. The special field boss acted as if it had an incredible transformation. The bull brought its hand to its mouth and unexpectedly started removing an iron bar. At the end of the iron bar, an axe appeared. What previously looked like a bull revealed itself to be a giant minotaur. Being level 55, it also possessed numerous damage resistances based on the level of its adversaries. Those below level 14 would only deal 1% of the original damage. Haesung couldn't believe what he was seeing. Being at level 21, the protagonist received a 70% debuff on his damage. The protagonist rolled his eyes. He would now deal only 30% of the damage he would have originally caused. The Minotaur charged forward while attacks rained down on him, but they didn't even cause scratches or damage. Despite the Minotaur's resistance, Haesung could see that the monster's mobility was reduced due to the lack of one leg. Forming a plan, he shouted, "We need to take down the other leg!" At that moment, someone hastily rushed past Haesung, someone he expected to act. A mage was creating an energy sphere, someone who had thought the same thing as Haesung. Zhu Yeon's attack struck the Minotaur's only remaining leg. Seeing that Zhu Yeon's attack worked, Haesung shouted for everyone to attack. However, because it caused almost no damage, Zhu Yeon became worried. The Minotaur, furious, raised its axe and struck the ground in front of it. The ground began to crack, affecting the stone bridge where everyone was standing. Haesung mocked the Minotaur's actions. He's reducing the space, but he's digging his own grave. Zhu Yeon, however, expected something to start happening. The Minotaur's axe broke, initiating the second phase. Unexpectedly, the Minotaur attacked itself. The monster brought the handle of the axe down on the ground. Its eyes turned red, with great fury igniting inside its berserk body. The ground began to shake due to the attacks of the maddened Minotaur, causing everyone to lose their balance. The entire bridge began to crack, forcing the adventurers to move away from the edges. The Minotaur ran from side to side, shaking the entire terrain, which continued to tremble. Hyeji, scared, shouted to her brother, "Where did all that training go? Try to balance yourself properly." Hyeji grabbed her brother's arm, using him to avoid falling. Sang-wook extended his free hand so Ju-yeon could also keep his balance, but to his surprise, the ground beneath Ju-yeon's feet collapsed, dropping him into the dark abyss. Even Ju-yeon himself was surprised as he began to fall, as he hadn't expected that to happen. However, upon reaching the bottom of the canyon, Ju-yeon appeared calm. He always had to use the excuse of going to the restroom when copying an ability to check it, but now there were many he still needed to check. Sitting on a rock, Ju-yeon began to review each of his abilities. Between the blood combat and transformation resistance abilities, the protagonist equipped the former as a saved ability, and the latter as his default. In addition to those, there were Limit Breaker, Celestial Authority, Buff Blessing, Celestial Performance, Judgment Lance, and Teleportation. After so many abilities, Ju-yeon noticed something. He had obtained 3 copy bonuses. Ju-yeon licked his lips, imagining how he would set up all his abilities. Sometime later, Ju-yeon reappeared flying above the stone bridge. The protagonist was using this ability for the first time, which surprised Hyeji and Sang-wook. Since the fly ability consumed 300 mana points per minute, and the damage received by the Minotaur had been reduced, Ju-yeon quickly deactivated it to conserve energy. As soon as Ju-yeon landed, Hyeji ran towards him. She hastily grabbed him and pulled him close. The protagonist was surprised because Kim Hyeji jumped to hug his neck. Sang-wook became furious seeing his sister so close to a man. He roared like a beast from another world. "Are you two not letting go?" With his face flushed from the hug, the protagonist asked if Sang-wook perhaps wanted one too. However, Hyeji stopped him from approaching. "Brother, you can't. You are too heavy." Gritting his teeth, Sang-wook ignored his sister hugging Ju-yeon. While Ju-yeon was being hugged, the Minotaur continued to furiously smash everything around them. Suddenly, an energy explosion was released by the monster. The amount of power caused many adventurers to be thrown far away. Haesung gritted his teeth seeing the Minotaur's strength and, along with many other squires, tried to resist. Haesung plunged his heavy sword into the ground to avoid being thrown away too. Hugging Ju-yeon, Hyeji felt that his aura seemed weaker. The protagonist revealed that almost all of his blood combat points had been spent. Since most of the monsters he could use to recover points were below the abyss, Ju-yeon could not strengthen himself. Hyeji analyzed their situation, and also realized that, due to the height difference, they didn't have much they could do. Despite needing a massive blow, Ju-yeon imagined that the Minotaur's magical defense was extremely high. Hyeji was confused about why Ju-yeon was thinking so much and reminded him that he possessed something even better. The young woman pointed to the camera attached to Ju-yeon. Meanwhile, Haesung continued to attack the Minotaur, trying to resist and fulfill his role as leader. However, he was weak to the point of dropping to his knees. The Minotaur in front of him raised its axe for a final blow. Haesung gritted his teeth, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, at the last moment, Juyeon, with Hyeji clinging to him, jumped to fall in front of him. Many might say the Minotaur's weak point was its legs, but as the beast it was, its weak point was certainly its neck. Using ability importation, Juyeon prepared for the sword-cutting attack. A red energy overflowed from his body, and before the Minotaur could realize it, the blow had already hit him. Consuming 100% of the blood combat points, the ability dealt damage multiplied by magical power. Everyone was shocked by Juyeon's blow. The Minotaur, which had caused so much destruction, perished. Its body remained standing while its head fell. It wasn't long before the Minotaur's body fell to its knees before all the adventurers. Silence lingered over the ravaged battlefield as everyone was still in disbelief. The protagonist was satisfied to have dealt with the Minotaur. As for Hyesung, he was dumbfounded. He had recognized his own ability, but realized that the one Juyeon used was even stronger than his. On the other hand, Juyeon himself was shocked by the attack he created and wondered how he would deal with the repercussions. Juyeon had undergone a rank upgrade at the last minute, something he truly hadn't expected to happen. Hyeji, clinging to him, told him to follow the plan they had created, but Juyeon didn't think he could find an excuse. Hyesung walked toward Juyeon with an annoyed look, but before he could ask about the ability Juyeon had used, Juyeon himself showed surprise. Wow, my wind cutter was incredible. Hyesung was surprised by the comment and paid attention to the excited Juyeon. What I just used was wind cutter, a double S-rank ability. It really is powerful. Sangwook couldn't believe Juyeon's acting skills were so terrible. While Hyesung refused to believe the excuse, someone behind the group showed surprise and curiosity. The soul isn't coming? Immediately, Hyesung placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing in case the monster was still alive. However, upon seeing the monster begin to disappear, he confirmed they had defeated it. Since no one gained experience points, people began talking to each other. Even Juyeon himself was surprised to see that the soul points hadn't appeared, just as the mission window hadn't disappeared. All of this made Juyeon wonder if what they had faced wasn't the true field boss. As soon as Hyesung obtained the axe dropped by the Minotaur, he decided to show the item's information to everyone. Barton's two-bladed axe was a weapon forged with the souls of those who had passed and used by the Centurion Barton. With 20 strength and 10 resilience points, it granted the plague attribute upon defeating an enemy. By consuming 20 plague points, one could cause an earthquake, or enter berserker mode by consuming 40 points. Everyone looked at the information and commented among themselves how incredible it was. Next, everyone turned their gaze to Hyesung, wondering if he would claim ownership of the axe. The protagonist looked curiously at Hyesung, who walked toward him. You were the best in this hunt. You choose the item. The rule was that the most important adventurer for the quest had priority in choosing items. Despite being tempted to obtain the axe, Hyesung needed to follow the rules he had set for himself. For him, the most important adventurer had undoubtedly been Yu Juyeon. However, he was surprised to hear a question. Leader, do you need the axe? If so, I will sell my priority to you. Hyesung frowned, asking if he was sure. The protagonist looked away, reminding Hyesung that he was a mage and didn't need an axe. Interested, Hyesung asked for the price he wanted. The protagonist revealed his price. I want unconditional priority for the right to purchase the true field boss's items, plus 50% of the item's cost. Although Hyesung would obtain the axe, he would have to pay half its value, which alone already exceeded 10 billion, and still half the value of the true boss's item. This confused him, as the actual boss might not even have a drop. The protagonist shrugged at Hyesung's question. If there are no drops, is there anything I can do? It's basically a gamble. Hyesung raised the axe, examining it carefully. To everyone's surprise, he agreed to Juyeon's offer. He then excited everyone by asking them to serve as witnesses to the agreement. Hyeji approached Juyeon, asking if he really wanted to give up the axe. The protagonist revealed that he already had an interesting sword, and a two-bladed axe didn't suit his style. Since the true boss would still appear, he wanted a chance to get a good item. Hyeji was happy for Juyeon and wished a staff would appear, unexpectedly because they could alternate using them. Juyeon didn't think they were close enough for that, but Hyeji hoped it would happen. While the items were being distributed, another group was advancing through the snow. Wearing red robes and masks, an adventurer from the Raider Guild felt his life continuously dropping, but potions could only be used once per hour. A red-eyed man frowned. He could no longer spend the mage's mana to heal them, so finding the boss and taking its treasure was paramount. Remembering they were ordered to handle the situation quietly, he told the man in the red mask not to try to stand out. The man in the red mask suddenly stopped, warning the captain that there was an unidentified entity in the distance. Judging by the size of the being holding a scythe, the raiders' captain realized it wasn't human. Since the monster was alone, apparently separated from its group, the raiders became excited, thinking it would be easy to defeat. However, the hooded skeleton exuded a dark energy. At the same time, a giant spider wearing a helmet emerged before a group from the Jinri cult, applying poison to everyone. Quickly, a group member shouted, "The potion cooldown is over! Use purification!" The cult group tried to use spells and potions, but many of them didn't have enough mana. The spider stared at the group with its numerous eyes, causing them to scream for help. However, from the spider's mouth, a large web was shot over a cultist. At that moment, someone moved to protect him. Imsuha raised her hands upward, raising a barrier of light. Being saved by the saint, the cultist thanked her. Immediately, the group's commander ordered, all followers who received a debuff, use holy attribute attack spells. In an instant, the rancor of Centurion Boro, the spider, was melted. The rank 2 plague fell upon the plague land, and the rank D poisoning effect was applied. The group leader approached the saint, thanking her with a smile that seemed forced. "We could have won this holy war too, but once again you ignored my warning to stay in the rear and advanced alone." Even though it was a thank you, Imsuha felt the judgmental weight in his words and tried to apologize. "If I hadn't done that, it would have been much worse." However, with an extremely heavy and dark look, he accused her. "Saint, what protected you all this time was the protection and grace given by the king and by me, wasn't it? What would have happened if the saint had been alone back then? Would you be safe in a bizarre place like this?" Imsuha's gaze became disturbed by the words directed at her. Holding the young woman's shoulders, the man pressed her. "Don't forget, the power of human individuals is insignificant and incomplete. You are no exception." Imsuha tried to look up, facing the man's words. "All followers, including the saint, are merely components of the king, and the only envoy, O hero, whom you must help, is not the follower." He smiled maniacally, like someone placing himself at the center of the world. "You must help me, Kim Cholman." Releasing Imsuha, he instructed her, "The saint only needs to follow my command. Only then will your mother wake up again. As always, trust my words. And everything will happen according to the king's will." As Kim Cheolman spoke of fulfilling the saint's wishes, the wish of the cult members seemed to come true. They grabbed the gold coins falling from inside the monster, distraught by the addiction to gold and wealth. While Kim Cheolman celebrated the victory, red dripped and stained the snow on another group. The Raider Guild members staggered. They were no longer human. They had all become zombies, wandering the hunting ground under the command of the end-carrying skeleton. In another area, swords were eliminating zombies. Haesung's group had defeated several monsters but was hit by a debuff. Having seen the message that Centurion Boro was defeated, Sangwook asked who that being was. Hyeji beside him figured another team had defeated a mini-boss. As she used a mana potion and passed another to Juyeon, she asked, "What kind of field gives a debuff just for fighting monsters? It could be a field boss, so we can't ignore them." Disturbed, Juyeon's inner self wondered if the debuff would last forever. As soon as the 2 Centurion monsters were defeated, a great light shone in the sky. Many believed the boss was appearing for the first time. The holy light that appeared in the sky caught Haesung's attention. Judging by the size of that ability, they must be fighting the boss monster. Let's join them before it's too late. With Haesung in command, the group advanced quickly. After a few minutes, they found the Raider Guild. Haesung was surprised to see the Raider Guild heading toward the boss without any hesitation. At the same time, the Jinri cult was facing numerous zombies. Juyeon suddenly received a notification. Juyeon's change in mood caught Hyeji and Sangwook's attention. A side quest had appeared. Defeat Habrid, the master of the cursed land. The legion commanded by Habrid comes from another dimension. Defeat the special field boss with a unique power and receive a special reward. As a reward for defeating the cursed skeleton Habrid, 50,000 points plus the plague seed would be received. Haesung observed the scene, finding that the Raider Guild had been swept away by the monster. Uncertain if the skeleton was the field boss, he still did not intend to allow the Faith Sect to receive all the credit. Seeing the new enemies, the skeleton guffawed. They were his new targets, who would become members of his army. As soon as the skeleton's scream echoed, everyone felt a terrible sensation. Juyeon gritted his teeth, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The spirit of another life strengthened him, keeping him on his feet. The skeleton before him was extremely terrifying. Its red eyes, as well as the heart pulsating between its bones and overflowing with evil aura, transformed it into a true fieldmaster. The skeleton suddenly roared, and a dark energy was released, marking everyone around it. The Jinri cultists, who were closer, were hit by the curse. The fear curse struck the nearest members, and those who avoided it rushed to help them. The affected ones seemed as hard as stone, making movement difficult. While removing the cursed ones, the Jinri cult was surprised by the approaching skeleton boss. The monster appeared like a grim reaper, raising its scythe. Fearing the attack, the cultists raised their hands and closed their eyes. However, the blow they expected to suffer did not happen. They opened their eyes, confused, seeing the skeleton stopped. Sangwook quickly asked if no one was going to attack. Since her abilities were area of effect, Hyeji quickly asked Juyeon to use the judgment lances. However, Juyeon was shocked by the ability he was analyzing. It could not be blocked by normal attacks. The person afflicted by the skeleton's fear had only 20 seconds of life left. Kim Cheolman stepped in front of the saint and launched numerous spells against the skeleton. The holy spheres struck the boss monster, almost hitting the cultists. However, after the first blow suffered, the skeleton used the plague shield, blocking all others. Kim Cheolman continued to shout, "Perish, you damned wretch!" The countless holy light spheres continuously rained down on the monster. Blocking all attacks with the scythe, the skeleton hybrid displayed a penetrating gaze. He brandished his scythe, initiating the counterattack with the summary execution ability. The attack traveled toward the cultists' throats. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned, disgusted, and shocked by it. Hyeji screamed in panic. "What kind of ability is that?" Juyeon quickly grabbed her arm. "It's going to happen again. We don't have time for this." The skeleton raised its scythe again, preparing a new attack. Juyeon hastily carried Hyeji, as they needed to distance themselves at least 100 meters. Unexpectedly, Juyeon saw Kim Hyeji freeze. She had been hit by the fear magic and frozen. Overflowing with dark energy, the skeleton headed toward her, raising the scythe to attack her. The skeleton seemed to smile, enjoying itself. Juyeon's gaze became distraught seeing the enemy's actions. He quickly stepped into the path of the attack while Sangwook rescued his sister. To disperse the effect of the curse, at least an S-rank purification ability would be needed. There were 20 seconds left until the skeleton's final attack, and there seemed to be insufficient time to flee. At that moment, Im Suha took a step forward amidst the cultists. Juyeon ran toward her. The protagonist hastily grabbed Im Suha's arm. "The S-rank purification ability, you possess that ability, right?" Immediately, Kim Cheolman pointed at Juyeon and shouted to the cultists, "Stop him! He's being rude to the saint!" Juyeon pulled Im Suha, begging for her help. The protagonist used the fly magic, carrying Im Suha away from the reach of the cultist hands. Im Suha looked down and saw her companions moving away. The protagonist carried her with determination. Looking at him, however, caused flowers to bloom inside Im Suha's mind. However, she was awakened when Juyeon spoke to her. "We don't have time. Only you can do this." Flying over Sangwook and Hyeji, the protagonist begged the saint to save Hyeji. As soon as Juyeon pleaded with her, the saint clasped her hands. She closed her eyes and prayed, "Oh, goddess." The goddess's tears came into effect. They were used to save the humans she loved, healing and purifying everything, regenerating body parts, restoring fractured limbs, and eliminating all fatigue. The tears began to fall, and in seconds, Hyeji opened her eyes. Hastily, Juyeon shouted to the siblings, "Move!" The skeleton had been charging its final attack the entire time. Sangwook quickly held his sister, trying to shield her. The skeleton's slashing attack traveled toward the horizon. Thanks to dropping his sister to the ground, Sangwook managed to save her. At that moment, Juyeon descended from the sky and thanked Im Suha for helping him. While Im Suha gave all the credit to the goddess, she saw the cult approaching. Not understanding what Im Suha meant, as he didn't understand religion, Juyeon thanked Im Suha herself, because she was the one who decided to help him. Hearing how grateful Juyeon was to her, and not to some entity, Im Suha's eyes widened, feeling unknown feelings of joy bubbling up inside her. At that moment, Kim Cheolman grabbed Im Suha, pulling her away from Juyeon, while the other cultists accused him. Then the protagonist ascended to the heavens once more with the flight ability, praising her skill. Dumbfounded, Im Suha watched him leave, but the change he caused in her heart had already happened. The protagonist returned to check on Hyeji's condition. She didn't understand what had happened, as she couldn't remember anything. Her brother reassured her, stating that nothing was wrong. Still, the trio tried to comprehend what kind of ability the skeleton possessed. Juyeon revealed upon discovering the answer. That is an instant execution ability. The ability randomly marked a living creature within a 100-meter radius and afflicted it with fear. Afterward, Habrid would teleport to the marked target and, aiming for 20 seconds, deal damage that penetrated 500% of physical and magical defense, in addition to massive bonus damage. The protagonist explained the entire ability to the group and stated, as Hyesung's group attacked, "If we can defeat the boss before it casts instant execution, this will be resolved. But with the plague shield, he has incredible damage reduction." Hyeji was shocked to learn from Juyeon's words that without a 7th rank ability, the shield could not be broken. Since Juyan only had one ability slot remaining, he considered whether he should choose instant execution, as its description mentioned no cooldown time. He imagined that copying the goddess's tear, which he had just seen Im-Suha use, would be the right choice. However, it was not a multi-use ability, besides consuming a lot of mana. Furthermore, with only the purification ability, the zombies created by the skeleton would not be defeated. He felt he would be quite limited in his goal of breaking the main boss's shield. Hee-sung, who had been on the front line the entire time, finally saw Ju-yeon and his group join him. Hyeji, creating a fire spell, stated that she would work hard since she had rested for so long. Beside her, Ju-yeon created judgment lances while thinking about which ability to choose, deciding to save his last slot for a decisive moment. Sang-wook used his shield to advance among the zombies, taking one down after another. Behind him, Hyeji supported him with fireballs. Ju-yeon joined Hye-sung, using judgment lances while the warrior wielded his new axe. After some time, Ju-yeon finished stacking blood combat stacks and refocused on the skeleton. He concentrated all his magic into few lances, as his magical attack had already surpassed that of the boss. The judgment lances continued to fall on the shield created by the skeleton, a challenge thrown by Ju-yeon to see which one would win. As soon as countless lances hit the shield, it began to crack. The skeleton could do nothing but watch its block being pierced. Immediately, someone shouted, "The shield broke. We need to advance now." However, the skeleton would not allow it. The monster's empty eyes glowed scarlet red, and gripping the scythe firmly, it opened its jaws with a shrill roar that resonated upon hitting the ground like water. Immediately, everything around the skeleton turned into a pool of poison. Upon seeing the new attack pattern, Hye-sung shouted for everyone to retreat. A large area around the boss had melted, swallowing those caught in the attack into the green slime. Above the skeleton, a winged black skull appeared. Everyone within the monster's range was exposed to the plague land, being afflicted by a rank B poisoning. Notifications constantly appeared for Ju-yeon. Just as zombies were created, those outside the pool were also affected by the poison and coughed heavily. The dual S-rank ability, Plague Land, modified the entire area within 100 meters, exposing everyone to the plague. Now, randomly, a plague was inflicted on a person. If such a person was hit by a second plague, there was a 50% chance the mark would appear on them. While Ju-yeon tried to understand the situation, he saw the first people begin to fall. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered if he really needed to copy Im-suha's ability. However, at that moment, Im-suha herself tried to move, but was stopped by Kim Cheolmin, who grabbed her arm. "How many times do I have to tell you to stay in the rear?" Im-suha, who wanted to help everyone, stuttered, trying to find suitable words. At that moment, Ju-yeon perceived the young woman's intentions. Unexpectedly, Im-suha rebelled against Kim Cheolmin, using holy power to push him away, bravely declaring, "I didn't come here to watch people suffer without doing anything. I may not be as powerful as you said, but still, if I can choose something, I choose to save people." Im-suha raised a hand, and golden chains seemed to emerge as divine power was released by her. The chains rose to the sky, where wings appeared. All the people around Im-suha over a large range were struck by a welcoming light. Being hit by the magic as well, Ju-yeon was dumbfounded. This time he used the ability copy without fear. The magic conjured by the saint purified everyone. The divine radiance lasted until everyone's health points were completely regenerated. Impressed, everyone praised and gave thanks to Im-suha. It was then that under Kim Cheolmin's dark gaze, Im-suha fell without strength. She had used her goddess's sacrifice ability, a sacrifice ability for humanity, but one that exacted an equal price, consuming 95% of her life force. The ability, which guaranteed its effect on everyone within a 100-meter radius, granted immunity to negative effects for 5 minutes, in addition to increasing the rate of life and mana regeneration for the same duration. Allies' health points were regenerated by 100% if the caster possessed a double S-rank trait. The cultists celebrated the healing cast by Im-suha. However, Hye-sung, focused on the battle, reminded them, shouting, "We can't lose, we need to end the battle before the buff runs out." Everyone immediately launched their spells. Water, fire, lightning, ice, wind, every type of different attribute traveled toward the skeleton hybrid, but it fell upon his new shield. Hye-sung gritted his teeth. Since the new phase began, all the small monsters had disappeared, and he could no longer increase his strength. Hye-sung charged against the skeleton, which raised its scythe toward him. As the scythe began to move, the skeleton's eye sockets shone with malice. The blade struck down on the axe in a heavy attack. The impact spread in all directions. Sang-wook raised his shield, protecting himself and Hyeji. However, many others were affected by the aura ability released by the boss monster. Kim Cheolmin announced to a cult member that the expedition had already failed, and therefore, they should use Lee Hye-sung's group as bait to escape. He looked at Im-suha, ordering her to follow him. Im-suha closed her eyes, shedding tears of sadness. Unexpectedly, she began to pray. Before everyone realized it, a tower of light fell from the sky. Everyone, including Hyasung and the skeleton Habrid, looked up. Before everyone, Juyeon appeared. On his back, 2 pairs of wings gave him a divine aura. Still in tears, Im-suha looked up, her eyes meeting Juyeon's. She remembered the past. There was a time when her worries weren't divine revelations, but something as small as homework, and rushing home early to her family. Although not rich, Im-suha's family was not unhappy, until one day Im-suha's father returned home desperate. He told them everything that had happened outside, but before he could finish the explanation, an explosion occurred outside. Multiple casualties began to be reported when a portal appeared in the center of the city. One of those casualties was Im-suha's father, who, still recovering, had to deal with the grief. Im-suha had always heard that deities only gave humans challenges they could endure. However, without her father and with her mother hospitalized, she didn't think this rule applied to her. Im-suha started working in the hope that things would improve one day. She wished to be well again, to smile once more. She kept trying every day, hoping that someday her mother would rise again. However, the only thing that seemed to grow were the hospital bills. There was no sign of improvement, nor hopeful answers from the doctors. Alone in the rain, Im-suha begged whoever was above the cloudy sky to save her mother. It was amidst desperation and inattention that Im-suha saw a light, the light of a truck's headlights, and the beam of light from a divine being. In the midst of the desire to live, a miracle happened. The young woman escaped the accident, and at the same time her black hair turned golden. In the rain, someone spotted her, Kim Chulman. It seems surviving a crisis awakens a player. I guess that's true. Kim Chulman stepped forward ahead of everyone else to approach Im-suha, declaring her the saint sent from the heavens. Under his command, Im-suha used her powers for the first time to improve her own mother's condition, believing the divine had given her a new opportunity. However, according to the cult leader, that alone was not enough to wake her mother. To awaken her, who was in a vegetative state due to the field's poison, the ability called Miracle needed to be unlocked. Now, looking at the sky and the person descending from it, Im-suha remembered that she needed to help the hero achieve the miracle. Raising his hand, Juyeon created numerous divine lances, which rained down on the skeleton and its shield. Pointing a sword at it, Juyeon decreed, "Break it!" The holy swords fell upon Habrid, delivering the judgment of the heavens, breaking his shield and making him suffer from the attribute opposite to his power. In movies and dramas, sacrifice was always portrayed as something noble. When Juyeon first saw the goddess's sacrifice ability, he truly thought it required someone to give up their life to save everyone. However, upon reading the ability's information, he was relieved to find he was wrong. Obviously, in the middle of a chaotic battle, using an ability that drained 95% of one's life points was the same as surrendering, but not for him. Juyeon smiled, self-confident. Consuming 95% of his life force only reminded him of another ability, the Descendant ability. This ability caused Kybal to descend from the heavens when life points dropped below 10%. All stats were increased by 50% of the user's magical power, and all attacks gained the corruption effect. If life points reached 0 during Kybal's descent, the ability was immediately cancelled, and both life and mana points were completely regenerated. Juyeon loved Im-suha's ability because immediately after she used it, he could activate Descendant. The protagonist always imagined he could only use this ability in a desperate situation, but he discovered that besides activating it, he could even summon Kybal, the celestial sword. Although he had imagined Kybal himself would appear, Juyeon was satisfied. Raising his hand, he used the Judgment Lance ability. The lances transformed into swords. With Kybal's power, Juyeon began to feel he could do anything. The rain of blades fell upon the zombies created by Habrid. He was cackling, enjoying the temporary power. However, he quickly restrained himself to avoid embarrassment. Instead of laughing, he just cast an arrogant look at the monsters. While flying through the sky, Juyeon noticed something. His eyes met Im-suha's admiring eyes. A shiver ran down his spine. Despite the attacks suffered, Habrid managed to rise, using the already grooved scythe as a crutch. The skeleton, covered in cracks, displayed a menacing look. A dark energy surged around Juyeon when the monster practically teleported close to him. For Juyeon, this was at most a desperate attempt to stay alive. With a cold stare and raising his sword, Juyeon declared in an ultimatum tone, "You will pay for touching Hyeji." Using the blood combat ability and spending all accumulated points, Juyeon executed the separation in a single strike skill. A crimson aura erupted around the sword like purifying flames. The strike fell upon the darkness monster, cutting through everything in its path. The The power demonstrated by Juyeon spread to all corners, even pressing on his allies. When the blow hit the snow, a large cloud of ice crystals rose, covering everyone's vision. The first thing everyone could see was Juyeon himself. At that moment, notifications began to appear for everyone. You have absorbed the soul of the special field boss Habrid. Everyone was surprised because the monster they couldn't even scratch, no matter how much they attacked, had been defeated easily by Juyeon. This showed how strong he was, on an unimaginable level. Upon receiving his reward, the protagonist smiled excitedly like a child. Juyeon had obtained the rank E ability Purified Mind. Everyone received the same ability and was impressed. Celebration spread throughout the field because the new technique granted immunity to any status effect below rank E. People commented among themselves that if the base ability was already so good, the drops would be even better. Haesung frowned when he saw Kim Cheolman approach. The two faced each other, eyeball to eyeball. While everyone wondered what the boss drops were, Kim Cheolman introduced himself with his typical look of contempt. Haesung didn't mind and introduced himself as well. Asking to avoid unnecessary conflict, Kim Cheolman suggested they discuss the distribution of items based on each person's contribution. Since the battle became easier thanks to the saint, Haesung knew Kim Cheolman was confident. He immediately played that card. It is thanks to our saint who removed the ability status that the damage was kept at the lowest level. Haesung also responded confidently, "Thank you for the help. Thanks to you, we managed to deal extremely solid damage." Kim Cheolman became irritated but could do nothing as Haesung's team delivered the final blow. Changing the subject, the two asked where the boss items were. They looked at the ground and saw only a few jewels. It was at that moment that Haesung felt something familiar. The drop item had vanished, just like Yu Juyeon. He roared furiously like a beast. "That damned Yu Juyeon!" At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind Sangwook, asking if someone was calling him. Haesung was surprised to see him. "What are you doing there?" Confused, the protagonist stated that since he had already defeated the monster, he had merely returned to his spot. He acted timidly. "I don't like being the center of attention, but you're giving me more attention than I'd like." Irritated, Haesung asked if he had taken the boss drop. The protagonist merely looked away, placing his hands in his pockets. However, internally, he remembered giving the axe to Haesung and looked to him for support. At that moment, staring at Juyeon, Kim Cheolman cursed him. "What absolute wickedness. All the resentment flowed toward you." Pointing at the protagonist, he accused him. "You exude an extremely vile aura. You were the one who stole the field boss item." Jian had been going solo earlier when he defeated the boss. He found all the boss drops under the snow. Upon seeing all the items, Juyeon's eyes shone excitedly. Those were Habrid's items. Knowing that rare items would go to the most important player if it went to Lee Haesung, with whom he had a contract, it would be fine. However, the real problem was the cult. Surely, since the saint used buffs, they would use that as an excuse to talk about contribution. Despite owing Im Suha a few favors, Juyeon couldn't get those items out of his mind. His eyes shone with anticipation to obtain some of them. The protagonist bent down, collecting a few items for himself. Since they insisted on giving him some good items, Juyeon couldn't help but take something for himself. After the small collection, Juyeon looked around and seeing no one, immediately fled. It was then that the argument started happening, and he didn't notice that there was one person watching him, Im Suha herself. Now that the confusion was happening, Kim Cheolman pointed at Juyeon, asking what he had done after defeating the boss. The protagonist denied until the end that he had done anything wrong. Obviously, after defeating him, I retreated. Kim Cheolman conjured a sphere of holy energy, threatening Juyeon to stop lying. Many other cultists approached, despite their fear. Haesung, Sangwook, and the others were not intimidated and stepped forward to protect Juyeon. The protagonist sighed irritably. "Very well, since you don't even want to pretend to be nice anymore, tell me what proof you have." Kim Cheolman bit his lip, as he hadn't seen anything. Showing a broken sword, the one he previously used, Juyeon claimed he only picked up a sword from another adventurer who had been eliminated during the battle to replace his own. Juyeon mocked, questioning, "Do you think you own everyone else's sword too?" Haesung raised his hand, asking everyone to avoid fighting and deal with this carefully. Since taking an item without permission could be problematic, Haesung directly asked Juyeon if he had taken any boss items. The protagonist crossed his arms, denying it. Haesung then asked if he could reveal the sword's information. The protagonist took the sword he had placed on his back, despite being apprehensive. Kim Cheolman believed that was a sword dropped by the boss and provoked, "If you are innocent, prove it with confidence." Before showing anything, Juyeon addressed Kim Cheolman. "Considering your significant contribution to this battle, this situation is extremely unpleasant." Kim Cheolman smiled provocatively, asking him to prove that this displeasure was justified. Before showing anything, Juyeon asked that if the sword was not a boss item, As a consequence of rude behavior, Kim Cheolman would give up a primary choice of items to ensure fairness. Laughing, Kim Cheolman fell for the trap and accepted. All right, if your sword was not dropped by the field boss, I will unconditionally grant you a boss item. The protagonist smiled, satisfied with the response he got from Kim Cheolman. Confidently, the protagonist gave a shy smile and extended the sword for them to look at. At that moment, someone stepped ahead of Kim Cheolman. Just a moment, Professor. The Saint had unexpectedly taken the lead of the group. The protagonist, as well as everyone else in Hyesung's expedition, was surprised. Since everything had been prepared by him, Juyeon feared that Im Suha might have seen him somehow. Im Suha sighed deeply and stated bravely, regardless of that sword, an item will unconditionally go to this person. Kim Cheolman tried to grab Im Suha, telling her not to interfere with the will of the divine. Im Suha immediately pulled away from him. She stared at him before shouting, if saving people and leading the world to peace makes someone a hero, that person must have the power for it. You didn't make any effort in a situation where everyone was at risk. Kim Mincheol, you are not a hero. Kim Mincheol trembled with hatred upon hearing Im Suha's words. She turned her back on him, walking towards Juyeon as she completed her sermon. You always said I was powerless, but I don't believe that anymore. Approaching Juyeon, she stated, if my power is given by God, then how I use it is his choice. The protagonist was confused until Im Suha pointed at him. The hero is this person. I will follow him. Hyeji and her brother Sangwook were shocked, mouths agape at Im Suha's declaration. Everyone immediately started discussing what they had just heard. Kim Cheolman gritted his teeth furiously, revealing his claws. With a look distorted by hatred, he shouted, we kept an insolent girl alive all this time. She shows no gratitude for it. She is no longer part of the group, so giving up the item is not the church's will. Quickly, Kim Cheolman snatched the sword from Juyeon's hands. With a look of desire, he examined the sword's information, believing it was the item dropped by the boss. However, he ended up discovering that it was just a common rank C sword with ridiculously weak attributes. A look of disgust appeared on Kim Cheolman's face as he saw the sword's information. The protagonist smiled maliciously, taunting, looks like your check is over. Immediately, Juyeon started looking for a new sword on the bodies of other players who had perished. He picked up a dark sword with extremely precious-looking red stones and smiled. As promised, I choose this item. Immediately, Juyeon fled, so that Kim Cheolman wouldn't try to go back on his word. Surprised to see Juyeon fleeing, Hyeji shouted to him, where are you going? She and her brother ran in Juyeon's direction, while Im Suha was surprised to be left behind. She hastily also ran towards Juyeon and his group, fleeing with them. As the quartet fled, Hyesung tried to understand what was happening. Since the main item had just been taken, the rest of the church group and Hyesung were left to distribute the remaining rewards. Juyeon, Hyeji, and Sangwook walked for several minutes in the blizzard until Juyeon became tired. The buff that gave him more stamina had worn off, making him realize he needed to exercise his body more to maintain the long effort. Hyeji approached Juyeon, curious about something. Aren't you going to explain? That was the boss item, right? The protagonist grew apprehensive about the question but revealed the truth. Actually, I found the boss item as soon as I defeated him. Even though I delivered the final blow, I knew the cult guys would put on some little show, so I created a plan. Juyeon seemed proud of the whole scheme he devised. I hid the item among the bodies of the Raider Guild guys, planning to pick it up later, and then I took a random item to pretend it was the boss item. Hyeji, mouth agape, listened to the story. Sangwook got a headache. Surprised, Hyeji asked if he really wasn't working together with Im Suha. The protagonist smiled upon hearing the question, as he barely had time to breathe, let alone plan something with someone. It was at that moment that Im Suha, panting and as tired as Juyeon, managed to catch up to the group. Hello, hero. After catching her breath, Im Suha greeted Juyeon, her hero, with a smile on her face. Scratching the back of his neck and being watched by a jealous Hyeji, the protagonist returned the greeting to Im Suha, asking why she was there. Im Suha replied without batting an eye. I'm here to serve you, hero. Juyeon reunited with the Kim siblings, and while talking, they couldn't imagine that nothing good would come of this. As soon as they turned around, Juyeon rejected Im Suha. Sorry, but I'm not religious. They said goodbye to Im Suha and turned to leave. Left behind, Im Suha seemed to be crying, yet she followed Juyeon, even from a distance. Irritated, the protagonist turned around. I already said I'm not interested. How long are you going to follow me? Despair arose in Im Suha's eyes as she stated, the chaos of this world will be appeased by the representative chosen by God. The leader's words weren't entirely right, but after seeing you, I am sure. If there is a hero, it is you. While running and speaking, Im Suha ended up tripping in the snow, falling flat on her face. Getting up quickly from her knees, Im Suha swore she could help. Tears began to well up in her eyes once more. I abandoned the Church of Truth, so the only place left for me is to be by your side, hero. The protagonist sighed, being watched by his group. He then extended his hand to Im Suha. I am not looking for help, I am just paying a debt, understand? This time, Im Suha cried tears of joy and swore, yes, I will stay with you, hero, until the world finds peace. Sometime later, the group arrived at the plane. The protagonist sighed, gripping his new sword. He had been very nervous about the possibility of being caught by security. There was a special clause so that items obtained from monster attacks would be recognized when acquired inside a special field. Hyeji seemed surprised to see Ju Yeon manage to take the sword onto the plane. Sang-wook already knew the details. This was a private plane they chartered. And furthermore, on foreign expeditions, high-rank equipment was mandatorily left with their owners. Looking at the sword, the protagonist commented on how he never needed to bring expensive items with him on trips. However, hearing him, Hyeji joked, "But isn't this your first trip?" While they were joking, Juyeon started feeling sleepy and yawned. While Juyeon slept, numerous news stories spread across newspapers and the internet. Hae-sung gave interviews, while the cult leader Kim Cheolmin made excuses. Battle analyses were spread, while everyone was surprised by the cruelty and how powerful an E-class special field was. Meanwhile, in a luxury lounge, a woman sat at a game table with some papers in hand. As subordinates watched Lin Xiaoling, she flipped through the reports. She had sent more than 100 of her best elite members below level 50, armed with all kinds of equipment at least D rank. Of all the enemies she had sent for analysis, the biggest bastard, Ju Yeon, was still alive, while the raiders had been wiped out. Suddenly standing up, Lin Xiaoling threw the sheet of paper forward, spinning like a shuriken. The paper grazed the neck of a subordinate, cutting him slightly. As he trembled, hand on his neck, Lin Xiaoling's voice rose. "This is no longer just about obtaining treasures. Many guild members perished. This is now about honor." One of the subordinates was about to ask to take over the case, but Xiaoling interrupted him. "No, you have another mission to complete." With a look of contempt, Lin Xiaoling ordered him to post a bounty. The price didn't matter. All she wanted was Ju Yeon. Any treasure would have to wait. Thus, a bounty of 200 bitcoins was placed for Yu Ju Yeon. Those who accepted the mission were the Gwang'an uncles, who were supposed to complete it within 72 hours. While the crime was happening in the underworld, an outdoor interview was organized. Hee-sung appeared before the cameras, which immediately began taking his picture. Hastily, a journalist extended her microphone. "After conquering the F-class, you have now conquered the first E-class special field. How do you feel?" Hae-sung was direct in his response. "It's only the beginning. People say level is everything, but I will prove there is more than that. My deepest thanks to everyone who helped us." Another question quickly arose from the crowd of journalists. How did Psycho Pass become the key player once again on Sky Island? Hee-sung began his answer by revealing that the Saint of the Church of Truth had a major role, but if he had to name a key player, it was certainly Psycho Pass. Someone he confirmed to everyone was a double S-class mage. Under the clicking of the cameras, Hae-sung stated, "From now on, we will be watching 2 double S-rank newcomers." The newcomer he mentioned was sound asleep on the plane, which had just landed. Hyeji looked at Juyeon with a mocking look upon seeing that he was the only one sleeping on the entire plane. In Juyeon's arms was the Cursed Plague Holy Sword. The corrupted double S-rank sword provided 41 points of holy magical power, plus 29 points of agility, 15% skill damage, in addition to holy and darkness traits, which gave 10% bonus to holy damage and negative status effect on the enemy respectively. Finally, the sword also granted 50% damage bonus to sword skills. As soon as Juyeon obtained the sword, the hunting ground began to disappear, and Habrid's restriction was lifted. Habrid's true worth was awakened. A white-haired young woman with a jewel on her neck appeared in the snow. She checked the entire scene and upon discovering that a reward had been omitted, happily applied the change. The one who obtained the plague sword also obtained the plague seed. The girl making this change was none other than Ego. She handed the seed to Ju Yeon, so the little seed wouldn't feel alone. The protagonist returned to the apartment with Hyeji and Sang-wook. Before entering, however, he looked back, and seeing the saint following them with a suitcase, questioned how long she would follow them. Im-suha displayed an excited smile as she revealed, "I decided to serve the hero and save the world, so I need to be with you everywhere." The protagonist was shocked, imagining he wouldn't even be alone in the bathroom. Since she had already called him the hero, rumors were spreading online, causing misunderstandings. Juyeon was complaining until the saint unexpectedly held out her hand with a wad of cash. Im-suha smiled while holding the large sum. "Hey, I'm not saying I'll stay for free. Of course I'll pay rent." Seeing the large amount of money, the opinion of Juyeon and his group seemed to change. Immediately, Juyeon opened the door to the house for her to enter. "Since your situation seems difficult, I will listen to you." Im-suha quickly entered his apartment, while Hyeji pushed him. "Are you crazy?" The protagonist tried to defend himself, and Sang-wook expressed his disdain upon seeing how quickly he had changed his attitude after seeing money. Stating that nothing good comes from making an S-rank priestess an enemy, Juyeon asked them to at least listen to her, and only then expel her if she said anything strange. Juyeon Juyeon was genuinely curious about Im-suha's intentions. He was sure that a beautiful woman wouldn't want him without a good reason. It was then that, with bright eyes and a smile, Im-suha got straight to the point. "Actually, I fell in love with you, hero." The shock of the words ran through Juyeon and his group. Im-suha looked down, speaking of her feelings. "I started developing feelings while watching you save people, and seeing you descend from the heavens like a deity to punish evil was so cool." While Juyeon found Im-suha's words quite credible, Yeji pushed him, declaring, "That's impossible. Stop joking and tell us your real intentions." Frowning, Im-suha asserted that she had told the truth. "I've been observing, and it seems you don't even have any special relationship with the hero anyway." Hearing Im-suha made Hyeji increasingly irritated. She stated, "We are very close partners," but Im-suha argued with her while Juyeon watched. "I know you are just business partners." She hurriedly questioned Juyeon. "What kind of relationship do you have with this woman?" Hyeji crossed her arms, also questioning him. "Explain properly what kind of relationship you and I have." Flustered, the protagonist quickly tried to ask Sang-wook for help. When he managed to resolve the whole issue, Juyeon lay down in the room, finally alone. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Hyeji had dragged the crying Im-suha out of Juyeon's house, preventing the saint from living with her hero. The protagonist had to thank Hyeji for taking an annoyance away. Sitting on the bed, Juyeon remembered that it was time to sort out a few things. He opened the skill window and, discovering he had a sweet amount of 150,000 points, reveled in imagining what he could evolve. There were the quest rewards, the subtrait evolution ticket, and the random skill strengthening subtrait ticket that Juyeon had used before. Putting his hand in his pocket and pulling out a small purple orb exuding dark energy, Juyeon wondered what this plague seed was. Upon checking the information, Juyeon discovered that if he planted it, a contaminated power could sprout. There were no instructions on how to plant it, but this was an S-rank item, so it shouldn't grow with just any fertilizer. As he had no more information, Juyeon put the seed away. He then started wondering which subtrait to evolve. The protagonist made an analogy comparing the options to food. The sample, which allows enhancing useful skills, is like expanding the store, and the boss skill collector, which lets me obtain boss skills, is like buying good ingredients. The skill storage, which lets me permanently use enhanced skills, is like keeping recipes that would briefly shine and disappear, like the shop's secret recipes. Thinking about the three options, the protagonist decided which one to choose and used the subtrait upgrade ticket. He had chosen the storage skill. Since the evolution chance was not 100%, the protagonist knelt down, begging it to work out. The protagonist achieved the evolution for storage. Use one copy attempt to store a skill. Premium option. When a dual S-grade skill or above is stored, the effects increase by 30%. Although the skill count did not increase, the effect boost impressed Juyeon. The protagonist pouted, as it made no sense to put a skill into storage unless it was at least X rank. As soon as he thought of the skill, a change occurred. Average grade of stored skills becomes EX. Secret option applied. Stored skills have an effect increase of 50%. The protagonist became quite emotional and thanked the heavens. Extremely satisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he also wanted to try using the random skill strengthening ticket. As soon as he used the strengthening ticket, Juyeon didn't expect anything specific, as all his copied skills were amazing. The randomly selected skill was the Descendant subtrait, the ability Juyeon used to defeat the Plague Earth skeleton. The protagonist was curious to know what kind of strengthening had occurred. Juyeon discovered that the cooldown time had been reduced from 30 to 10 days. The protagonist imagined that the skill's efficiency would also be strengthened, but the evolution caused by it was good enough already. Possessing 150,000 remaining points, the protagonist checked what else he could evolve. There was the level 4 daily quest, where one could earn 2 F-rank or higher quests with each daily reset. 300,000 points were spent to evolve this trait for better quest options. The Ascendant Blue level 2 would grant copied skills an E-rank option. At the Inchin Fishing Fields, a rank B location, several catfish swam around tanks set up in the middle of the sea. The waves, when hitting the boats, splashed water up, startling many adventurers. Juyeon was excited. He had strengthened his stats and was eager to debut his new sword. Monster sharks jumped out of the water along with the waves, showing their sharp teeth, capable of devouring a human in a single bite. Hyeji didn't stand still and extended her staff to create fire magic. Juyeon moved, carrying the sword for a vertical strike, destroying a shark with a single blow. Hyeji was surprised by the power Juyeon demonstrated, who smiled confidently. She had never seen Juyeon be this fast, as he had always focused his stats on magic. Im-suha, upon seeing Juyeon, smiled like the sun. As expected of the hero, I will help you. Im-suha opened her arms and floated in the air with golden energy emerging around her. She prayed to the heavens, activating the blessings of healing, recovery, life, and strength. Upon receiving the stat bonuses, Juyeon felt his body become lighter and immediately thanked Im-suha. Immediately, Juyeon advanced onto the fishing platforms, brandishing his sword to eliminate sharks and sea eels. The aura around Hyeji turned dark upon seeing how much Juyeon had distanced himself. On a boat, a group was surprised to see Juyeon's skills. Shouldn't he be a mage? There was no information about him using a sword. The trio observing him still imagined their defense and followed the initial plan. Let's lure him out and eliminate him. Upon seeing the presence of Im Suha, they decided, we should use the Church of Faith to separate his priestess. When they returned to the reception, Juyeon was confused to find that items dropped in the field could not be organized. The receptionist confirmed the information. Exactly. There is no payment for the priestess. According to the contract, the payment goes directly to the guild of the Church of Faith to which she belongs. Confused, Im Suha stated that she had already requested to leave the guild through the user association. Upon hearing the young woman, the associate tried to check her information and discovered a few things. It seems the Church of Faith has not processed your request. The paperwork hasn't even reached the branch. Im Suha was shocked to hear how the other side was trying to prevent her from leaving. Surprised by everything he was hearing, Juyeon questioned if when someone was in a guild it took all of their money. Sangwook, who knew a few more things, stated that most mega guilds worked like agencies. Giving an example, Lee Haesung from the Daihan Guild is an example. That's why he always appears in numerous advertisements. To Sangwook, the saint had probably signed some kind of contract where all her earnings were handed over to the Church of Faith. Im Suha sighed upon learning the whole situation and making a decision stated, I will personally put an end to this. I won't just send a note. Juyeon asked if she would be all right. Recalling how the Church of Faith only used her to spread their influence, Im Suha believed that when she abandoned them, it would only be a matter of time until they collapsed. With her hands on her hips, Im Suha gave her ultimatum. In the end, that place is not worth it. Juyeon applauded her decision. Praising all the buffs that Im Suha had given him, the protagonist stated that he would feel empty without them. Happy to have helped her hero, Im Suha asked him to speak comfortably with her since he was older. As the two interacted, Hyeji, watched by her brother, stared at them. A few hours later, the group arrived at the Arboreal National Field, a rank B hunting ground. The first monster they encountered, a red-eyed boar, had tusks across its entire jaw and charged in a fury. Hyeji raised her staff. Using her fire magic, however, next to her, Juyeon used an even stronger magic of the same attribute. While Hyeji stared at the result, she heard Juyeon state, as expected, having a priest with buffs makes things more stable. Annoyed, Hyeji commented in response, right, that means I'm not needed. The protagonist quickly tried to state that having her with him was reassuring, but she cut him off, not wanting to listen. Right, I get it, but I realized lately I haven't been able to contribute much. Hyeji, with a half-irritated look, recalled what she had told Juyeon before. She had become a magic user because she wanted to be the best, but at some point, she had just become someone who followed him. Juyeon was surprised by Hyeji's thoughts. She bit her lip, pressuring herself. Juyeon asked her not to push herself so hard that she gets into danger, because with Suha, they wouldn't have to strain themselves as much. Hearing about Suha, Hyeji exploded. Exactly. So in the end, you don't need me. As long as Suha is around, it'll be fine, right? Juyeon tried to correct himself, stating that he just didn't want her to get on the front lines and risk getting hurt, but she posed a big question. Have you ever stopped to think about how I feel? Hyeji beat her chest, proclaiming, I am not someone who stays in the back providing support. I want to fight alongside you, to be equal to you. Hyeji realized she had said too much and decided to distance herself from Juyeon to cool off. Stating that he would try to calm his sister, Sangwook followed Hyeji. The tank quickly entered the forest, searching for his sister and leaving Juyeon behind. Still processing everything that had happened, the protagonist remained still. Soon, Sangwook managed to reach Hyeji. Sangwook tried to calm his sister. I know you're upset, but this isn't a safe zone, and like Juyeon said, you are a range damage dealer. If you end up running into a wave of monsters, it'll be really dangerous. Hyeji ended up biting her lip once more and asked her brother in tears, Appa, don't I look pathetic? Hyeji crouched on the ground, putting her hands on her head. I should be an S-class damage dealer, but in the end, it's only Suha's buffs that can help. I don't want to admit it, but I'm so embarrassed right now. Sangwook observed his sister's frustration and bent down to console her. Dealing damage isn't everything in a battle. That guy is surprisingly clumsy. He can't manage without you. Frustrated, Hyeji asked her brother why he was acting that way lately. Supporting his sister, Sangwook's answer was clear. Because you are human. Being the best alone isn't as meaningful as becoming the best together with someone else. Hyeji wiped her tears and, realizing some time had passed, looked back, asking where Juyeon was. Remembering him, Sangwook revealed that Juyeon had stayed behind alone to think, which startled Hyeji. He's alone? Sangwook didn't believe anything could hurt Juyeon in a rank B hunting ground, but Hyeji hastily stood up. She reminded her brother, monsters aren't the problem, users are. Sangwook was stunned at the reminder that the Raider Guild was after Juyeon. Left alone, Juyeon tried to imagine what Hyeji was thinking. He realized that he had caused almost all the significant damage lately. Since Hyeji needed to play a role in the battle to feel satisfied, she might even want to break the contract if she got annoyed enough. With his head full of thoughts, Juyeon felt the air around him grow heavier. He looked around in surprise, realizing that indeed the entire air had darkened. Juyeon discovered that an S-rank ability, Fog, had been activated in the area. Juyeon's mana points were reduced by 20 points, and his mana recovery dropped by half due to the fog's effect. Looking around and wondering what was happening, the protagonist heard a laugh. Someone inside the fog mocked, "You're still just a mage. Even if you run around with a sword, considering my skills, even Ninhyun Al couldn't survive them." The protagonist was shocked, realizing he was being attacked by the raiders. The malicious voice in the mist replied, "Let's just say we don't like being held back by others, and someone who is about to meet their end doesn't need to know anything else besides that, right?" The man with the shaved head appeared before Juyeon, carrying a huge hammer. A crimson aura surged in Juyeon's hands, materializing the plague sword. Juyeon managed to block the hammer attack at the last second. The hammer's owner gritted his teeth, incredulous at the resistance shown by Juyeon. At that moment, another man appeared behind Juyeon to also attack him. A dagger strike traveled towards Juyeon, who hastily turned, blocking the dagger with the sword as well. Launching a counterattack, he hit the dagger's owner with the sword's hilt in an upward strike. As soon as he pushed the two enemies back, one of them stated angrily, "The information was wrong. This guy is a swordsman." Hearing the duo's complaint, the protagonist became confused. Juyeon brandished his sword against the two enemies. He felt as if he had been a swordsman his entire life. Remembering that his memories were emerging vaguely in flashes, he imagined the most absurd thing, that he was truly a combat genius. The man carrying the large hammer knelt down and gritted his teeth. He didn't care that the enemy was a swordsman. In his mind, nothing changed. He would just have to ask the client for extra. The hammer wielder charged at Juyeon, who, before even realizing it, moved and swung his sword toward him. At the last instant, however, Juyeon felt extreme pressure. If the two he was facing had used an ability, an information window should have appeared. But since it didn't, he deduced there was a third person somewhere. Juyeon fell into the veil of illusion. The protagonist found the debuffer among the trees. As there was no time to copy a debuff dispelling skill, Juyeon had only one option: to hit the enemy with an attack they couldn't dodge. Creating large flames, Juyeon launched a fireball. The fireball struck the debuffer mage. Despite hitting the enemy, Juyeon gritted his teeth. The mana cost was insane. He couldn't use such magic frequently, but by eliminating one enemy, he could face the others. However, the enemy Juyeon believed he had eliminated reappeared. He held a spell in his hand, Mana Counterflow, an ability that had a 50% chance of reflecting all damage. Upon seeing the information for that ability, Juyeon was surprised. The magic he cast returned before he could react. Unable to dodge, the protagonist only had time to curse. It was at that moment that Sangwook appeared in front of him, blocking the reflected magic with his large shield. Juyeon was dumbfounded to be saved when he least expected it. Sangwook and Hyeji had positioned themselves in front of him, joining the battle to support him. Now the game was balanced. Seeing new people appear, the hammer wielder bellowed, "All of you will say goodbye today." He charged at Juyeon, who used the sword once more to block the attack. At the same time, Hyeji raised her staff and cast fire magic. Before she could attack, Juyeon rushed to warn her. "Hyeji, that bastard has a damage reflection skill." Hyeji, however, smiled excitedly and replied, "Juyeon, as a mage, I may not have the same raw damage as you, but the amount of experience I've accumulated is on another level." Fire overflowed from Hyeji's staff as she aimed at the enemy mage. The rogue looked at the debuffer, asking for instructions. The mage hastily replied, "She's weaker than psychopaths. We can block the attack with our defensive equipment." Hearing the belittlement, Hyeji smiled mockingly. "How rude. Against monsters, maybe, but when I fight humans, I'm on another level." A circle of flames fell upon the debuffer mage like a whirlwind. The hot air didn't even need to touch him, as Hyeji burned all the oxygen around, making the enemy lose his breath. The other members of the bounty hunter team were shocked. Hyeji took the opportunity to shout at Juyeon to attack. The protagonist did not hesitate and struck the two remaining enemies, hitting them with the sword before they even noticed. Sangwook raised his shield and brought down the enemy mage, who had already lost his breath. Thus, with the help of Hyeji and her brother, the protagonist managed to survive. Juyeon realized that in battles between users, raw damage alone was not enough. Experience and strategy put some people on a much higher level. Shortly after, Hyeji was arguing with her brother. "Oppa, I'm not an idiot. Do you think I would really leave my post for that long? No matter how strong Juyeon is, I only stepped out for a minute to get some fresh air. How could you leave him alone?" It was the first time Juyeon had seen Hyeji fight with her brother, and not the other way around. Faced with the situation, the protagonist reflected on their roles and tried to call out to her, but Hyeji snapped back. "You're next, Juyeon. Wait your turn." The protagonist apologized for interrupting, but asked to say something first. Juyeon surprised Hyeji by stating that he would like to change his class to swordsman. In a meeting room, the president showed a map on a large screen while explaining, "The energy signature we detected is linked to a treasure dungeon." Seated at the large table, an executive analyzed a document and stated that if they initiated a national-level mobilization, they could escalate the conflict to an international level. Pointing to a location on the border, the president said they had detected movement from the north side, which is why he wanted them to be the first to enter the dungeon. Since the mission needed to be confidential, one of those present suggested it be assigned to a small elite team. The leader then concluded, "The team will be primarily formed by rank S users, and the candidates are Lee Hae-sung and Yu Ju-yeon." Someone interrupted, "Wait a minute, this psychopath, Yu Ju-yeon, isn't registered with the association as an F-rank priest?" The president confirmed and revealed that they planned to use the rank change as a pretext to summon him to the association. A woman intervened, stating, "In any case, this is not a simple dungeon. If we fall behind in the competition with other countries, our entire user industry will suffer. We need to bring Yu Ju-yeon into the association and have him operate as a dual S-rank user." At the same time, Im Soo-ha met with Ju-yeon, extremely happy, extending her hands while saying, "I've taken care of everything with the Church of Faith, once and for all. From now on, I am completely yours, oh great hero." The protagonist pleaded with her to stop saying problematic things that could cause misunderstandings. Changing her expression to a more serious one, Im Soo-ha warned, "Something strange is happening. Ever since we conquered that special E-rank field, an anonymous benefactor has appeared who donated a huge sum of money. Apparently, this benefactor threatened to cut off all funding if the saint was not present." Revealing the scheme behind her delayed release, Im Soo-ha concluded, "That's why the Pontiff tried to raise as much as possible in donations, and resist for as long as he could. Don't you think all of this was a plan to separate me from you, hero? Me, who is a truly vital asset, in order to divide our forces?" She revealed that at any moment someone could attack Ju-yeon. Hearing this, the protagonist replied that it had already happened, making Im Soo-ha excited to know that he had already gotten rid of the enemies. However, the protagonist frustrated her and pointed to Hyeji. "Not me, but Hyeji should receive the most credit." He sighed and shrugged. "I was lost with my new skill configurations. I realized there are limits to magic that relies mainly on damage buffs. Hyeji is truly an expert on another level, a true mage." Being praised to such an extent, Hyeji was surprised. "You're exaggerating the compliments. Are you trying to flatter me to get something?" The protagonist ignored the provocation and turned to Im Soo-ha. "With you joining us as the priestess, I think the ideal moment has come to define our roles on the team. Sangwook would be the tank, Hyeji the range damage dealer, and now Ju-yeon himself had become a melee swordsman." Im Soo-ha remembered the sword skills Ju-yeon had demonstrated on the fish farm, worthy of a hero. Being praised, the protagonist scratched the back of his neck, smiling, while being watched by Hyeji. She raised an eyebrow, noticing how easily he was pleased. Joining the conversation, Hyeji mentioned the last ambush and stated that Ju-yeon would need time to get used to the sword, which Sangwook agreed with. Therefore, Hyeji asked him to avoid any unnecessary contact. As they were talking, the protagonist received a call. On the other end, an elderly voice spoke. "Good morning, Mr. Yu Ju-yeon. This is Han Chun-jung, Deputy Director of the User Management Team at the Association headquarters." Ju-yeon had received a call precisely from the man who presided over the meeting about the border dungeon. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more Manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.